Instead, you are building a buffer, a fortress of capital that protects you from the uncertainties of the world. To apply this law is to engage in an act of profound self-awareness. It begins with observation. Gently and without judgment, you must understand where your resources are flowing. This is often called tracking your expenses, but think of it more as financial mindfulness. You are simply gathering data, becoming conscious of the currents that move through your economic life. Once you have this awareness, you can move to intentionality. This is the act of creating a spending plan or a budget. A budget is not a cage, it is a map. It is you telling your money where to go instead of wondering where it went. And perhaps the most powerful application is the principle of paying yourself first. Before you pay your landlord, your grocer, or any other creditor, you first pay your future self. The moment your earnings arrive, you automatically direct a predetermined portion, your surplus, into a separate account, one dedicated to saving and investing. By making this process automatic, you remove the daily struggle of willpower and make wealth creation your default setting. This is level 1. It is the cornerstone. It is the fertile soil. Every other law of wealth we will explore in the coming levels depends entirely on your mastery of this one. It is not about earning more. Not yet. It is about becoming the deliberate steward of what you already have. Master this, and you have taken the single most important step on the path to financial peace. Spend less than you earn. Let that truth be the gentle rhythm that guides you into a peaceful, restorative sleep. Infinitely customizable, a simple spreadsheet allows you to design your own categories and see your financial life unfold in rows and columns. It still requires the discipline of manual entry, a ritual that keeps you connected to your decisions. But for many, the most seamless entry point is through modern aggregation applications. These services connect securely to your bank accounts and credit cards, automatically importing and categorizing your transactions. They do the heavy lifting of data collection, presenting you with charts and graphs that visualize your financial habits with startling clarity. The trade-off for this convenience is a slight but important psychological distance. When the process is automated, one must be more intentional about reviewing the information, lest it become just another set of ignored notifications. But why do this? What is the ultimate application of this knowledge? The data you collect is not the end goal. It is the raw material for wisdom. First, tracking reveals patterns. You will discover your own unique spending signature. You might find that a significant portion of your income is consumed by a handful of subscription services you'd forgotten about, or that small, seemingly insignificant daily purchases accumulate into a staggering monthly sum. This information is not a judgment, it is a diagnosis. Second, this clarity allows you to align your spending with your values. Once you see your financial life laid out in stark detail, you can begin to ask the most important question: is this how I want to be living? If you value travel and experiences, but see that your money is primarily going toward transient consumer goods, you have uncovered a misalignment. This knowledge empowers you to consciously redirect your resources toward the things that bring you genuine, lasting fulfillment. Finally, knowing where your money goes is the non-negotiable prerequisite for creating a realistic budget and a meaningful financial plan. You cannot chart a course to a new destination without first knowing your precise starting point. The data you gather in this level becomes the foundation for every level that follows, for saving, for investing, for building the life you truly desire. This is not an exercise in austerity. It is an exercise in awareness. It is the process of becoming the deliberate, conscious architect of your own financial well-being. It is the portion of your energy that you direct towards your future self, towards your freedom, towards your grander goals. In a zero-based budget, every single unit of currency is given a name and a purpose before the month begins, ensuring that the surplus for savings and investment
is designated with the same importance as the payment for your rent. The application of this law in your own life is a gentle three-part process. The first step is illumination. This is the act of observing, without judgment, where your resources are currently flowing. For a week or perhaps a month, you simply watch and record. You become a curious scientist of your own habits, gathering data not to criticize, but to understand. The second step is intention. With this new clarity, you can now create your plan. You look at your deepest values and your most cherished goals. Do you wish to travel, to achieve financial independence, to provide for your family? You then align your financial plan with these intentions. You consciously design the channels for your outflow, ensuring that they nourish the life you truly want to live. This is where you decide, with purpose, the size of your surplus. The final step is iteration. A budget is not a static document carved in stone. It is a living, breathing guide. Your life will change. Your income may fluctuate. Your goals may evolve. And so, your budget must be flexible. You will review it periodically, not as a chore, but as a peaceful check-in with yourself, making gentle adjustments as needed. This practice is an act of self-compassion and continuous improvement. So, as you drift deeper into a state of rest, contemplate this law. See the budget not as a set of rules, but as a map that you yourself have drawn. It is the tool that provides clarity in the present and builds certainty for the future. It is the quiet, steady discipline that transforms abstract dreams into tangible reality. It is level 3, the creation of a budget, the blueprint for your wealth. Level 4, pay yourself first. Welcome. As we continue our journey through the fundamental laws of wealth, we arrive at level 4. Settle in and allow your mind to absorb a principle of profound and elegant simplicity. Pay yourself first. This is not a suggestion to be frivolous. It is not an encouragement of indulgence. Rather, it is a fundamental reordering of financial reality, a paradigm shift that separates the accumulator of wealth from the individual who perpetually struggles, wondering where their earnings have gone. Consider the conventional path, the one followed by the vast majority. Income arrives in an account. From this pool of capital, the bills are paid, the mortgage or rent, the utilities, the car payment, the groceries. Then come the discretionary expenses, the subscriptions, the dining out, the small comforts. And then, only at the very end of the month, with whatever remains, if anything remains, a small portion might be moved into savings. This is the model of paying yourself last. It treats savings as an afterthought, a luxury to be afforded only when all other appetites have been satiated. The result, invariably, is that the future self is left with the scraps. The law of paying yourself first inverts this entire structure. It is a declaration that your future financial well-being is not the least important item on your budget, but the most important. It reframes saving and investing not as a discretionary choice, but as the most critical bill you have to pay each month. The new sequence is this. Income arrives. Immediately, before any other transaction is considered, a predetermined portion is moved away. It is paid to you, your future you. Only then, with the remaining balance, are the rest of life's expenses managed. This is not a modern financial hack. Its wisdom is ancient, most famously codified in George S. Clausen's 1926 classic, The Richest Man in Babylon. In the book's parables, the chariot builder Arcad shares the first and most crucial of his 7 cures for a lean purse. He states, "For every 10 coins thou placest in thy purse, take out for use but 9. Thy purse will start to fatten at once." This simple decree, to live off 90% of your income and save 10%, is the historical bedrock of this law. A part of all you earn, he taught, is yours to keep. The mechanism by which this law works is rooted deeply in behavioral psychology. First, it harnesses the immense power of automation. By setting up an automatic transfer from your checking account to your savings or investment account,
scheduled for the very day your paycheck arrives, you remove the most significant point of failure: human decision-making. There is no need for discipline or willpower. The transaction occurs silently, in the background, like a utility bill. Your most important financial task is accomplished without a single conscious thought. Second, it leverages a concept known as Parkinson's Law, which states that work expands to fill the time allotted for its completion. The financial corollary is that expenses inexorably rise to meet income. When you pay yourself last, your spending naturally expands to consume your entire paycheck. However, when you pay yourself first, you artificially constrain your available income. You create a smaller container. And you will find, almost magically, that your lifestyle and spending habits adjust to fit this new, slightly smaller reality. You learn to live and live well on the remainder. The application in the modern world is straightforward. You begin by choosing a percentage. While the ancient wisdom suggests 10%, you may start with 5% or even 1%. The initial amount is less important than the establishment of the habit itself. Then, you automate the transfer. This payment to yourself should be directed not into a simple savings account, but into vehicles for growth or security: a retirement account, a low-cost index fund, or a high-yield savings account designated for your emergency fund. The destination is a place where the money can be safe and begin its own work of generating more wealth. This principle is not about deprivation. It is about prioritization. It is an act of profound respect for the person you will be in 10, 20, or 50 years. You are treating your future self as your most important creditor, ensuring they are paid first, in full, and on time. It is the quiet, unassuming cornerstone upon which all significant wealth is built. It is the simple, silent, and automated action that transforms your income from a temporary resource into a permanent foundation. As you drift now, allow this principle to settle into your subconscious. Earn, save, then spend. A simple reordering, a seed of future prosperity planted today, growing steadily while you rest.
Level 5. Build an emergency fund. As we gently drift into the next phase of our study, we arrive at level 5 of our wealth creation laws. Allow your mind to settle on this fundamental principle: the construction of an emergency fund. This is not a strategy for aggressive growth, nor is it a speculative venture. Instead, it is the bedrock upon which all future financial structures are built. Think of it as the deep, unseen foundation of a skyscraper. While the glittering spire may capture the imagination, it is the silent, steadfast foundation that ensures its endurance against the inevitable storms. The emergency fund is your financial ballast, providing stability when the seas of life become turbulent, preventing your entire vessel from capsizing in an unexpected squall. Its purpose is singular and profound: to insulate your long-term wealth-building journey from the shocks and disruptions of the short term. The concept itself is as old as human foresight. It is an echo of our earliest ancestors' wisdom. Ancient agricultural societies understood this principle intuitively. They did not consume every seed from the harvest. A portion was meticulously stored, not for planting, but as a reserve against famine, drought, or blight. This was the original emergency fund, a tangible buffer between survival and disaster. As societies evolved through the Industrial Revolution, the nature of emergencies shifted from agricultural failure to the sudden loss of income. The weekly wage replaced the annual harvest, and with it came a new form of vulnerability:
The modern emergency fund is the direct descendant of this ancient practice, adapted for a world of complex financial systems, where a sudden car repair or an unexpected medical bill can derail a family's progress. It is a timeless human response to the universal constant of uncertainty. The mechanism of this financial tool is elegant in its simplicity. The prevailing wisdom, refined over decades of financial scholarship, suggests a reserve of 3 to 6 months worth of essential living expenses. This is not total income, but the non-negotiable costs required to maintain your life: housing, utilities, food, transportation, and insurance. The range of 3 to 6 months allows for personal calibration. An individual with a highly stable career and multiple income streams might find 3 months sufficient, while a single income household or a self-employed professional might prudently aim for the higher end of that spectrum. Where this fund resides is of critical importance. It must be liquid and safe, prioritized far above any potential for return. Its job is not to earn money, but to be available at a moment's notice without penalty or loss of principal.
Therefore, high-yield savings accounts or money market accounts, separate from your daily checking account, are the ideal instruments. This separation is a crucial psychological barrier, preventing the fund from being casually dipped into for non-emergencies. The accumulation of the fund should be a gentle, automated process, a recurring, automatic transfer from your primary account, however small, builds momentum over time, much like a river is formed by countless persistent raindrops. The application of the emergency fund is where discipline and philosophy intersect. It is reserved for true unforeseen crises: the sudden loss of a job, a significant medical event, or an urgent, non-negotiable home repair. It is not for a holiday, a new device, or a market opportunity. By clearly defining what constitutes an emergency, you protect the fund's integrity. The true value of this reserve, however, extends beyond the purely financial. It is a powerful psychological asset. It purchases peace of mind. It provides you with the invaluable gift of time. Time to find a new job without desperation. Time to recover from an illness without the added stress of financial ruin. Time to make rational decisions from a position of security, not fear. It frees you from the tyranny of the immediate, allowing your long-term investments to remain untouched, continuing their slow, compounding work undisturbed by the transient chaos of life. As you rest now, envision this fund as a calm, quiet pool of water reflecting the sky, always there, ensuring that no matter the disturbance on the surface, the depths of your financial plan remain serene and secure.
Avoid high-interest debt. Welcome. As we continue our journey through the fundamental laws of wealth creation, we arrive at level 6. Settle in, allow your mind to become receptive, and let us explore the principle: avoid high-interest debt. This law is not merely a suggestion, it is a foundational pillar upon which sustainable wealth is built. To understand it, we must first define its subject. High-interest debt is any liability that carries a significant compounding cost, a financial instrument that works actively against you. Think of credit card balances, payday loans, or any form of financing where the interest rate dramatically outpaces inflation and reasonable investment returns. It is the antithesis of a productive asset. While some debt, like a sensible mortgage, can be a tool for leverage, high-interest debt is a financial anchor, silently and relentlessly pulling you into deeper waters. It is an unseen current, working tirelessly to negate your forward progress. The concept of usury, or the charging of exorbitant interest, is not a modern phenomenon. It has been a subject of ethical and economic debate for millennia. Ancient philosophers like Aristotle argued that money itself is barren and cannot beget more money, making the charging of interest
unnatural. Major world religions have historically condemned or strictly regulated use-risk lending, recognizing its potential to create inescapable cycles of poverty and servitude. The modern era, however, saw a fundamental shift. With the advent of the consumer credit card in the mid-20th century, borrowing was reframed. It transitioned from a tool for major life necessities to a mechanism of daily convenience and instant gratification. This cultural and technological evolution made high-interest debt more accessible, more normalized, and consequently more insidious than ever before in human history. The mechanism by which this debt erodes wealth is the devastating power of negative compounding. We often celebrate compound interest as the eighth wonder of the world when it works in our favor, allowing our investments to grow exponentially. But when applied to debt, this same mathematical force becomes a formidable adversary. Consider a simple balance on a high-interest credit card. Each month, the interest is calculated not only on the original principal, but also on the accumulated interest from all previous months. This creates a feedback loop where the debt grows at an accelerating rate. The minimum payment, a feature designed by lenders, often covers little more than the newly accrued interest, creating a state of financial stasis where the borrower can spend years, even decades, paying on a debt without making significant progress on the principal.
You are, in essence, running on a treadmill that is gradually increasing its speed, requiring ever more effort just to stay in the same place. The application of this law, therefore, is twofold: defensive and offensive. The primary defense is to create a life architecture that does not require high-interest debt. This involves the disciplined practice of living within your means and, crucially, the establishment of an emergency fund. This fund is your buffer, your shield against life's inevitable surprises, a car repair, a medical bill. Without it, these unexpected events become emergencies that force you into the arms of high-interest lenders. If you already find yourself burdened by such debt, the application shifts to a strategic offensive. The first step is to halt its growth, to stop adding to the balance. The second is to formulate a deliberate repayment plan. Two prominent strategies exist: the avalanche method, where you focus all extra payments on the debt with the highest interest rate first, which is the most mathematically efficient path, and the snowball method, where you focus on paying off the smallest balance first, creating psychological momentum and a sense of progress. The choice between them is less about pure mathematics and more about human psychology. The best plan is the one you will consistently follow. As you drift now into a state of rest, hold this concept in your mind. Avoiding high-interest debt is not about restriction. It is about liberation. It is about ensuring that the powerful engine of compounding is working for you, not against you. It is about clearing the path of financial friction so that your journey toward abundance is smooth, steady, and secure. This is the wisdom of level 6. Understand it, apply it, and build your foundation on solid ground. The goal is not to look rich, but to be wealthy. As we continue our journey deeper into the architecture of financial sovereignty, we arrive at level 7. Allow your mind to settle. Let the external world fade, and absorb this fundamental principle. The goal is not to look rich, but to be wealthy. This distinction may seem subtle at first, but it is the foundational chasm that separates fleeting financial appearance from enduring economic freedom. To look rich is to engage in the theater of prosperity. It is an outward performance, often funded by debt and driven by a need for social validation. It is the luxury car on a long-term lease, the designer clothing purchased on credit,
the extravagant vacation meticulously curated for an online audience. Looking rich is a focus on income and consumption. It is loud, visible, and deeply fragile. To be wealthy, however, is an entirely different state of being. Wealth is not a performance, it is a structure. It is the quiet, unseen foundation beneath the surface. Wealth is measured not by what you spend, but by what you own. It is the portfolio of income-generating assets, the real estate that appreciates while providing cash flow, the ownership stake in a profitable business. Wealth is measured in net worth, the sum of your assets minus your liabilities. It is quiet, often invisible, and profoundly resilient. Historically, this dichotomy has played out across civilizations. In feudal societies, wealth and the appearance of wealth were one and the same. A lord's castle, lands, and retinue were direct, tangible signals of his power. But with the rise of industrial capitalism and a new merchant class, the concept of conspicuous consumption, a term coined by economist Thorstein Veblen, came to define the pursuit of status. The newly affluent used lavish spending as a way to signal their arrival into the upper echelons of society. In our modern era, this impulse has been amplified 1,000-fold by consumer credit and the pervasive influence of social media. It has never been easier to finance the facade of affluence, creating a dangerous illusion where individuals can look like millionaires while possessing a negative net worth. They are trapped on a hedonic treadmill, working ever harder to maintain a lifestyle designed to impress others, while their financial foundation erodes beneath them. The mechanism for shifting from the pursuit of looking rich to the construction of being wealthy is a profound psychological and behavioral recalibration. It begins with a shift in your internal scorecard. Instead of measuring success by the admiration of others, you begin to measure it by the steady, quiet growth of your asset column.
The primary metric is no longer your monthly income, but your ever-appreciating net worth. This requires the mastery of delayed gratification. Every dollar that enters your life presents a choice. You can direct it towards immediate consumption, a fleeting pleasure that enhances your appearance today, or you can direct it towards investment. An investment is the purchase of an asset that is expected to generate more money in the future. By choosing the latter, you are paying your future self first. You are planting a seed that through the silent, inexorable magic of compounding will grow into a mighty tree of financial security. To apply this law in your own life, begin with a quiet audit. Examine your expenditures and your motivations. Ask yourself, was this purchase for my genuine well-being, or was it a signal to others? Is this a status symbol that adds to my liabilities, or is it an asset that will work for me while I sleep? Next, automate your wealth creation. Arrange for a portion of your income to be automatically transferred into investment accounts before you even have the chance to spend it. This makes building wealth your default setting. It is a non-negotiable pact with your future self. Finally, redefine your concept of luxury. The ultimate luxury is not a material object. It is freedom. It is the freedom to choose your work, to spend your time with loved ones, to pursue your passions without financial anxiety. It is the peace of mind that comes from knowing you have a fortress of assets protecting you from the storms of life. This form of luxury, the luxury of autonomy, is the true prize. Let this principle settle into your subconscious. The goal is not the ephemeral applause for a performance of wealth. The goal is the deep, abiding security of its actual structure. Wealth is silent. It does not need to announce itself. It simply is. As you drift deeper into rest, envision your financial life not as a stage, but as a deep, solid foundation built block by block in quiet confidence far from the watching eyes of the world.
Every dollar is a soldier.
This happens not only through the new capital you add, the fresh reinforcements you provide from your own labor, but from the Army's own internal self-replicating efforts. This is the quiet miracle of wealth creation, happening while you work, while you eat, and most importantly, while you sleep. To apply this law is to change your role from a laborer to a commander. You begin to see the world not just through the lens of earning, but through the lens of deploying. Every financial decision becomes a strategic one. Before making a purchase, you can ask yourself a simple, powerful question. Am I spending this soldier, or am I deploying it? Is this mission a final expenditure, or is it an investment in my army's future strength? This does not mean living a life of extreme austerity. A wise general knows that morale and supplies are important, but it does mean living with profound intention. It means understanding that the $100 spent on an impulse buy is not just $100. It is 100 soldiers, with all of their future descendants, the prisoners they would have captured and conscripted for decades to come, now permanently removed from your service. So as you drift deeper now into a state of peaceful rest, visualize this concept. See your savings and investments not as a static number on a screen, but as a loyal, disciplined army. It is standing at attention, awaiting your next command. Your role is simply to be its thoughtful general, to deploy it wisely, and to allow it the time it needs to grow. Let go of the anxiety of earning and embrace the calm confidence of command. As you rest, they work. As you dream, they build. Every dollar, a soldier, quietly securing your future peace.
Level 9. Automate your savings. Welcome. In our journey toward financial clarity, we now arrive at a principle of profound simplicity and immense power. We call this Level 9. Automate your savings. This is not a complex financial instrument or a speculative strategy. Rather, it is an elegant system designed to align your actions with your intentions, using the very infrastructure of modern banking to serve your highest goals. It is the practice of removing your own fallible moment-to-moment decision-making from the essential task of building your future. To truly appreciate the elegance of this system, let us briefly consider its history. For most of human history, saving was a deliberate physical act. It involved setting aside coins in a jar or taking physical currency to a bank teller and manually depositing it into a passbook. Each act of saving required a conscious choice, a moment of discipline, and a physical effort. While noble, this process was fraught with friction. It relied entirely on an individual's willpower, which, as we know from behavioral science, is a finite and easily depleted resource. A difficult day, an unexpected temptation, or simple forgetfulness could derail the best of intentions. The revolution began quietly, not in the halls of investment banks, but in the back office processing of payroll. The advent of direct deposit in the latter half of the 20th century was the first critical step. For the first time, income could arrive in an account without a physical check ever touching our hands. The next logical evolution was the automated transfer. The same electronic rails that allowed money to flow in could be programmed to make it flow out, not to a bill collector, but to another account owned by you. This seemingly minor technical capability fundamentally changed the nature of personal finance. Saving could now be transformed from a recurring action into a predetermined, automated event. The mechanism itself is beautifully straightforward. It is a standing instruction you give to your financial institution. The process typically begins with your primary checking account, the digital hub where your income arrives. From this account, you establish a recurring transfer. You choose an amount, a destination, and a frequency. The destination is a separate account, deliberately siloed away from your daily spending. This could be a high-yield savings account for an emergency fund, a brokerage account for long-term investments, or a dedicated retirement vehicle. The frequency is typically timed to coincide with your pay cycle, perhaps a day or two after your salary is deposited.
Once this instruction is set, the system takes over. On the appointed day, without any further intervention from you, the specified amount of money is moved from your transactional account to your savings or investment account. The act of saving happens before you have a chance to deliberate, before you check your balance and decide what you can afford to save. This reframes the entire equation. Instead of saving what is left after spending, you are spending what is left after saving. This is the very essence of the pay yourself first philosophy, executed with flawless, robotic consistency. The application of this principle in your own life is a quiet act of empowerment. It begins with a single, conscious decision to set up the transfer. You might start with a modest sum, an amount so small you will scarcely notice its absence from your daily cash flow. The key is not the initial amount, but the establishment of the system itself. Once the automation is active, it begins its silent work. Week after week, month after month, the process repeats. A small stream of capital is diverted, steadily accumulating in an account dedicated to your future self. The psychological benefits are as significant as the financial ones. Automating your savings removes a source of recurring stress and decision fatigue. There is no longer a monthly debate with yourself, no feeling of guilt if you fail to save, no temptation to spend the funds on a whim. Instead, there is a deep and abiding sense of security. You have created a system that is always working on your behalf, a silent, diligent partner in your financial well-being. It is a testament to the idea that the most effective long-term strategies are not those that require heroic effort, but those that are built into the very fabric of our daily lives, operating seamlessly in the background. This is the quiet power of Level 9.
Welcome. As we continue our journey through the fundamental laws of wealth, we arrive at Level 10. Let this be a moment of profound recalibration, a quiet shift in perception that will settle into your subconscious as you drift deeper into rest. Tonight, we explore a principle that is not about earning more, but about understanding what you already earn in its truest form. This is Level 10. Understand the price of things in hours of your life. In our modern world, we have become fluent in the language of currency. We know the price of a gallon of milk, a new smartphone, a monthly rent. We see these as numbers on a screen, as paper and coin exchanged. But this is an abstraction, a convenient and necessary one, but an abstraction nonetheless. Money is not the ultimate price. It is merely the medium of exchange. The true, fundamental resource you are spending is your life, your finite, unrecoverable, and precious time. Consider the origin of this concept, a wisdom that predates our complex financial systems. Think of our ancestors. To build a shelter, one did not spend dollars, one spent days of labor. To acquire food, one did not use a credit card. One spent hours hunting or foraging. The connection between effort and reward, between life energy spent and value received, was direct and visceral. This law asks us to reconnect with that primal understanding. The mechanism for this mental shift is a simple yet powerful calculation. It begins by determining your real hourly wage. This is not the number written on your employment contract. Your real wage accounts for the hidden time and costs associated with your profession. You must begin with your take-home pay after all taxes and deductions. Then, you must tally the total number of hours you truly dedicate to your work. This includes your commute to and from your workplace,
It includes the hour you might spend each evening decompressing from the stress of the day. It includes the time spent answering emails after hours, preparing your clothes for the next day, and any unpaid overtime. You must also subtract work-related expenses that are not reimbursed: special clothing, transportation costs, lunches you wouldn't have otherwise purchased. When you divide your real net income by this total sum of hours, you are left with a number. This is your life energy rate. This is the true monetary value of 1 hour of your existence. Now, with this new currency in mind, you can begin to apply it. That $100 pair of shoes is no longer just $100.
If your life energy rate is, say, $20 per hour, that pair of shoes costs you 5 hours of your life. That $1,000 smartphone is not $1,000, it is 50 hours of your life. More than a full week of your focused professional effort traded for a device that will be obsolete in a few years. This is not an exercise in deprivation. It is an exercise in intentionality. The question is no longer, can I afford this? But rather, is this object, this service, this experience worth this portion of my finite life? You may find that a $5 specialty coffee, which might cost you 15 minutes of your life, is a trade you are happily willing to make each morning for the ritual and pleasure it provides. Conversely, you may realize that a luxury car costing you thousands of hours, perhaps 2 or 3 full years of your working life, is a trade that feels profoundly unbalanced. By translating monetary cost into life cost, you strip away the influence of marketing and social pressure. An item is no longer desirable because it is popular or prestigious. It is desirable only if it is worth the irreversible expenditure of your time on this earth. This simple mental translation creates a natural and effortless filter for your decisions. It aligns your spending with your deepest values. You begin to see experiences, travel, education, time with loved ones as possessing a much higher return on your invested life hours than fleeting material goods. As you drift into a peaceful and restorative sleep, let this concept settle within you. Allow your mind to begin this quiet translation. The price tag is not the truth. The truth is the clock. The truth is the finite number of sunrises and sunsets you have been given. By understanding the price of everything in the hours of your life, you do not become miserly. You become sovereign. You become the conscious director of your own precious, irreplaceable time. You are not just managing money. You are curating a life.
Level 11. Master delayed gratification. Welcome. As we settle into this space of learning and rest, we arrive at level 11. Allow your mind to gently focus on a principle that forms the bedrock of all significant achievement. This is the law of delayed gratification. Imagine a seed. Held in your hand, it is a small, immediate thing. You could crush it, discard it, or consume it for a minuscule amount of energy. This is the path of instant reward. But the master of wealth, the architect of a lasting future, sees not just the seed, but the towering tree it is destined to become. They understand that to realize that future, the seed must be buried, nurtured in darkness, watered with patience, and protected with discipline. This, in its essence, is delayed gratification. It is the cognitive and emotional ability to resist the temptation of an immediate, smaller reward in order to receive a larger or more enduring reward later. It is the quiet, internal negotiation between your present self and your future self. The present self is driven by impulse, by the immediate dopamine hit of a purchase, a pleasure, a moment of ease. The future self, however, is the beneficiary of discipline, the inheritor of wise choices made today.
Mastering this law is about honoring that future self. To truly understand its power, we can look to the landmark psychological studies conducted at Stanford University in the late 1960s and early 1970s by psychologist Walter Mischel. In what became famously known as the marshmallow experiment, a child was placed in a room with a single marshmallow on a plate. The researcher offered a deal. They could eat the one marshmallow now, or if they could wait for 15 minutes until the researcher returned, they could have 2 marshmallows. The results, tracked over decades, were profound. The children who were able to delay gratification, who waited for the second marshmallow, tended to have better life outcomes. They achieved higher test scores, demonstrated greater social competence, and were better able to cope with stress and frustration later in life. This isn't a simple story of willpower, but a deep illustration of how the ability to manage one's impulses is intrinsically linked to long-term success. The mechanism behind this is a fascinating dialogue within our own neurobiology. It is a gentle contest between 2 core parts of the brain. The limbic system, our ancient emotional brain, screams for immediate satisfaction. It is the source of our cravings and impulses. In contrast, the prefrontal cortex, the more evolved, rational part of our brain, is the seat of planning, reasoning, and self-control. It is the CEO of the mind, capable of envisioning the future and understanding that the greater reward is worth the wait.
Every time you choose to save rather than spend, to invest rather than consume, you are strengthening the neural pathways that empower your prefrontal cortex. You are training the muscle of patience. In the realm of wealth creation, this principle is not merely helpful, it is indispensable. It manifests in every sound financial decision. It is the choice to automatically transfer a portion of your paycheck into an investment account before you even have the chance to spend it. It is the discipline to continue investing in a sound strategy during market downturns, resisting the panic to sell. It is the entrepreneurial spirit of working for years to build a business, forgoing immediate comforts and stable paychecks for the promise of a much larger, self-determined future. The most powerful financial force in the universe, compound interest, is the ultimate reward for delayed gratification. By investing a small sum today and leaving it untouched, you allow it to grow, and then the growth itself begins to grow. It is a slow, almost imperceptible process at first, but over time, it becomes an unstoppable avalanche of wealth. This miracle is entirely inaccessible to those who demand their rewards now. It is a gift reserved exclusively for the patient. So, as you drift deeper, let this understanding settle within you. Delayed gratification is not about deprivation. It is not about a life of austerity. It is about strategic patience. It is the profound wisdom of planting a tree whose shade you may not sit in for many years. It is a quiet power, a gentle discipline that separates fleeting success from enduring wealth. It is the understanding that the greatest rewards are not seized in a moment of impulse, but are cultivated over a lifetime of intention. Rest now, knowing you are building the foundation for that magnificent future.
Live on last year's income. Welcome. As you settle into a state of rest, allow your mind to gently focus on our next principle. We have arrived at level 12. Let this concept wash over you, not as a command, but as a soothing observation of a fundamental law of financial peace. Level 12 is simply this: live on last year's income. Take a slow, deep breath. Consider the common state of financial existence. Most individuals operate on a just-in-time delivery system for their lives. Income arrives, and it is immediately allocated to the expenses of the present moment. The energy of this week's work pays for this week's needs. It is a tightrope walk, a state of constant tension where one's present stability is precariously balanced on the immediate future's earnings. It is a cycle that generates a subtle, background hum of anxiety, a frequency of uncertainty that can disturb even our deepest moments of rest. Level 12 offers a profound paradigm shift. It is a gentle dislocation of time. To live on last year's income is to sever the frantic link between immediate work and immediate survival. It is to grant yourself the profound gift of a one-year buffer. Imagine for a moment that all the money you will earn in this current calendar year is not for this year's expenses. It is, instead, the resource pool for the year that is to come. Your current lifestyle, your housing, your food, your leisure, your commitments is entirely funded by the money you have already earned, the work you have already completed. This principle is not a modern invention. It is an echo of ancient wisdom. Before the advent of salaried jobs and digital transfers, human existence was tied to the rhythms of the earth. The farmer did not eat the seeds he was planting. He and his family lived through the winter on the harvest of the previous autumn. They subsisted on what was already in the granary. This was not a strategy for wealth. It was the fundamental law of survival. It created a resilience against a bad harvest, a drought, or a blight. It was a built-in temporal buffer, a one-season lag that provided security. Level 12 is the modern application of this agrarian, time-tested wisdom. Let us explore the mechanism. The first year of implementing this principle is, of course, the most challenging. It requires the building of the bridge. It requires a period of diligent saving, of living on less than you make, until you have accumulated an amount equivalent to 1 year of your expenses. This accumulated sum becomes your operational fund for the following year. But once this bridge is built, the system becomes a self-perpetuating engine of tranquility and wealth. Consider the psychological effect. When you live on last year's income, the fear of a sudden job loss, an unexpected client departure, or a market downturn is fundamentally diminished. You are no longer standing at the edge of a financial cliff. Instead, you are standing in a wide open field with a full year to assess the changing landscape, to plan your next move, to retrain, to pivot, to rest, without the pressing immediate terror of financial collapse. This absence of fear is one of the purest forms of wealth. It is the freedom to think clearly, to make decisions from a place of stability, not desperation. Now, observe the wealth creation component. It is elegant in its simplicity. When you receive a raise, a bonus, or an increase in business profits in the current year, you do not feel its effect immediately. Your lifestyle is still calibrated to the income of the previous year. Therefore, 100% of that increase is automatically saved. It flows into the reservoir that will become next year's living fund. This creates a forced, frictionless savings mechanism. You are not relying on discipline or willpower to save the extra income. The system does it for you. Your wealth and your buffer grow in tandem, quietly, in the background, while your life continues in a state of calm equilibrium. To apply this, you begin by creating a separation. You establish two primary accounts. One is the accumulation account, where all of your current year's income is deposited. You do not spend from this account. The second is your operating account, from which you live. At the beginning of the year, you transfer your total income from the previous year, your granary, into this operating account. This is your budget for the next 12 months. The system itself enforces the discipline. As you drift now, let this idea settle into your subconscious. The idea of a one-year gap, a temporal space between earning and spending. See it not as a deprivation, but as a vast expanse of security, a moat of time and resources around your life. This is the peace that allows for deep, restorative rest. The knowledge that you are living on what is certain, on work already done, on value already created. You are insulated from the shocks of the immediate future.
You are operating from a position of profound, unshakable stability. This is level 12, a foundation of security built on the simple, elegant architecture of time. Allow this feeling of security to anchor you as you drift deeper, deeper into peaceful sleep. Separate your needs from your wants. Welcome. Let us settle in and turn our attention to one of the most fundamental, yet profoundly challenging, skills for a well-ordered mind. We arrive now at level 13, the art of separating your needs from your wants. This is not an exercise in austerity or self-denial. Rather, it is a practice of clarification, an act of liberation that allows you to navigate the world with intention, peace, and a quiet, unshakable strength. To begin, we must first establish a clear conceptual framework. What, precisely, is the difference between a need and a want? At its core, a need is a requirement for survival and fundamental well-being. Think of these as the non-negotiable pillars of a healthy existence. Physiological needs, like clean air, water, nutritious food, and adequate shelter. The need for physical safety and security. The need for basic human connection and belonging. These are the universal imperatives hardwired into our biology. Without them, we cannot function. A want, on the other hand, is a desire. It is a preference, an inclination, often shaped by culture, advertising, and personal history. Wants are not essential for our survival, but for the satisfaction of our ego, our comfort, or our pursuit of a particular form of pleasure. The line, of course, can become blurred. The need for food can morph into a want for a specific, expensive meal at a fashionable restaurant. The need for shelter can become a want for a larger house in a more prestigious neighborhood. The need for connection can be twisted into a want for 1,000 likes on a social media post. Needs are the foundation of the house. Wants are the ornate decorations. You can live a full life in a sparsely decorated home, but you cannot live in one with no foundation. This discerning practice is not a modern invention. Its roots run deep into the soil of ancient philosophy. The Stoics, from Seneca to Epictetus, built their entire ethical system around this very distinction. They argued that a tranquil life, or apatheia, could only be achieved by focusing on what is essential and within our control, while treating everything else, wealth, reputation, even pleasure, as a preferred indifferent. It is preferable to have them, but our well-being does not depend upon them. Similarly, the Epicureans, often misunderstood as hedonists, advocated for a life of simple pleasures. They understood that the frantic pursuit of intense, fleeting wants often leads to more pain and anxiety than satisfaction. True, sustainable pleasure, they argued, was found in the simple fulfillment of our natural and necessary needs. In the 20th century, psychologist Abraham Maslow gave us a more scientific model with his hierarchy of needs. He illustrated that our foundational physiological and safety needs must be met before we can effectively pursue higher-level needs like esteem and self-actualization. This hierarchy demonstrates that our wants often operate in the higher, more abstract realms, while our true needs form the bedrock of our existence. So, what is the mechanism for this separation in our daily lives? How do we perform this delicate internal surgery? The primary tool is the conscious pause. When a desire arises,
For a new gadget, a particular experience, a form of validation, the first step is not to act, but to simply observe. Create a space between the stimulus of the desire and the impulse to respond. Within this space, we can begin a gentle inquiry. Ask yourself, is this object or experience essential for my physical or mental health? What would happen truly if I did not acquire this? Often the answer is nothing of consequence. Dig deeper. Ask, what feeling am I actually trying to purchase? Am I seeking comfort, a distraction from boredom, a sense of status, or a feeling of belonging? This is the crucial question, for it reveals that a want is often a misguided strategy to meet a legitimate underlying need. The want for a luxury car might be a strategy to meet the need for respect. The want for endless online shopping might be a strategy to soothe a need for comfort and security. By identifying the true need, you can then ask a final, powerful question. Can this need be met in a more direct, sustainable, and authentic way? The application of this practice transforms every facet of your life. Financially, it is the pathway to freedom. When you allocate your resources primarily to your needs and a few highly intentional wants, you escape the hedonic treadmill of consumer culture. You build security not through accumulation, but through sufficiency. Mentally, it declutters the mind. The constant, low-grade hum of wanting creates a state of perpetual dissatisfaction. By consciously filtering these desires, you reduce decision fatigue and the anxiety of comparison. Emotionally, it cultivates resilience. When your happiness is not contingent on the fulfillment of every ephemeral want, you become less fragile, less susceptible to the whims of fortune or the opinions of others. Your sense of well-being becomes an internal state, not an external acquisition. Ultimately, separating your needs from your wants is an act of profound self-respect. It is the declaration that your inner peace is more valuable than any fleeting pleasure, and that your life will be built not on the shifting sands of desire, but on the solid rock of your true essential self. This is the quiet power of level 13.
It is the restriction of being chained to a job you despise because you cannot afford to leave. It is the restriction of saying no to opportunities, to travel, to learn, to start a business because your resources are already claimed by debt and disorganized spending. This is not freedom. It is a modern form of servitude where the masters are interest payments and financial anxiety. Financial discipline systematically dismantles this prison. Each dollar saved is a brick in your wall of security. Each debt paid off is a chain link broken. The budget is not a set of rules meant to punish you. It is the blueprint for your escape. It is you telling your money where to go instead of wondering where it went. With time, this disciplined approach blossoms into undeniable freedom. It becomes the freedom to weather an unexpected storm, a job loss, or a medical emergency without collapsing into panic. It becomes the freedom to change careers, to pursue a passion that may initially pay less but offers far more fulfillment. It becomes the freedom of time, the ability to work because you want to, not because you have to. Ultimately, it is the freedom to say yes to your own life, to your deepest values and aspirations. Therefore, see financial discipline not as a cage, but as the key. It is the structure that supports true liberty. It is the riverbank that guides the water, allowing it to flow with immense power and direction rather than dissipating into a shallow, aimless swamp. The temporary restriction of impulse is the small price paid for the permanent freedom of choice. Embrace the structure, and in doing so, find your wings.
Level 15. Track your net worth. As we gently drift from the previous level, allow your mind to settle into a state of receptive calm. We now arrive at level 15, a principle of profound clarity and quiet power. Track your net worth. Let this concept not be a source of anxiety, but rather a form of financial meditation. Think of it as a quiet compass, a single honest number that tells you exactly where you stand in your economic journey. It is the North Star by which you can navigate the vast ocean of your financial life. The concept of net worth is elegantly simple in its construction, yet deeply revealing in its meaning. It is the total value of your assets, everything you own that has monetary value, minus the total value of your liabilities, which are your debts and obligations. Assets minus liabilities equals net worth. This is the fundamental equation of your financial self. It is not a measure of your income, which is merely the flow of water into your reservoir. Net worth is the measure of the reservoir itself. It is a still photograph capturing a moment in time, revealing the accumulated result of every financial decision you have ever made. The practice of such accounting is not a modern invention, it is an ancient discipline. The Roman Empire conducted censuses not just of people, but of property and wealth to understand the financial health of the state. The great merchant families of Renaissance Italy, like the Medici, rose to power through their meticulous understanding of their balance sheets, a practice perfected by the Franciscan friar Luca Pacioli, the father of modern accounting. For centuries, this level of financial self-awareness was the exclusive domain of kingdoms, churches, and corporations. But today, this powerful tool of clarity is available to the individual. It is the democratization of the balance sheet. The mechanism for this practice is a quiet ritual of enumeration. First, you turn your attention to your assets. With a calm and objective mind, you list them. There is the cash in your bank accounts, the liquid foundation of your financial life. There are your investments, stocks, bonds, mutual funds, retirement accounts, the seeds you have planted for future growth. There is the equity in your home, the physical shelter that also serves as a store of value, and there are other significant possessions, such as vehicles or valuable collectibles. You assign a fair market value to each, creating a comprehensive inventory of the resources you command. Next, you turn your attention, with equal dispassion, to your liabilities. These are your obligations, the mortgage on your home, the loans for your education, the balance on your credit cards, the financing for your car. These are not symbols of failure, but rather records of leverage and consumption. You list them with the same meticulous care as your assets, acknowledging each one without judgment. Then, the simple act of subtraction. From the grand total of your assets, you subtract the grand total of your liabilities. The resulting number is your net worth. It may be positive, it may be negative. The initial number is not a grade or a final score, it is merely a coordinate. It is your "you are here" marker on the map of wealth creation. The true application of this knowledge lies not in a single calculation, but in its observation over time. Tracking your net worth quarterly, or perhaps semi-annually, transforms a static number into a dynamic story. It reveals the trajectory of your financial life. Is the number growing? This indicates that your assets are appreciating, your debts are decreasing, or a combination of both. You are building wealth. Is it stagnant or declining? This provides invaluable feedback, a gentle signal that your financial habits may need adjustment. This practice provides a clarity that cuts through the noise of daily income and expenses. It forces you to see the entire picture, guiding your decisions with a long-term perspective. It helps you answer critical questions. Should I focus on aggressively paying down debt, or should I prioritize investing? Am I acquiring assets that appreciate, or am I accumulating liabilities? So as you settle deeper into stillness, let the idea of tracking your net worth become a peaceful, private ritual. It is not about comparing yourself to others. It is a conversation with your past, present, and future self. It is the act of becoming a conscious cartographer of your own economic landscape, charting your course toward the shores of financial sovereignty.
Level 16. Set clear financial goals. Welcome. As we continue our journey through the architecture of financial well-being, we arrive at a foundational pillar, a principle that transforms abstract desire into tangible reality. We have previously discussed the tools of finance, the budgets, the accounts, the investment vehicles. Now we must turn our attention to the blueprint they are meant to serve. This is level 16, setting clear financial goals. To begin, let us consider the fundamental difference between a wish and a goal. A wish is a passive, formless desire. I wish I had more money, or I hope to be wealthy someday. It is a cloud in the sky, pleasant to observe but offering no direction, no substance. A goal, in contrast, is an act of deliberate creation. It is a destination consciously chosen, plotted on a map with a specific route and timeline for arrival. In the world of personal finance, navigating without clear goals is akin to being a ship at sea without a rudder or a compass, subject to the whims of every current and every passing storm. You may be moving, but you are not progressing. The practice of formal goal setting has its intellectual roots not in ancient philosophy, but in 20th century management science. Thinkers like Peter Drucker and Edwin Locke revolutionized organizational psychology by demonstrating a powerful empirical link between specific, challenging goals and high performance. What they discovered in the context of corporations holds a profound truth for the individual. Clarity is a catalyst for action. When a goal is vague, the path to achieving it is equally obscure. But when a goal is defined with precision, the steps required to reach it begin to illuminate themselves. So, how does this mechanism function on a neurological level? When you set a clear, compelling goal, you are essentially programming your own mind. You are providing your brain's reticular activating system, the filter that determines what you pay attention to, with a new set of instructions. Suddenly, you begin to notice opportunities, information, and resources relevant to your goal that were previously invisible. A conversation about saving strategies, an article on investing, a chance to reduce a recurring expense. These now stand out from the noise of daily life. Furthermore, a well-defined goal simplifies the complex calculus of financial decision-making. Faced with a choice, an impulse purchase, an extravagant vacation, you no longer ask, "Can I afford this?" Instead, you ask a more powerful question. Does this move me closer to or further from my goal? This reframing provides an internal locus of control, transforming you from a passive consumer into an active architect of your future.
The most effective framework for crystallizing your financial ambitions is the widely recognized acronym SMART. It provides a simple yet robust checklist to ensure your goals are not mere wishes. First, a goal must be specific. Save for a down payment is a start, but save $20,000 for a down payment on a 2-bedroom condominium in my target neighborhood is a destination. Second, it must be measurable. You must be able to track your progress. $20,000 is a measurable quantity. You know precisely when you are 25%, 50%, or 100% of the way there. This provides crucial feedback and maintains motivation. Third, it must be achievable. The goal should stretch you, but not be so outlandish that it invites discouragement. Setting a goal to save $1 million in a year on a $50,000 salary is not a goal, it is a fantasy that will quickly lead to burnout. Assess your income, expenses, and timeline realistically. Fourth, it must be relevant. Does this goal genuinely align with your core values and life vision? Saving for a luxury car you don't truly need may not provide the same deep intrinsic motivation as saving for a child's education or achieving the freedom of early retirement.
The why behind the goal is the fuel that will sustain you. And finally, it must be time-bound. A goal without a deadline is a dream that will forever be deferred. I will save $20,000 in 36 months creates a sense of urgency and provides a clear structure for your plan. It allows you to break the large goal down into smaller, more manageable monthly or weekly targets. The application, then, is a process of translation. You begin with your broad life aspirations. Then you categorize them. Short-term goals, like building a 3-month emergency fund within 1 year, medium-term goals, like saving for that down payment in 3 to 5 years, and long-term goals, such as accumulating a retirement nest egg of $1.5 million by age 65. Take each of these and run it through the SMART framework. Write it down. Place it somewhere you can see it regularly. This physical act of inscription solidifies the intention. Your goals are no longer ephemeral thoughts. They are commitments. They become the governing principles of your financial plan, dictating how you budget, how much you save, and how you invest. Every financial action you take can then be measured against these clear, self-defined objectives. This is the essence of financial intentionality. It is the art of telling your money where to go, instead of wondering where it went.
Don't inflate your lifestyle with every raise. Welcome. Settle into your space and allow your mind to become quiet and receptive. We continue our journey through the fundamental laws of wealth creation. Tonight, we arrive at level 17, a principle that acts as a quiet guardian at the gate of your financial future. It is a simple mandate, yet its power is profound. Level 17. Do not inflate your lifestyle with every raise. Consider for a moment the natural flow of water. When the rains come and a river swells, it does not immediately widen its banks. It first deepens its channel, gaining power and momentum. Only with sustained, significant increases does it carve a new, wider path. Your income is this river. Your lifestyle represents the banks. The crucial error, the one that keeps so many from achieving true financial independence, is to widen the banks with every small rain shower. This phenomenon is known in financial literature as lifestyle inflation or lifestyle creep. It is the subtle, almost imperceptible tendency for one's spending to increase in direct proportion to their income. You receive a 5% raise and soon find your monthly expenses have also risen by 5%. The new car payment, the more expensive dinners, the upgraded subscription services, they quietly absorb the surplus, leaving you in the exact same financial position as before, only with a more gilded cage. The mechanism behind this creep is deeply rooted in human psychology. It is driven by a concept known as the hedonic treadmill. As humans, we have a remarkable ability to adapt to our circumstances. The thrill of a new luxury, whether it is a larger home or a finer watch, is fleeting. Soon, that luxury becomes the new baseline, the new normal. To experience the same level of satisfaction, we require another upgrade, and so we continue running on this treadmill, working harder and earning more, simply to maintain a constant state of emotional equilibrium. This is compounded by social comparison. As you advance in your career, you are often surrounded by peers who are also upgrading their lifestyles. Their new car in the company parking lot or vacation photos from an exotic locale can create a subconscious pressure to keep pace, to signal your own success in a similar material fashion. We are social creatures, and the desire to belong and be seen as successful is a powerful, primal driver.
This gap, this surplus, is the raw material of wealth. It is the seed capital for your investments, the foundation of your financial fortress. So, how does one apply this principle in a practical sense? When you receive a raise, a bonus, or any new influx of income, pause. Before you mentally allocate it to a new expense, commit to a rule. A highly effective one is the 50-50 rule. You resolve in advance that at least 50% of any new after-tax income will be directed automatically towards your investments, your debt reduction, or your savings goals. The other 50% can then be absorbed into your lifestyle.
allowing you to enjoy the fruits of your labor without sabotaging your long-term progress. By doing this, you are paying your future self first. You are treating your financial freedom as the most important bill you have to pay. Each raise then becomes a powerful accelerator, not just for your present comfort, but for the day you will no longer need to work for money at all. You are deepening the river channel before you even consider widening the banks. As you drift now, let this idea settle. Visualize that gap between your income and your expenses. See it not as a space of deprivation, but as a space of power, of freedom, of potential. With every raise, you have a choice. You can raise your standard of living, or you can raise your standard of freedom. Level 17 gently insists that you prioritize the latter. Let the gap grow. Let the surplus compound. And in doing so, you turn the fleeting joy of a single purchase into the enduring peace of financial sovereignty. Rest in this knowledge. Rest in this power.
Psychologically, consistency reshapes our very being. When you engage in an intense burst of activity, you are relying on finite resources, willpower, motivation, and adrenaline. These are powerful, but they are quickly depleted, often leading to burnout and a subsequent period of inaction that negates the initial gain. Consistency, however, relies on something far more sustainable: habit. By performing a small action every day, saving $10, reading 10 pages of a financial report, spending 20 minutes refining a skill, you are not just performing an action, you are carving a neural pathway in your brain. You are making the desired behavior automatic. It becomes easier, requiring less and less willpower, until it is simply a part of who you are. This is how sustainable systems of wealth are built, not on the shaky foundation of fleeting motivation, but on the bedrock of ingrained positive habits. Consider its application. In investing, the intense approach is to try and time the market, to find the one stock that will explode, pouring in a huge sum of capital in a high-stakes bet. The consistent approach is dollar-cost averaging, investing a fixed amount of money at regular intervals, regardless of the market's fluctuations. Over the long term, history has shown that the consistent, disciplined investor almost always outperforms the intense, speculative trader. In building a business or a career, intensity is staying at the office for 20 hours to launch a product. Consistency is spending 1 hour every single day talking to customers, making small improvements, and building relationships. The intense launch creates a splash. The consistent effort builds a loyal customer base, a refined product, and an unshakable brand. So, as you drift, let this law settle into your subconscious. Release the pressure to be intense. You do not need the grand heroic gesture. You do not need the flash of lightning. Instead, embrace the quiet power of the gentle flowing stream. Identify the small positive actions that, if done today and tomorrow and the day after, will lead you toward your financial goals. Focus only on the steady, rhythmic pace, the small deposit, the single page, the one phone call, because empires of wealth and well-being are not built in a day of frantic, intense construction. They are carved slowly and beautifully over a lifetime of quiet consistency.
The application of this law begins not with drastic change, but with quiet observation. The first step is to become a conscious observer of your own automated behaviors. What is your automatic response to boredom, to stress, to a notification on your phone? What are your daily money habits? Do you check your accounts with intention or avoid them with anxiety? Do you consume information that enriches your financial acumen or information that merely entertains? Once you have established this awareness, you can begin the deliberate process of habit design. The key is not to attempt a monumental overhaul, but to introduce what are known as keystone habits. These are small foundational habits that naturally lead to a cascade of other positive behaviors. For wealth creation, a keystone habit might be as simple as spending 10 minutes each morning reviewing your financial goals. This small act can trigger better spending decisions throughout the day, inspire you to learn about a new investment, and reinforce your identity as someone who is in control of their financial destiny. Another powerful technique is to focus on the beginning of the habit. The principle of atomic habits suggests making the new habit so small it is almost impossible not to do. Instead of committing to read more about finance,
Commit to reading 1 page per day. Instead of saving more money, automate the transfer of a single dollar each day. The goal is not the immediate result, but the casting of a vote for your future self. With each repetition, you are reinforcing the neural pathway. You are deepening the groove. You are telling your subconscious mind, this is who I am now. As you drift now deeper into a state of rest, let this law settle into your understanding. Your future wealth, your future freedom, your future peace of mind. These are not distant destinations you must race towards. They are the inevitable result of the path you are carving, right now, with the small, repeated actions of today. The future is not something that happens to you. It is something you are building, one deliberate habit at a time. Allow your mind to release the need for grand gestures and embrace the profound, quiet power of your daily routines. For in them, your entire future is being written. Protect your downside. Welcome. We have arrived at level 20 in our journey through the laws of wealth creation. As you settle in, allow your mind to become receptive and let the external world gently fade away. Tonight's principle is a cornerstone, a foundational law upon which all other levels of wealth are built. It is not about aggression or speed, but about endurance and resilience. It is level 20. Protect your downside. In the grand theater of wealth, the spotlight often shines on the spectacular gains, the meteoric rises, the tales of fortunes won with a single brilliant stroke. But the truly enduring architects of wealth understand a more subtle, more powerful truth. The secret to winning is, first and foremost, not to lose. The upside, they know, will take care of itself if and only if the downside is meticulously protected. Imagine a great oak tree. We admire its towering height, its sprawling branches reaching for the sun. But its strength, its ability to withstand storms and the passage of centuries comes not from its leaves but from its roots, hidden deep within the earth. Protecting your downside is the act of cultivating these roots. It is the unseen, unglamorous work that makes all growth possible. This principle is not born of fear, but of profound wisdom. It finds its most famous articulation in the words of the legendary investor Warren Buffett, who distilled his philosophy into 2 simple rules. Rule number 1, never lose money. Rule number 2, never forget rule number 1. This is not a literal command, as some losses are inevitable. Rather, it is a mindset. It is an instruction to prioritize the avoidance of catastrophic, permanent loss, the kind of loss that removes you from the game entirely. The historical roots of this idea run deeper than modern finance. They echo in the teachings of the Stoic philosophers like Seneca, who practiced the premeditatio malorum, the premeditation of evils. By contemplating the worst-case scenarios in advance, they were not inviting disaster, but insulating themselves from its emotional and practical shock, ensuring they could act with reason and clarity when adversity struck. So, what is the mechanism of protecting your downside? It is the conscious search for asymmetry. You seek opportunities where the potential for gain is significantly greater than the potential for loss. Your potential reward may be 10 or 50 or 100 times your potential risk. The downside is known, capped, and survivable. The upside is open-ended. This is the principle of the margin of safety, a concept popularized by Benjamin Graham, Buffett's mentor.
It means purchasing an asset at a price so far below its intrinsic value that it provides a buffer against miscalculation, bad luck, or the unpredictable tides of the market. It is buying a dollar's worth of value for 50 cents. If you are wrong about the future, your cushion protects you. If you are right, your returns are amplified. In practice, this law manifests in several ways. It is the discipline of setting a stop-loss, predetermining the point at which you will accept a small, manageable loss before it metastasizes into a devastating one. It is the wisdom of diversification, not merely to collect different assets, but to ensure that the failure of any single investment cannot sink your entire ship.
It is the prudence of holding cash, not as a dormant asset, but as a strategic tool, dry powder, that allows you to seize rare opportunities when others are forced to sell out of fear or necessity. This law extends far beyond the realm of financial markets. In your career, it means developing a rare and valuable skill set that makes you indispensable, protecting you from the downside of economic shifts. In business, it is the lean startup methodology, testing your ideas with minimal capital before going all in, thus protecting you from ruin if your initial hypothesis is wrong. In your personal life, it is the creation of an emergency fund, a simple moat of capital that protects your long-term goals from the unexpected storms of life, a job loss, a medical issue, a sudden repair. The ultimate purpose of protecting your downside is to stay in the game. Wealth is a product of compounding, and compounding requires time. A single catastrophic loss can reset the clock to zero, wiping out years or even decades of patient progress. The primary objective is not to hit a home run, but to ensure you get as many turns at bat as possible. Survival is the prerequisite. As you drift deeper into rest, let this law settle into your subconscious. It is not a call to timidity, but a call to intelligence. It is the quiet confidence of the fortress builder, the steady hand of the ship's captain navigating a storm. Protect your downside, and you create the unbreakable foundation upon which a lifetime of wealth can be serenely and securely built. Rest now, knowing that the foundation is secure. Increase your earning capacity. Welcome. As we settle into this space of quiet contemplation, we arrive at level 21 of our journey. Here, we explore a foundational law of wealth creation, a principle that acts as the very engine of your financial life, the continuous expansion of your earning capacity. Allow your mind to gently release the day's concerns. Let the rhythm of your breath guide you into a state of receptive calm. We are not here to strive or to struggle, but to understand. Earning capacity is not merely the salary you command today. That is a snapshot in time, a single data point. True earning capacity is the underlying economic potential you possess. It is the measure of the value you are capable of delivering to the marketplace, and consequently, the financial compensation you are capable of receiving. Think of it as your personal economic engine. A small, inefficient engine can only generate so much power, no matter how hard it runs. A larger, more powerful, and more efficient engine, however, can generate immense power with seemingly less effort. Our focus tonight is on upgrading that engine. Historically, earning capacity was often fixed, tied to one's station at birth, the land one owned, or a single lifelong trade learned through apprenticeship. In the agrarian age, physical strength and land were the primary determinants. During the Industrial Revolution, this shifted towards specialized mechanical skills. A skilled machinist possessed a vastly greater earning capacity than an unskilled laborer because their skill was rarer and more productive within the new economic paradigm. Today, in our interconnected, knowledge-based economy, the nature of earning capacity has undergone its most profound transformation. It is no longer a static attribute, but a dynamic, malleable asset. It is primarily a function of what you know, the skills you can apply, the problems you can solve, and the trust you can command. It is a fluid combination of intellectual capital, social capital, and your ability to adapt. Let us examine the mechanism of its expansion. Increasing your earning capacity operates on several symbiotic levels. The first, and most apparent, is skill acquisition. This is the process of adding new tools to your toolkit. But it is not about simply collecting random skills. It is about skill stacking, the strategic combination of complementary abilities. A software developer, for instance, has a certain earning capacity. But a software developer who also understands project management, user interface design, and marketing communication has stacked their skills, creating a unique and far more valuable combination. Their capacity is not merely added, it is multiplied. The second level is knowledge deepening. This is the journey from practitioner to expert. It involves moving beyond the how of a task to the why of the entire system. It is the pursuit of mastery within a chosen niche, becoming the person others seek for specialized insight. This depth creates a moat around your value, making you less of a commodity and more of a strategic asset. In a world of generalists, deep expertise commands a significant premium. The third, and often overlooked, level is the cultivation of your network and reputation. Your skills and knowledge exist within a social ecosystem. Your capacity to earn is amplified by the quality of your relationships and the strength of your reputation for integrity, reliability, and excellence. Trust is a currency, and a strong reputation is a powerful multiplier of every other skill you possess. Finally, the master key that unlocks all other levels is adaptability. The ability to learn, unlearn, and relearn is the meta skill of the 21st century. As technology and markets evolve at an accelerating pace, the most valuable capacity is the capacity for change itself. As you drift now, consider your own economic engine. There is no pressure to act, only to observe. What is one small skill you could begin to cultivate? What is an area of your work where you could seek a deeper understanding? How can you invest in the trust others place in you? The application of this law is a gentle, lifelong process. It is the quiet commitment to being slightly more capable tomorrow than you are today. It is choosing to read a book instead of watching another show. It is taking a short online course in a complementary field. It is seeking feedback with an open mind. Each small investment in your capacity compounds over time, gradually and inevitably increasing the value you can offer the world and, in turn, the rewards you can receive. Level 21 is not about working harder. It is about becoming more. It is the shift from trading time for money to investing time in your capacity to generate value. As this principle settles into your subconscious mind, feel a sense of quiet confidence. Your potential is not fixed. It is a vast, open field waiting for you to cultivate it. And with each new seed of knowledge, each new skill learned, you are not just increasing your income, you are expanding the very horizon of what is possible. Rest now in the peaceful knowledge that your capacity to grow is limitless.
Develop a valuable skill. Welcome! We have now arrived at level 22. As the external world quiets down, let your mind gently turn inward to explore a fundamental law of wealth creation, one that resides not in a vault or a market, but within you. This is the law of the valuable skill. In the grand architecture of prosperity, a valuable skill is not merely a tool for earning a wage. It is a form of sovereign capital. Unlike currency, which can be inflated, or property, which can be taxed or taken, a deeply ingrained skill is a personal asset, an intrinsic part of your being. It is the engine of value creation that you carry with you always. To understand its power, let us briefly trace its history. In pre-industrial societies, valuable skills were often passed down through generations, codified in guilds and apprenticeships. The blacksmith, the stonemason, the scribe, their skills were their identity and their livelihood, their value bound to their physical presence and local reputation. The Industrial Revolution shifted this landscape, elevating mechanical and procedural skills. The ability to operate complex machinery or manage a factory floor became the new currency of human capital. But we now exist in a new epoch. The digital age has initiated another profound shift, away from repeatable, manual tasks and towards skills that are non-fungible, creative, and cognitive. The ability to write persuasive code, to communicate a complex idea with clarity, to design an elegant user experience, or to negotiate a multifaceted deal, these are the skills that now command an asymmetrical premium. They are valuable precisely because they cannot be easily automated or outsourced to the lowest bidder. They require nuance, creativity, and a uniquely human intelligence. The mechanism by which a skill translates into wealth is governed by simple yet powerful economic principles.
The first is the classic dynamic of supply and demand. A skill that is common, such as basic data entry, will have a vast supply of practitioners, and thus its price or wage will be low. A skill that is rare, such as a specialized form of machine learning or gene editing, will have very few masters. If the demand for that skill is high, its value will be astronomical. The core of this law, therefore, is to cultivate a skill that exists at the intersection of high demand and low supply. The second mechanism is leverage. A skill, once developed, can be amplified. You can apply leverage through capital, like a gifted financial analyst managing a billion-dollar fund instead of their own small savings. You can apply it through labor, like a brilliant architect who designs a skyscraper built by 1,000 workers. And most powerfully in our modern era, you can apply it through technology and media. A single software engineer can write a piece of code that serves millions of users. A single writer can craft a story that is read by a global audience. This is the principle of scalability, the ability to divorce your output from your time. You build the system once, and it works for you again and again at near zero marginal cost. So, how does one embark on this path? The application of this law begins not with a frantic search for the hottest new skill, but with quiet introspection. The ideal skill lies at the confluence of three rivers: your innate aptitudes, a genuine fascination that can sustain you through long periods of practice, and a clear market need. It is a skill that you are not only good at, but one that you are drawn to master. Once identified, the process of acquisition is one of deep, deliberate practice. It is not about mindlessly repeating an action, but about constantly pushing the boundaries of your competence, receiving feedback, and integrating that feedback into your next attempt. It is the path from novice to practitioner to expert and finally to master. This journey also involves the concept of skill stacking. You do not need to be the number one in the world at a single hyper-competitive skill. Instead, you can become exceptionally valuable by combining 2 or 3 skills in a unique way. An engineer who is also an excellent public speaker. A data scientist who also understands human psychology. A writer who is also a master of marketing. This unique stack makes you a category of one, dramatically reducing your competition. As you drift now into a state of rest, consider this. Developing a valuable skill is the ultimate investment in yourself. It is the act of forging an internal asset that appreciates over time, that provides security in an uncertain world, and that becomes the foundation upon which all other forms of wealth can be built. It is your personal, portable mint, capable of producing value wherever you go. And with that thought, allow yourself to rest, knowing you possess the blueprint for this profound and enduring form of wealth.
Create multiple streams of income. Welcome. As we continue our journey through the fundamental laws of wealth creation, we arrive at level 23. Settle in, allow your mind to quiet, and consider the principle of multiple streams of income. Think, for a moment, of a great and ancient tree. Its stability does not come from a single, massive taproot plunged deep into the earth. While that root is important, the tree's true resilience comes from a vast, intricate network of smaller roots spreading wide, each drawing nutrients and water from different pockets of soil. If one section of earth becomes dry or barren, the others sustain the whole. The tree endures. Your financial life, to truly flourish and withstand the inevitable seasons of change, must be cultivated in the same way. The law of multiple income streams is, at its core, a principle of diversification and security. For much of the 20th century, a paradigm of a single, stable career, one primary source of income, was held as the ideal. You worked for one company, received one paycheck, and built a life upon that solitary pillar. But this model, a relatively recent invention of the industrial age, introduces a profound fragility. It makes the entire structure of your financial well-being dependent on a single point of failure. Historically, this was not the case. An agrarian family, for instance, naturally diversified. They had their primary crops, but also livestock for milk or wool, a vegetable garden for the table and the market,
and perhaps a craft like woodworking or weaving to generate income during the winter months. Each stream was a tributary, feeding into the central reservoir of the family's prosperity. The loss of one did not mean destitution. The mechanism by which multiple streams build wealth is both defensive and offensive. Defensively, it is the ultimate financial insurance policy. The unexpected loss of a primary job, a downturn in a specific industry, or a sudden health issue can be catastrophic when you rely on a single income. With multiple streams, the impact is buffered. A stream of rental income, a flow of dividends from an investment portfolio, or earnings from a small side business can provide the stability needed to navigate the storm without panic or desperation. This financial security, in turn, grants you the psychological freedom to make better, long-term decisions rather than short-term choices born of fear. Offensively, multiple streams of income act as a powerful accelerant for wealth accumulation. The foundational engine of wealth is compounding, where your assets generate earnings which are then reinvested to generate their own earnings. Additional income streams provide significantly more fuel for this engine. The profits from one venture can be used to seed another. The dividends from your stocks can be used to purchase a rental property. The royalties from a creative work can be invested back into the market. Instead of filling one bucket with a single faucet, you are filling it with many, and the bucket overflows into new buckets, creating a self-perpetuating system of growth. To apply this law, it is crucial to understand the different categories of income. There is, of course, active income, the money you earn from your primary labor, your job or main business. This is where most begin. Then there is portfolio income, generated from your investments, stock dividends, capital gains, and interest payments. Finally, and perhaps most sought after, is passive income. This term is often misunderstood. It does not mean money for nothing. It means income that flows from assets you have already built or acquired, requiring minimal ongoing effort to maintain. Think of the landlord who collects rent on a property they own, the author who receives royalties from a book they wrote years ago, the investor who owns a stake in a business but is not involved in its daily operations. The creation of these streams is not a frantic sprint, but a deliberate, patient process of construction. It begins with your primary income, living below your means to create a surplus. That surplus is your seed capital. You plant it, perhaps in a dividend-paying stock fund. You tend to it. Over time, that seed sprouts, producing its own small stream of income. You then redirect that new stream, along with more surplus from your primary work, to plant another seed, and then another. You are not merely working for money. You are building an ecosystem where your money, your assets, and your ideas begin to work for you. You are transitioning from being a laborer in the economy to being an architect of your own. This is the essence of Level 23. A resilient, diversified, and ever-growing financial life, built not on a single pillar of hope, but on a broad foundation of strategy. Your primary income should fund your investments. Welcome. Settle in, allow your body to relax, and let your mind remain open and receptive. We continue our journey through the fundamental laws of wealth creation. Tonight, we arrive at Level 24. Level 24. Your primary income should fund your investments. Let this principle settle into your awareness. It sounds simple, almost self-evident, yet it is the very bedrock upon which financial independence is built. It is the crucial bridge that connects the world of labor to the world of capital. Let us first define our terms with gentle clarity. Your primary income is the main channel through which money flows into your life. For most, this is a salary from a job, the revenue from a small business, or the fees earned from a professional practice. It is the direct result of you trading your time, your skill, and your energy for money. It is the engine of your financial life. Investments, on the other hand, are assets you acquire not for consumption, but for their potential to generate more money or to grow in value over time. They are the seeds from which future income streams will grow. Think of stocks, bonds, real estate, or a stake in a business. These are assets that work for you even while you sleep. The law of Level 24 establishes the proper symbiotic relationship between these two concepts. It dictates that the purpose of your active work, your primary income, is not merely to cover your immediate expenses and desires. Its higher purpose is to systematically acquire assets that will, one day, render that active work optional. Your job is to buy your freedom. This is not a modern financial tip, but rather an ancient and enduring principle. For millennia, the wise farmer understood this. His primary income was his harvest. He knew that if he and his family consumed the entire harvest, they would be destitute and starving by the next planting season. A crucial portion of the harvest had to be set aside, not to be eaten, but to be used as seed for the next crop. That seed was his investment. His primary income, the harvest, directly funded the asset that would ensure his future survival and prosperity. In the industrial age, as the concept of a regular wage became commonplace, this principle was often lost. Income became synonymous with spending. The weekly or monthly paycheck was seen as a resource to be depleted by the next pay cycle. This created a perpetual cycle of work, spend, work, a financial treadmill from which it is very difficult to step off of. The mechanism of level 24 is one of intentional diversion.
It is the conscious and deliberate act of creating a small, persistent channel that diverts a portion of the river of your income away from the sea of expenses and into a reservoir of investments. This is the principle often described as paying yourself first. Before the money is allocated to rent, to bills, to leisure, a predetermined portion is siphoned off and sent to work in your investment portfolio. Imagine your income as 100 units of energy that you receive each month. The conventional path is to use all 100 units to power your current lifestyle. The path of wealth creation, as dictated by level 24, is to decide that you can live comfortably on, say, 90 units. The remaining 10 units are not saved in a dormant account. They are converted into a different form of energy. They are used to purchase small pieces of companies, fractions of property, or other assets that have their own generative power. At first, the return from these 10 units will be tiny, almost unnoticeable. But over time, through the quiet, inexorable magic of compounding, those assets begin to generate their own energy. They create their own small streams of income, dividends, rent, interest, which can then be reinvested to buy even more assets. Your reservoir begins to grow, not just from the water you divert, but from the rain that falls directly into it. The practical application of this law in our modern world is elegant in its simplicity. It begins with a decision, a commitment to a percentage. It need not be large. It could be 5% or even 1% of your income. The amount is less important than the consistency of the act. You then automate the process. You set up an automatic transfer from your checking account to your investment account scheduled for the day after you are paid. By automating it, you remove emotion and willpower from the equation. The diversion becomes an unemotional, non-negotiable fact of your financial life, as regular as a utility bill. You will find that your lifestyle naturally adjusts to the remaining income. You learn to live without that small diverted portion, and soon you will not even miss it. But that small, forgotten stream of capital is quietly, diligently building your future. This law is the great separator. Those who follow it eventually transition from being just workers to also being owners. Their well-being ceases to be solely dependent on their ability to trade their time for money. They begin to build a secondary system, a financial ecosystem that supports them independent of their daily labor. As you drift now into a state of deeper relaxation, let this law find its place in your subconscious. Your primary income is the tool. Your investments are the structure. And the act of funding one with the other is the work of the architect. It is the quiet, consistent, and powerful process of building a fortress of financial security, brick by brick, paycheck by paycheck, until you are the master of your time and the owner of your life. Music swells slightly and then fades out slowly. Solve bigger problems to earn bigger rewards. Welcome. As you settle in, allow your mind to drift and absorb the lesson of level 25. This is a fundamental axiom in the architecture of value, a principle that echoes through every market,
every invention, and every great fortune. Level 25 states, solve bigger problems to earn bigger rewards. Let this idea settle gently into your consciousness. It is not a call to frantic action, but a quiet observation of a natural law as reliable as gravity. The flow of resources, of wealth, is like the flow of water. It moves from areas of high potential to low potential, and it carves the deepest channels where the gradient is steepest. In our economic world, a problem is a point of low potential, a need, a friction, a source of pain or inefficiency. A solution is the creation of a higher potential. The size of the reward is simply a measure of the difference between the two. Consider the history of human progress as a history of problem solving. In a small ancient village, the person who devises a slightly better way to carry water from the river to the settlement has solved a small problem. Their reward might be gratitude, a bit of extra food, or a respected status. They have eased a daily burden for a few dozen people. Now imagine another individual, centuries later, who engineers a system of aqueducts and pumps that brings fresh, clean water directly into the homes of an entire city. This person has solved a much, much bigger problem. They have eradicated disease, saved countless hours of labor, and enabled the city to grow and flourish. The scale and magnitude of their solution are immense, and the rewards, whether in the form of wealth, power, or historical legacy, are commensurately vast. The mechanism behind this law is rooted in two concepts, scale and impact. A bigger problem can mean one that affects more people. This is the principle of scale. Creating a mobile application that shaves 1 minute off the daily commute for 10 million people is a larger solution than one that saves an hour for just 100 people. The aggregate value created is immense. A bigger problem can also mean one that has a deeper, more profound impact on each individual. This is the principle of magnitude. Finding a cure for a rare but fatal disease, even if it affects only a few thousand people, is a solution of monumental magnitude. It addresses a problem of the highest possible consequence, life and death. The rewards for such a solution reflect this profound impact. The greatest rewards, of course, lie at the nexus of both, a solution of high magnitude that can be applied at a global scale. Think of the invention of the vaccine, the creation of the internet, or the harnessing of electricity. These were solutions to colossal problems, and they fundamentally reshaped our world, creating entire economies in their wake. So as you drift deeper into a state of rest, allow your perspective to shift. Do not ask, how can I earn more? Instead, let your subconscious gently ponder, what problems can I observe? Look not for opportunities to take, but for opportunities to give a solution, to give relief, to give efficiency, to give a moment of joy or connection. The world is a tapestry of problems, large and small, waiting for elegant solutions. The frustration of a parent trying to assemble a child's toy, the loneliness of an elderly person living far from family, the inefficiency in a supply chain that wastes food and resources, the challenge of providing clean energy to a developing nation. Each of these is a gradient, a vacuum waiting for value to fill it. This is not a call to shoulder the weight of the world. It is an invitation to see the world with new eyes, to develop an empathy for the frictions and pains of others, because within that empathy lies the seed of a great solution. The reward is not the goal. The reward is the echo. It is the universe's natural response to the creation of value. It is the measure of the problem you have solved. Focus on the problem. Fall in love with the problem. Understand its shape, its weight, its texture. The bigger the problem you choose to understand, the more significant your contribution can be. And the rewards, they will simply follow. Like a shadow follows form. Like thunder follows lightning. It is a law, a quiet, dependable, and powerful law of creation. Solve bigger problems to earn bigger rewards. Rest now and let this truth integrate into your being.
Become so good they can't ignore you. Welcome. As we continue our journey through the fundamental laws of wealth, we arrive at level 26. Let your mind relax and allow this principle to gently settle into your understanding. Level 26 is the law of undeniable value. Become so good they can't ignore you.
This deceptively simple phrase, often attributed to the actor and comedian Steve Martin, represents a profound paradigm shift in how one approaches the creation of value. It suggests moving away from the frantic pursuit of attention, from marketing, networking, and self-promotion as primary activities, and instead turning your focus inward, toward the relentless cultivation of a core skill. It is the philosophy of building a lighthouse instead of launching 1,000 ships with signal flares. Let us first examine the concept. In a world saturated with noise, with endless streams of information and countless individuals vying for opportunity, the most powerful signal is not the loudest shout, but the undeniable hum of excellence. To become so good they can't ignore you is to create a gravitational center of competence. Opportunities, clients, and capital are no longer things you must chase. They are celestial bodies pulled into your orbit by the sheer mass of your ability. Your work itself becomes your greatest advocate. Your reputation precedes you, not because of what you say about yourself, but because of the tangible, exceptional quality of what you produce. The history of this idea is as old as craftsmanship itself. Before the age of mass media, a master blacksmith, a skilled tailor, or a gifted architect did not need a sophisticated marketing strategy. Their work, embedded in the community, spoke for itself. The sword that never broke, the garment that fit perfectly, the building that stood for centuries, these were testaments to a mastery that generated its own demand. The guilds of the late Middle Ages were built upon this very principle, a structured path toward mastery where one's wealth and standing were a direct function of one's skill. Steve Martin's modern articulation simply recalibrated this ancient wisdom for an age of infinite distraction. The mechanism behind this law is rooted in the principles of deep work and compounding skill. It operates through a virtuous cycle. First, you commit to a field and engage in what author Cal Newport calls deep work. Long, uninterrupted periods of intense focus dedicated to improving a specific capability. This is the process of practicing your scales, of writing thousands of lines of code, of meticulously refining a design. As your skill increases, you produce higher quality output. This output is then observed by the market, which acts as a feedback mechanism. A positive response, a sale, a contract, a promotion, validates your skill and provides you with more complex and challenging opportunities. These new challenges, in turn, force you to grow even further, pushing the boundaries of your competence. Over years, this cycle compounds. Your skill doesn't just grow linearly, it grows exponentially, until you reach a threshold where your expertise is so rare and so valuable that you become a category of one. The application of this law to wealth creation is direct and powerful. When you are so good that you cannot be ignored, you achieve 3 critical economic advantages. First, you gain pricing power. You are no longer a commodity, competing with others on cost. You are a unique solution, and clients will pay a significant premium for the certainty and quality you provide. You move from being a price taker to a price maker. Second, you generate inbound demand. You spend less time and energy on sales and acquisition because the best opportunities seek you out. This dramatically increases your efficiency and allows you to focus on what you do best, creating value. And third, you build leverage. Your deep expertise becomes an asset that can be scaled. You can write a book, create a course, build a software product, or train a team. Your mastery becomes a foundation upon which a much larger enterprise can be constructed. So, as you drift deeper now, let this idea settle. The path to enduring wealth is not always the most visible one. It is often a quiet, internal path. The path of practice, of refinement, of a relentless dedication to craft. It is the decision to build something of such profound quality, such undeniable excellence, that the world has no choice but to take notice. It is the quiet confidence of the master, who knows that true value needs no introduction. It announces itself. Let go of the need to be seen and embrace the process of becoming truly exceptional. Become so good, they can't ignore you.
Negotiate your salary. Welcome to Level 27 of the Wealth Creation Laws. As we drift deeper into our understanding of financial architecture, we arrive at a principle that is not about markets or assets, but about the fundamental valuation of your own contribution.
Level 27, negotiate your salary. Think of this not as a confrontation, but as a quiet, reasoned calibration. It is the gentle yet firm alignment of the value you provide with the compensation you receive. Historically, the concept of a fixed salary is relatively modern, a byproduct of industrial-era standardization. Before this, compensation was a direct and fluid negotiation of worth, a barter of skill for resource. In our modern framework, the negotiation is a return to that essential dialogue, a sophisticated conversation about your unique place within the economic ecosystem. The mechanism of salary negotiation begins long before the conversation itself. It begins with a paradigm shift in your own mind. An initial salary offer is not a decree of your worth, it is simply a data point. It is the employer's opening assessment based on their budget, their understanding of the market, and their perception of the role. Your task is to introduce a more complete set of data into the equation, the data of you. This process starts with quiet, diligent research. You must become a calm, objective student of your own market value. Explore industry-specific salary surveys, consult anonymous data platforms, and, if possible, engage in discreet conversations with trusted mentors or peers. This is not about arming yourself for battle. It is about grounding yourself in fact. The goal is to arrive at a number, or more accurately, a range, that is not based on want but on evidence. You are seeking the intersection of what the market bears, what the role commands, and what your specific skills and experiences are worth within that context. The second phase of preparation is the articulation of your value. Review your professional history not as a series of job titles, but as a narrative of contribution. Where did you create efficiency? Where did you generate revenue? Where did you save costs, improve processes, or lead teams to successful outcomes? Quantify these achievements wherever possible. Transform abstract accomplishments into concrete metrics. Managed a team becomes led a team of 5 to deliver a project 15% under budget. This narrative is your evidence, the foundation upon which your reasoned discussion will be built. When the conversation occurs, it is governed by a psychological principle known as anchoring. The first number placed on the table disproportionately influences the perception of all subsequent numbers.
This is why it is often advantageous to allow the employer to make the first offer. If they ask for your expectations first, it is perfectly reasonable to respond with a collaborative framing, such as, "I'm confident we can find a number that's fair and competitive once we've discussed the role's responsibilities in more detail. However, my research indicates that a position with this level of scope typically commands a range between X and Y." Once an offer is on the table, the negotiation itself should be a dialogue, not a demand. Use language that is cooperative and forward-looking. Express gratitude and enthusiasm for the offer and the opportunity. Then present your case. You might say, "Thank you so much for this offer. I am very excited about the possibility of joining the team. Based on my experience in driving X and my qualifications in Y, which I believe will bring significant value to this role, I was anticipating the compensation would be closer to this range." And then there is the most powerful tool in your possession, the pause. After you have stated your position, simply be silent. Allow the space for the other party to think, to process, to respond. This quiet confidence is often more persuasive than any further argument. Remember, the negotiation extends beyond the base salary. It can encompass performance bonuses, stock options, signing bonuses, vacation time, or budgets for professional development. A holistic view of compensation demonstrates a sophisticated understanding of total value. The application of this law has a profound, compounding effect on your wealth. A $5,000 increase negotiated today is not just $5,000. It is the foundation for all future percentage-based raises. It is capital that can be invested sooner. Over a career spanning decades, this single, calm conversation can translate into hundreds of thousands of dollars in accumulated wealth. So, as you rest, understand that negotiating your salary is a fundamental act of financial self-respect. It is the quiet, deliberate process of ensuring the energy you expend into the world is reflected in the resources you receive in return. It is a cornerstone of a well-built financial life, a testament to the understanding that your value is not merely assigned, but mutually agreed upon.
Never trade time for money indefinitely. Welcome. As we settle into our journey of understanding, we arrive at level 28. Take a slow, deep breath and allow your mind to become receptive. Level 28 is a pivotal transition, a fundamental shift in the architecture of your financial life. The law is simple in its declaration, yet profound in its implications. Never trade time for money indefinitely. This principle addresses the most common and widely accepted form of earning a living, the direct exchange of your life's hours for a wage or a salary. It is the foundation of the modern economy, a structure born from the Industrial Revolution, where the clock, not the craft, became the primary measure of value. For a time, this trade is necessary. It is the launching pad. It provides the initial capital, the stability, and the experience required to begin the journey. But it is a launching pad, not the destination. To remain there indefinitely is to willingly inhabit a golden cage, a comfortable, predictable, yet ultimately finite existence. Let us explore the mechanism of this trap. When you trade time for money, your income is governed by a simple linear equation, your rate of pay multiplied by the hours you work. This equation has an unyielding physical limitation, the number of hours in a day. You cannot create more time. You can perhaps increase your rate through skills and promotions, but you will always be constrained by the 24-hour cycle. Your capacity to earn is therefore capped. If you stop working due to illness, fatigue, or the simple desire for rest, your income also stops. You are directly tethered to the machine of labor. Your presence is the fuel. The history of this model reveals its design. It was created for efficiency in a system of mass production, not for the liberation of the individual. The salaried employee and the hourly worker were cogs in a larger apparatus, their time a standardized, interchangeable commodity. To accept this as a permanent state is to accept that your most precious, non-renewable resource, your time, will forever be consumed to generate an income that is, by its very nature, limited. The application of level 28, therefore, is not to cease working, but to begin the process of decoupling your income from your active time. It is the conscious and deliberate transition from being an active participant in the linear equation to becoming the owner of an asynchronous system. This transition involves building or acquiring assets. An asset is something that generates income without requiring your constant hour-by-hour presence. Think of it in three primary categories. First, there are systems. This could be a business you build with processes and employees, which can operate and generate revenue even when you are not physically there. An online store, a software application, a franchise, these are systems. Second, there is capital. This is money that you put to work in investments, stocks, bonds, real estate that generate dividends, interest, or appreciation over time. Your capital works for you around the clock, in all time zones, without ever needing to sleep or rest. And third, there is intellectual property. This involves creating something once, a book, a piece of music, an online course, a patent, that can be sold or licensed over and over again, generating royalties or sales long after the initial effort of creation is complete. The path forward is to use the income from your time for money trade to methodically build these assets. You are using the old model to fund your escape into the new one. You are standing on one side of a river, earning a wage, and using those earnings to build a bridge, plank by plank, to the other side. A side where your income flows from the assets you own, not the hours you sell. This is a shift in identity, from a laborer to an investor, from a producer to an owner. It is the understanding that true wealth is not measured by the size of your paycheck, but by the amount of time your assets can sustain you without your active labor. As you drift now, let this principle settle into your subconscious. Level 28 is not a command to quit your job tomorrow. It is a gentle, persistent whisper reminding you to build, to plant seeds whose fruits you will enjoy in a future season, to construct a well that will provide water long after you have stopped carrying the buckets. Never trade time for money indefinitely. Begin the great work of decoupling, and in doing so, begin the journey toward true financial and personal freedom. Own a piece of a business. Welcome. As we continue our journey through the fundamental laws of wealth creation, allow your mind to settle and your body to relax. We arrive now at level 29, a principle that represents a profound shift in one's relationship with the economic world. Level 29 is this: own a piece of a business. Breathe in slowly, and as you exhale, release the conventional idea that your only financial tool is the wage you earn for the hours you work. This law invites you to transition from being solely a laborer or a consumer to becoming an owner. It is the critical step from trading your time for money to having your money work for you. To own a piece of a business is to hold equity. It is to possess a share, however small, in the engine of commerce itself. Imagine your salary as a single, steady stream that flows to you. It is reliable, but it is finite, limited by the hours in your day and the energy you can expend. Owning a piece of a business is like diverting a small channel from the great, powerful river of the economy into your own reservoir. You are no longer just drinking from your own stream, you are tapping into the collective flow of production, innovation, and profit. This concept, which seems so commonplace today with the existence of global stock markets, was once a revolutionary idea. For much of human history, ownership was concentrated in the hands of a very few: monarchs, landed aristocrats, or wealthy merchant families. A venture was typically owned by a single person or a small partnership. But as ambitions grew, as voyages became longer and enterprises more complex, a new mechanism was needed. The advent of the joint stock company, famously exemplified by entities like the Dutch East India Company in the 17th century, marked a turning point. It was the dawn of a new era. For the first time, the immense capital required for a massive undertaking could be raised by selling small pieces of ownership, shares, to a wide array of individuals. The risk was distributed, and so too were the potential rewards. This was not merely a financial instrument. It was a societal innovation that began the long, slow democratization of capital. Today, the mechanisms for owning a piece of a business are more accessible than ever. The most well-known path is through the public stock market, a vast, organized marketplace for fractional ownership in the world's largest companies. When you purchase a share of a company, you are not merely speculating on a ticker symbol. You are acquiring a legal claim to a tiny fraction of that company's assets and its future earnings. You become a silent partner in its successes and its failures.
Your ownership works for you in two primary ways. The first is through capital appreciation. As the business grows, innovates, and becomes more profitable, the value of your piece of it, your share, tends to increase. Think of it as planting a sapling. With time, care, and the right conditions, it grows into a mighty tree, far more valuable than the small seed from which it sprang. The second way is through dividends. This is when the company takes a portion of its profits and distributes it directly to its owners, the shareholders. This is the fruit of the tree. It is a tangible return on your investment, a direct share in the prosperity you helped to fund. When reinvested, these dividends can purchase even more shares, creating a powerful, self-perpetuating cycle of compounding growth that works silently day and night, even as you rest. To apply this law is to cultivate a new mindset. When you go to a store, you begin to see not just products on a shelf, but the publicly traded corporations that produced them. You see the intricate web of logistics, marketing, and innovation that you can now participate in as an owner, not just a customer. This law asks you to align your financial well-being with the forces of human ingenuity and economic progress. So, as you drift deeper into rest, let this concept settle within you. The shift from earner to owner. The idea of your capital, your resources, no longer being idle, but being put to work in the grand enterprise of the economy. You are not just a passenger on the ship, you are a part owner of the vessel itself, entitled to a portion of the rewards from its long and prosperous voyage. This is level 29. Own a piece of a business, and let it work for you, even and especially while you sleep.
Sell a product, not just your time. As we continue our ascent through the fundamental laws of wealth creation, we arrive now at level 30. Allow the external world to fade and let your mind attune itself to this next crucial principle. Level 30. Sell a product, not just your time. This concept represents one of the most significant paradigm shifts you can make in your economic life. For most of human existence and for the vast majority of people today, income is a direct and linear function of time invested. An hour of work for an hour of pay. A day of labor for a day's wages. This is the foundational agreement of the employee, the freelancer, the consultant. While noble and necessary, this model has an inherent, unassailable ceiling: the finite number of hours in a day. You can increase your hourly rate, but you can never create more hours. Your potential for earning is therefore fundamentally capped. To sell a product is to decouple your earnings from your time. It is the act of creating an asset that can work for you even when you are not working. Think of it as building a well from which others can draw water, paying a small fee each time rather than carrying a single bucket of water to one person in exchange for payment. You build the well once. It can serve 1,000 people or 10,000, whether you are present or not. Historically, this was the domain of the artisan who created a physical good: the potter, the weaver, the blacksmith. They sold a product, but its creation was still intimately tied to their hours of labor. The true leap occurred with the invention of scalable systems. The author who writes a book spends hundreds of hours writing, but that single effort can be replicated into 1,000,000 copies, each sold independently of the author's subsequent time. The musician who records a song labors in the studio, but that recording can be streamed billions of times, generating revenue long after the final note has faded. The mechanism behind this law is leverage. You are leveraging a system to multiply your effort. In the digital age, this leverage has become almost infinitely powerful. The marginal cost of replicating a digital product, an ebook, a software program, an online course, a piece of digital art, is virtually zero. You create the value once, and technology handles the replication and distribution. Your one-time effort can now, in theory, serve the entire global population with an internet connection. The application of this law begins with a mental shift. You must learn to see your knowledge, your skills, and your expertise not just as a service to be rendered by the hour, but as a source of value that can be codified, packaged, and sold.
Are you a graphic designer who creates logos for clients? That is selling your time. What if you also designed a set of premium logo templates and sold them on a marketplace? That is selling a product. Are you a financial consultant who advises clients one-on-one? That is selling your time. What if you created a comprehensive online course on personal finance, automating the delivery of your core principles? That is selling a product. The product does not need to be complex. It can be a simple spreadsheet that solves a common problem. It can be a guide, a meal plan, a workout regimen, a collection of presets for photo editing. The key is that it is a packaged solution to a specific problem, created once and sold multiple times. As you drift deeper into a state of rest, let this principle settle into your subconscious. The goal is not to stop working. The goal is to stop trading time for money as your only means of generating income. It is to build a library of assets, a portfolio of products, an army of small, automated value deliverers that work for you around the clock. You are moving from being an actor on the stage, performing every night, to being the playwright who earns a royalty every time the play is performed, anywhere in the world. The value you create can continue to resonate, to work, to compound long after your own efforts for the day have ceased. This is the freedom and the immense power of selling a product, not just your time. Understand compound interest. Welcome. Settle in and allow your mind to become still as we arrive at level 31 in our journey through the laws of wealth. This law is not a strategy, nor is it a secret. It is a fundamental force of the financial universe, as reliable and as powerful as gravity. Tonight, we explore the elegant and profound mechanism of compound interest. It has been called the eighth wonder of the world, a title often, though perhaps apocryphally, attributed to Albert Einstein. The quote continues, "He who understands it, earns it. He who doesn't, pays it." In this simple dichotomy lies the entire lesson. Compound interest is a double-edged sword.
capable of carving out immense fortunes or digging inescapable pits of debt. To understand it is to gain mastery over one of the most powerful tools for financial growth ever conceived. Let us begin with its simpler cousin, simple interest. Imagine you plant a seed that yields one fruit each year, and you harvest that fruit. The tree remains the same size, and your yield is constant. This is simple interest. You lend $100 at a 10% annual rate. Each year, you earn $10. After 3 years, you have your original $100 plus $30 in interest. The growth is linear, predictable, and limited. Compound interest, however, operates on a different, more organic principle. Imagine now that instead of harvesting the fruit, you plant its seeds right next to the original tree. The next year, you have more trees, which produce even more fruit, whose seeds you also plant. Your orchard doesn't just grow, the rate of its growth accelerates. This is the very essence of compounding. It is interest earning interest. Let us return to our $100 at a 10% annual rate. In the first year, just as before, you earn $10. Your new balance is $110. But here, the magic begins. In the second year, the 10% interest is not calculated on your original $100. It is calculated on the new total, $110. So you earn $11. Your balance becomes $121. In the third year, you earn interest on that $121, which is $12.10. The difference may seem trivial at first, a dollar here, a few cents there, but this is the deceptive nature of exponential growth. It begins slowly, almost imperceptibly, but given the most crucial ingredient, time, its power becomes undeniable. The growth curve steepens, arching upwards into the exponential, creating a snowball of capital that grows larger and faster as it rolls downhill through the years. This principle is not new. Rudimentary forms of it existed in ancient civilizations, but it was during the Renaissance, with the rise of sophisticated Italian banking, that its mechanics were truly codified and understood. It is the silent engine behind long-term investing, the force that powers retirement accounts, and the quiet architect of generational wealth. When you invest in a stock and reinvest the dividends, you are compounding. When you leave your money in a fund that appreciates in value, and that new higher value then continues to appreciate, you are witnessing the law in action. The formula itself has 3 key variables: the principal, which is the initial amount of money, the rate of return, and the most powerful variable of all, time. You can start with a modest sum, and with a reasonable rate of return, the relentless passage of time will perform the heavy lifting for you. This is why the wisest financial advice is often the simplest: start early. A person who invests a small amount in their 20s can easily eclipse someone who invests a far larger sum in their 40s, simply because they have given their money more years to compound. But as we drift deeper into understanding, we must remember Einstein's warning. This force is impartial. It does not distinguish between assets and liabilities. The same mechanism that builds fortunes through investment also fuels the crushing weight of high-interest debt. Credit card balances, if left unchecked, compound against you. The interest charges are added to the principal, and the next month you are charged interest on a larger balance. The snowball rolls, but it threatens to bury you. To master this level, then, is to learn to position yourself on the right side of this universal equation. It is to harness this patient, persistent force and have it work for you, not against you. It is the practice of planting seeds, nurturing them, and allowing the orchard to grow, knowing that the greatest yields come not from frantic activity, but from patient consistency. As you drift towards sleep, visualize this concept. See a single snowflake at the top of a vast snowy mountain. It begins to roll. It picks up other flakes, slowly at first. It is a small, unassuming ball. But as it continues its journey down the long slope of time, it gathers more and more snow, its mass and momentum growing exponentially until it becomes an unstoppable avalanche of value. This is the power you are learning to command.
Level 31 is the understanding that wealth is not always built brick by brick, but often grows cell by cell, multiplying on itself in the patient silence of time.
Start investing early.
Welcome! As we settle into this next phase of our journey, we arrive at level 32. Let the sounds around you fade and allow your mind to become receptive to a principle that is not so much a strategy as it is a fundamental law of financial physics. This law is elegantly simple in its instruction, yet profound in its consequence. Start investing early. This is not a law of frantic activity, but one of quiet, persistent growth, much like a redwood seedling taking root in the forest floor. The common misconception is that the most critical ingredient for building wealth is a large sum of capital. But level 32 teaches us that the most powerful asset you will ever possess is not money, but time. Time is the silent, invisible partner in every successful investment. It is the soil in which small seeds of capital grow into mighty oaks of fortune. To understand the mechanism at play, we must turn our attention to the force Albert Einstein purportedly called the eighth wonder of the world: compound interest. The concept is simple. Your investment earns a return. The following year, you earn a return not just on your initial investment, but also on the accumulated return from the year before. Your money begins to earn its own money, and then the money that was earned begins to earn its own money. It is a cascade, a feedback loop of growth that starts as a whisper and over decades crescendos into a roar. Imagine two individuals. The first, let's call her the early planner, begins investing $2,000 every year starting at age 25. She does this for just 10 years until age 35, investing a total of $20,000. Then she stops completely and never invests another penny, simply letting her investment grow. Now consider the second individual, the late starter. He begins at age 35, the exact moment the early planner stops. He invests the same $2,000 every year, but he does so for 30 years, all the way until age 65, investing a total of $60,000, 3 times the amount of the early planner. Assuming an average annual return of 8%, who do you suppose has more money at age 65? The logic of effort might suggest the late starter, who invested more money for a longer period of his own life. But the mathematics of compounding tells a different story. The early planner, with her 10-year head start, will have accumulated a significantly larger fortune. Her initial $20,000 had an extra decade to work, to multiply, to build upon itself. A decade that the late starter's larger contributions could never recapture. Her time in the market was more valuable than his money in the market. This principle is not a modern invention. Its wisdom is ancient. There is an old parable of a wise man who requests a reward from a king. He asks for a single grain of rice on the first square of a chessboard, 2 on the second, 4 on the third, and so on, doubling with each square. The king, amused by the seemingly modest request, agrees, only to find that before he is even halfway across the board, the quantity of rice required exceeds all the rice in his kingdom. This is the power of exponential growth, the very same power you harness when you begin investing early. The application of this law in your own life requires a shift in perspective. It asks you to overcome the inertia of, "I'll start when I have more money," or "I'll begin when I understand it better." The secret of level 32 is that the amount you start with is far less important than the date on which you start. Investing a small, almost unnoticeable amount today is infinitely more powerful than investing a larger, more significant amount 10 years from now. Think of it as planting a tree. The best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is right now. Your first investments are your first seeds. They may be small, placed into a simple index fund or a retirement account, but they are in the ground. And now, the patient, inexorable, and powerful force of time begins its quiet work on your behalf. While you work, while you learn, and while you sleep, your assets are beginning their long, slow, and steady process of compounding. So as you drift deeper into a state of rest, let this law settle into your subconscious. It is not a call to action for tomorrow, but a state of being for today. Understand that the greatest gift you can give your future self is the gift of time. By starting now, no matter how small, you are aligning yourself with one of the most powerful and benevolent forces in the financial universe. You are setting in motion a process that works effortlessly day and night to turn the minutes and hours of your life into the foundation of your future wealth. You have planted your seed. Now let it grow. Time in the market beats timing the market. Welcome to Level 33. Settle in and allow your mind to absorb a principle that forms the bedrock of patient, enduring wealth. Tonight, we explore the quiet, unwavering law. Time in the market beats timing the market. This maxim may sound simple, yet it contains a profound truth that has eluded countless investors who have tried to outsmart the natural ebbs and flows of economic cycles. The allure of timing the market is understandable. It speaks to our desire for control, for a perfect outcome. The idea of buying at the absolute bottom of a crash and selling at the very peak of a bubble is the stuff of financial legend. It is a siren's call, promising vast riches with perfect foresight. But like the sirens of myth, this call often leads to ruin, not reward. The pursuit of perfection becomes the enemy of the good. To understand why, we must first consider the statistical reality. Successfully timing the market does not require one single brilliant decision. It requires two. You must be correct about when to sell, and you must be correct again about when to buy back in. The probability of getting both decisions right, not just once, but consistently over an investing lifetime, is infinitesimally small. The market's movements are driven by a near infinite number of variables, from geopolitical events to shifts in consumer psychology. To believe one can consistently predict the nexus of these forces is to claim a level of clairvoyance that simply does not exist. Furthermore, academic studies have repeatedly shown a startling phenomenon. The market's best days often occur in very close proximity to its worst days. They tend to cluster together during periods of high volatility. Consider a long-term period, perhaps 20 years. An investor who remained fully invested would have captured the full, compounded growth of the market. However, if that same investor, in an attempt to avoid the downturns, missed just the 10 best-performing days of that entire 20-year span, their final returns would be cut by more than half. Miss the 30 best days, and their returns could be nearly wiped out. The cost of being wrong is catastrophic because the market's gains are not distributed evenly. They arrive in short, powerful, and entirely unpredictable bursts. By trying to sidestep the valleys, you are overwhelmingly likely to miss the ascendant peaks that follow. This brings us to the mechanism that makes time in the market so powerful, the unrelenting force of compound interest. Albert Einstein is often credited with calling it the eighth wonder of the world. Compounding is the process where your investment returns begin to earn returns of their own.
It is a quiet, almost invisible process in its early stages, but over decades it creates an exponential curve of growth. It is a snowball rolling down a very long hill. The only essential ingredients it requires are a positive rate of return and, most crucially, uninterrupted time. Every time an investor pulls out of the market to wait for a better moment, they are not just pausing their returns, they are stopping the snowball, breaking it apart, and forcing it to start its journey anew from a smaller base. The magic of compounding is lost. Beyond the cold mathematics lies the psychological dimension. Attempting to time the market forces you to operate at the peak of two of the most destructive human emotions, fear and greed. You are compelled to sell when the news is terrifying and everyone around you is panicking. This is the point of maximum fear. You are then compelled to buy back in when the market is soaring and you feel the intense anxiety of missing out. This is the point of maximum greed. This is a recipe for emotional exhaustion and poor decision-making. The law of time in the market offers an antidote. It replaces emotional reaction with steadfast discipline. It asks you to build a sound, diversified plan and then to simply allow it to work, weathering the storms with the calm assurance that history has always favored the patient. The practical application of this law is found in strategies like dollar-cost averaging, investing a fixed amount of money at regular intervals, regardless of the market's fluctuations. This automates your investment decisions, ensuring you buy more shares when prices are low and fewer when they are high, removing the impossible burden of trying to guess the perfect moment. It is an act of humility, an acknowledgement that we cannot predict the future, but we can participate in it. So, as you drift deeper into rest,
Let this principle settle within you. Wealth is not built in moments of frantic activity, but in years of quiet persistence. It is the reward not for perfect foresight, but for unwavering patience. Trust in the process. Trust in the long arc of human progress and ingenuity that the market ultimately represents. Trust in time. Buy assets, not liabilities. As we settle into the quiet of this moment, allow your mind to gently turn towards the 34th level of wealth creation. This is not a law of complexity or high finance, but one of profound and elegant simplicity. It is a quiet fulcrum upon which fortunes are built and financial destinies are rewritten. The law is this: buy assets, not liabilities. Let these words wash over you. Buy assets, not liabilities. This principle, at its core, is a fundamental shift in perspective, a recalibration of the very language we use to think about money and possessions. For generations, society has taught a different grammar. We have been encouraged to acquire things: a larger home, a newer car, the latest technology. We call these things our assets, our prized possessions. But in the lexicon of wealth, this is a dangerous misinterpretation. To understand this law, we must first redefine our terms with absolute clarity. An asset, in its purest form, is something that puts money into your pocket. A liability is something that takes money out of your pocket. It is as simple and as revolutionary as that. The distinction has nothing to do with prestige, utility, or sentimental value. It is based solely on the direction of cash flow. Consider a rental property that you own. Each month, after all expenses are paid, it generates a positive cash flow. It deposits money into your account. This is an asset. Now consider the beautiful home you live in. Each month, it requires a mortgage payment, property taxes, insurance, maintenance, and utilities. It consistently takes money out of your pocket. In the strict calculus of wealth creation, it functions as a liability. The same is true for a car. The moment you acquire it, it begins to cost you money in fuel, insurance, repairs, and depreciation. It is a liability. This idea is not new. It is an ancient truth, understood by the merchants of Venice and the landowners of feudal Japan. They understood that wealth was not found in the consumption of luxury, but in the ownership of productive systems, in ships that returned with valuable cargo, in fields that yielded a harvest, in looms that wove cloth for sale. The modern codification of this principle is simply a return to this timeless wisdom, a rejection of the consumerist paradigm that has led so many astray. The mechanism of this law is where its true power is revealed. Imagine two individuals, each with the same income. The first individual, guided by convention, uses their surplus income to acquire liabilities. They finance a luxury car, upgrade their home, and purchase expensive electronics. Their monthly expenses rise, and the money flowing out of their pockets increases. To maintain this lifestyle, they must work harder, earn more, and they become trapped in a cycle of earning to spend. Their financial life is a constant, quiet drain. The second individual, however, operates by the law of level 34. They take their surplus income and methodically purchase assets. They might buy a dividend-paying stock, a small piece of income-producing real estate, or invest in a business that generates profit. At first, the income from these assets is small, a mere trickle, but they take this trickle and use it to buy another asset and another. Slowly, a gentle current of passive income begins to flow. This current grows stronger with each new asset acquired, creating a self-perpetuating, ever-widening gyre of prosperity. Their assets are working for them, earning money even as they sleep. Their financial life becomes a self-sustaining ecosystem. To apply this law is to begin a profound mental shift. Before every significant purchase, you must learn to ask the silent question: is this an asset or a liability? Will this purchase work for me, or will it demand that I work for it? This does not mean a life of harsh austerity. It means a life of conscious priority. It means choosing to build a fortress of income-producing assets. First, a financial foundation so strong that it can easily support the lifestyle you desire, rather than a lifestyle that crushes you under its weight. So as you drift deeper into rest, let this law settle into your subconscious. Visualize your financial world not as a collection of things, but as a system of flows. See the streams of income generated by your assets flowing towards you, nourishing your financial well-being. And see the quiet outflows required by liabilities, and make a peaceful, conscious decision to minimize them. The goal is not opulence for its own sake, but freedom. The freedom that comes from knowing that your wealth is not dependent on your own constant labor, but on a silent, diligent army of assets working for you day and night. This is the peace of level 34. Buy assets, not liabilities, and allow the gentle hum of your growing assets to be the lullaby that carries you into a deep and restorative sleep.
It consistently takes money out of your pocket. By this cash flow definition, it is a liability. While it may appreciate in value over many years, its monthly function is to consume your resources, not to generate them. The same is true for a personal car, a boat, or any possession that requires ongoing payments and upkeep without producing an income. The application of this law is a profound shift in perspective. It transforms you from a consumer into an investor. Before making any significant purchase, you begin to ask the fundamental question, is this an asset or a liability? Will this acquisition serve me, or will I have to serve it? The path to wealth, therefore, is not about earning more money just to buy more impressive liabilities. It is the disciplined, quiet process of acquiring income-generating assets. You use the income from your job to buy an asset. That asset then produces its own income. You then use the combined income to acquire another asset and another. A cycle begins. A financial flywheel starts to turn, slowly at first, then with increasing momentum. Your money starts working for you, and its offspring, the income from your assets, starts working for you as well. The ultimate goal is to build a portfolio of assets whose combined monthly income exceeds your monthly expenses. This is the point of financial freedom, the point where you are no longer required to trade your time for money to survive. Your assets are funding your lifestyle. So as you drift deeper into a state of rest, let this simple law settle into your subconscious. An asset puts money in your pocket. Visualize these assets. See them as small, gentle streams of income flowing steadily towards you. A quiet, consistent hum of wealth being generated, effortlessly, while you rest. This is not a complex formula. It is a simple, elegant truth. Acquire things that pay you to own them. Let this be the foundation upon which you build your financial future. An asset puts money in your pocket.
A liability takes money from your pocket. Welcome. Settle in and allow your mind to become receptive. We now arrive at level 36 of the wealth creation laws. Let this principle sink into your subconscious, a simple, unwavering guide in the complex world of finance. Level 36. A liability takes money from your pocket. Let us repeat that, allowing the cadence of the words to find a resting place in your awareness. A liability takes money from your pocket. This law is not an opinion. It is a definition based on function, a law of financial physics that governs the flow of capital in your personal economy. Its counterpart, which we will explore elsewhere, is that an asset puts money into your pocket. For now, we focus on the drain, the quiet, persistent outflow, the nature of a liability. The conventional wisdom taught in schools and accounting classes often defines assets and liabilities in terms of ownership and obligation. An asset is something you own, a liability is something you owe. While technically correct on a balance sheet, this definition is dangerously incomplete for the individual seeking financial freedom. It describes a static snapshot, not the dynamic, living reality of cash flow. This law, level 36, reframes the entire concept. It asks you to ignore the labels of ownership and focus solely on the direction of the current. Does money flow towards you or away from you? It is a question of profound simplicity.
Consider the family home, often cited as the average person's greatest asset. Let us apply the law. Each month, the mortgage payment is due. This is money taken from your pocket. Property taxes must be paid. More money taken from your pocket. Insurance premiums, utilities, maintenance, a new roof, a broken water heater. Each is an event, a transaction that pulls resources away from you. The house, in this functional sense, is a magnificent and often beloved liability. It consistently, relentlessly takes money from your pocket. Its value on paper may increase, but that is potential, stored value. The monthly reality is cash outflow. Now consider a vehicle. From the moment you purchase it, its value begins to depreciate. It requires fuel, insurance, registration, repairs, and maintenance. Each of these necessities represents a channel through which your money flows away. The car does not generate an income. It serves a purpose, it provides convenience, but from a purely financial perspective, it is a liability. It takes money from your pocket. This law is not a judgment. It does not suggest you should live without a home or a car. To do so would be to misinterpret its wisdom. The law is a tool for identification. It is a lens of clarity through which you must view every major financial decision.
Before you acquire something, you must ask this fundamental question. Is this an asset or is this a liability? Will it feed me or must I feed it? The mechanism of wealth destruction or financial stagnation is the unconscious accumulation of liabilities. A person works hard to earn an income. Then, with that income, they purchase things that look like symbols of success. A larger house, a newer car, a boat, expensive subscriptions. Each new acquisition, while providing comfort or status, creates a new, recurring expense. It digs another small channel for money to flow out. Over time, a vast and complex irrigation system is built, but it is all flowing in the wrong direction, draining the reservoir of income as quickly as it is filled. The application of level 36 is to become a conscious gatekeeper of your cash flow. The path to wealth is not necessarily about earning more, but about directing the money you earn toward the acquisition of true assets first. You must first build the systems that put money into your pocket. Then, and only then, do you use the overflow from those systems to pay for the liabilities you desire. The wealthy individual understands the sequence. They buy assets that generate cash flow. They then use that cash flow to pay for their beautiful home, their luxury car. Their assets are buying their liabilities. The financially struggling individual does the reverse. They use their own labor, their own time, to pay for their liabilities directly. As you drift now, let this law settle deep within you. It is a compass. In any moment of financial choice, this law will provide your true north. Look at the object of your desire and see past its form, past its social meaning. See only the direction of the current. A liability takes money from your pocket. Understand this, internalize this, and you will have mastered a foundational secret to building lasting wealth. It is simple, it is profound, it is true. A liability takes money from your pocket.
Diversify your investments. Welcome to Level 37. As you settle in, allow your mind to drift towards a principle that is as ancient as commerce itself, a law of financial gravity that ensures stability in a world of constant motion. This is the law of diversification. The adage is simple, one you have likely heard whispered in various forms throughout your life. Do not put all your eggs in one basket. In the world of wealth creation, this folk wisdom is elevated to a cornerstone of sophisticated strategy. Diversification is the art and science of spreading your investments across various financial instruments, industries, and other categories. It is a deliberate act of humility, an acknowledgement that we cannot predict the future with perfect certainty. Therefore, instead of making a single concentrated bet, we build a resilient portfolio, a financial ecosystem designed to withstand the inevitable storms and seasons of the market.
This concept is not a modern invention. Its roots can be traced back to ancient texts. The Talmud, a central text of rabbinic Judaism compiled over 1,500 years ago, offered remarkably prescient financial advice. It suggested that a person should divide their assets into three parts: one-third in land, one-third in business or merchandise, and one-third kept in reserve as liquid cash. This ancient blueprint understood that land provides stability, business provides growth, and cash provides opportunity and security. Each component plays a role, balancing the others. In the 20th century, this idea was formalized through the work of economist Harry Markowitz, who developed what we now call modern portfolio theory. His Nobel Prize-winning work demonstrated mathematically that for any given level of return, there is a portfolio combination that offers the lowest possible risk. The key was not simply owning different things, but owning things whose prices do not move in perfect unison. He revealed that the true benefit of diversification comes from combining assets that are non-correlated, or even better, negatively correlated. Let us explore this mechanism. Imagine a simple portfolio with only two assets: stocks and high-quality government bonds. Historically, during periods of strong economic expansion, stocks tend to perform very well as corporate profits rise. During these same periods, the safety of bonds is less appealing and their returns may be modest. However, during an economic recession or a period of market fear, investors often flee from the perceived risk of stocks and seek the safe harbor of government bonds. In this scenario, stock prices may fall while the price of your bonds rises. One zigs while the other zags.
The bond holding acts as a shock absorber, cushioning the blow from the falling stocks and stabilizing the overall value of your portfolio. Your journey is less volatile, your sleep more sound. The application of diversification extends far beyond this simple two-asset model. A truly robust portfolio is a tapestry woven from many different threads. We diversify across asset classes: stocks for growth, bonds for stability, real estate for income and inflation protection, and commodities like gold, which can act as a store of value during times of uncertainty. Within each of these classes, we diversify further. Within stocks, you would not own shares in just one company or even in just one industry. You would spread your investments across technology, healthcare, consumer staples, energy, and financials. You would also diversify geographically, owning companies not just in your home country, but across developed and emerging markets around the globe. A slowdown in Europe may be offset by growth in Asia. For most individuals, building such a portfolio from scratch is a daunting task. This is why instruments like mutual funds and exchange-traded funds, or ETFs, have become so fundamental. These are, in essence, pre-diversified baskets. A single purchase of a broad market index fund can give you ownership in hundreds or even thousands of different companies, instantly achieving a vast level of diversification. Diversification is not a strategy for maximizing short-term gains. It is not about finding the one explosive stock that will make you a fortune overnight. In fact, by its very nature, diversification means you will never capture the absolute highest peak of any single asset's performance. But more importantly, it ensures you will never experience the absolute lowest valley either. It is a strategy of resilience. It is the financial equivalent of building a mighty ship with multiple watertight compartments. A breach in one section does not sink the entire vessel. As you drift deeper into rest, let this concept settle into your subconscious. See your wealth not as a single tower, vulnerable to a single gust of wind, but as a great fortress with many walls, many buttresses, each supporting the other. This is the path to steady, unwavering, and peaceful wealth creation. This is the wisdom of level 37.
Invest in what you understand. Welcome. As you settle into a state of comfort and rest, let your mind gently turn to the next stage of our journey. We have arrived at level 38, a principle of profound simplicity and immense power. It is a law that acts as a lighthouse in the fog of financial complexity, a steady anchor in the volatile seas of the market. The law is this: invest in what you understand. Let this idea wash over you. It is not a call for limitation, but a declaration of focus. It is a principle rooted in the ancient wisdom of knowing thyself, applied to the modern pursuit of wealth. At its heart is a concept popularized by the great investor Warren Buffett, which he calls the circle of competence. Imagine, if you will, a circle drawn on a vast, infinite plane of knowledge. Inside that circle lies everything you truly understand with depth and clarity. You know its history, its mechanics, its strengths, and its weaknesses. Outside the circle lies everything else, subjects you have a passing familiarity with, and the vast universe of things you know nothing about. The law of level 38 does not demand that you have the largest circle. It simply demands that you know precisely where the borders of your circle lie and that you operate entirely within them. The history of this principle is a history of patience triumphing over panic. During the dot-com bubble of the late 1990s, investors who followed this rule were often ridiculed. They watched as companies with no profits and no clear business models saw their stock prices soar to astronomical heights. They were told they were dinosaurs, that they didn't get the new economy. Yet they stayed within their circle. They understood businesses that sold tangible goods, that provided essential services, that had long track records of profitability. And when the bubble inevitably burst, wiping out trillions of dollars in speculative wealth, their portfolios remained resilient. Their discipline was vindicated not by being smarter, but by being more honest about the limits of their own understanding. The mechanism behind this law is both psychological and practical. When you invest in a business you truly comprehend, how it makes money, its competitive advantages, the industry it operates in, you gain a powerful analytical edge. When the market panics and the stock price falls, you are not swept away by the tide of fear. Instead, you can ask rational questions. Has the fundamental business changed for the worse, or is the market simply overreacting to short-term news? If you understand the business and believe in its long-term value, a market downturn becomes an opportunity, not a catastrophe. You can act with conviction when others are paralyzed by uncertainty. Conversely, when you invest in something you do not understand, a complex biotechnology firm, a speculative cryptocurrency, a derivative you cannot explain, you have no foundation to stand on. Your only guide is the price. When it goes up, you feel euphoric. When it goes down, you feel pure, unadulterated fear. You have no way to assess the situation, and so you are likely to sell at the worst possible moment, locking in your losses. Investing outside your circle of competence is not investing. It is gambling with the odds stacked against you. So, how do we apply this in our own lives? Begin by taking an inventory of your own knowledge. What is your profession? If you are a software engineer, you likely have a deep, intuitive understanding of technology companies. If you are a doctor, you understand the healthcare industry, pharmaceutical companies, and medical device manufacturers. Your career is a natural starting point for your circle of competence. Look also to your passions and hobbies. Are you a passionate gamer? You may have insights into video game publishers and hardware companies. Do you spend your weekends renovating your home? You have a ground-level view of building supply and tool companies. Peter Lynch, another legendary investor, championed this idea, encouraging people to invest in the excellent companies they encountered in their everyday lives. Before making any investment, ask yourself a simple set of questions. Can I explain how this business makes money to a 10-year-old in 3 sentences or less? Do I understand its competitive advantages and why customers choose it over its rivals? Can I identify the major risks that could harm this business in the next decade? If the stock price were to fall by 50% tomorrow with no new information, would I be eager to buy more, or would I be terrified? Your honest answers to these questions will tell you if you are operating inside your circle. This law is a discipline of humility. It is the serene acceptance that you do not need to have an opinion on every investment opportunity. You only need to identify a few wonderful businesses that you can understand and then act with patience and conviction. As you drift deeper into relaxation, let this principle of clarity bring you peace. There is no need to chase every trend or heed every hot tip. Your greatest advantage lies not in knowing everything, but in deeply understanding a few things. Rest in that knowledge. Rest in the quiet confidence of your own circle of competence. Reinvest your dividends. Welcome. As you settle in, let your mind become still and allow your body to feel heavy and relaxed. We have arrived at level 39 of our journey into the immutable laws of wealth creation. This law is not one of aggressive action, but of quiet, deliberate patience. It is the law of the harvest, applied to the world of finance. Level 39, reinvest your dividends. Imagine a mighty oak tree. Each year, it produces thousands of acorns. If you were to gather all these acorns and consume them, you would have sustenance for a season. But if you were to take those same acorns and plant them, you would, in time, cultivate an entire forest of mighty oaks, each producing thousands more acorns of its own. This is the simple, profound wisdom at the heart of reinvesting your dividends. Let us first understand the mechanism. A dividend is a portion of a company's earnings, a share of its profits, distributed to its shareholders. It is a reward for your ownership, a tangible return on your investment. When a dividend is paid, it arrives in your account as cash. At this moment, you are presented with a fundamental choice. The first path is consumption. You can take this cash and spend it, treating it as immediate income. The second path, the path of level 39, is reinvestment. This is the act of immediately using that dividend payment to purchase more shares of the very same company that issued it. This seemingly modest act is, in reality, one of the most powerful and elegant mechanisms for wealth creation. A quiet engine of compounding that works tirelessly in the background of your financial life. Each time a dividend is reinvested, you acquire more shares. And because you now own more shares, the next dividend payment you receive will be slightly larger. That larger dividend payment, in turn, buys even more shares. And so the cycle continues, a gentle upward spiral. It is like a snowball rolling down a long, snowy hill. It starts small, almost insignificant. But with each rotation, it gathers more snow, increasing its surface area, which allows it to gather even more snow on the next rotation. Its growth is not linear, it is exponential. Historically, this concept evolved alongside the public corporation itself. The Dutch East India Company, often cited as the first publicly traded company in the early 17th century, was also among the first to pay regular dividends. In those early days, these were physical payments. But as financial systems matured in the 20th century, companies began to offer formal dividend reinvestment plans, or DRIPs. These plans automated the process, making it effortless for the average investor to harness the power of compounding without lifting a finger. The application of this law in the modern world is beautifully simple. By enrolling in a DRI, you remove emotion and effort from the equation. You are no longer tempted to spend the small cash payments. The decision is made for you, systematically, quarter after quarter, year after year. This automation instills a powerful discipline. Furthermore, it allows you to engage in a strategy known as dollar cost averaging. When the stock price is high, your dividend buys fewer shares. When the stock price is low, that same dividend buys more shares. Over time, this smooths out your purchase price, allowing you to accumulate more ownership during market downturns, precisely when assets are on sale. Consider two investors, both beginning with the same amount in the same company. One investor takes every dividend as cash, a small but pleasant quarterly income. The other silently reinvests. For the first few years, the difference is negligible. But as time stretches on, a decade, then two, then three, a vast chasm opens between them. The first investor's holding grows only by the appreciation of the original shares. The second investor's holding has been growing from two sources: the share price appreciation and the ever-increasing number of shares themselves. The small, reinvested dividends have become a formidable army of capital, working to generate even more capital. This is the quiet, unassailable power of level 39. It is the understanding that the true fruit of an investment is not the cash it produces today, but the forest it can grow for tomorrow. It is a law of patience, of foresight, and of trusting the mathematical certainty of compounding. As you drift deeper now, let this principle settle within you. The law is not to simply own the tree, but to plant its seeds over and over again until you are the master of a self-perpetuating financial ecosystem. Low-cost index funds are your foundation. Welcome. As we settle in and allow the day to recede, we arrive at level 40 on our journey. Let the noise of the world soften and let your mind find its focus here, in this quiet space of understanding. Tonight, we speak of the foundation. In any great structure, the part you never see is the most important. It is the solid, unmoving bedrock upon which everything else is built. In the architecture of your wealth, this foundation is the low-cost index fund. Imagine for a moment the entire stock market as a vast and sprawling ocean. For decades, the conventional wisdom was to hire a seasoned captain, a fund manager, to navigate this ocean for you. This captain, with their maps and sextants, would promise to find the secret currents and hidden treasures, picking and choosing the very best destinations. For this service, they charged a handsome fee. The problem, as history has so elegantly demonstrated, is that the ocean is too vast, too unpredictable. Most captains, despite their best efforts and high fees, failed to outperform the simple, steady tide of the ocean itself. Then, in the mid-1970s, a quiet revolution began, spearheaded by a man named John Bogle. His idea was startling in its simplicity. What if, instead of trying to beat the market, you simply bought the entire market? What if, instead of hiring an expensive captain to find a few winning ships, you simply bought a tiny piece of every single ship in the fleet? This was the birth of the index fund. It does not try to be clever. It does not make bold predictions. It simply seeks to mirror the performance of a market index, like the S&P 500, which represents the 500 largest companies in the United States. It is a strategy of profound humility. It is an admission that the collective wisdom of the entire market is likely greater than the foresight of any single individual. The mechanism is one of beautiful passive efficiency. Because the fund isn't paying a team of analysts and traders to constantly buy and sell, its operating costs are extraordinarily low. This is the critical component. A fee of 1 or 2% may sound small, but over decades, it acts like a persistent, quiet drag on your returns. It is the tyranny of compounding costs, a slow leak in the hull of your financial vessel. A low-cost index fund plugs that leak. By keeping fees to a bare minimum, mere fractions of a percent, it allows your capital to compound almost entirely for your own benefit, not for the benefit of a fund management company. Its second power is profound diversification. When you own a single share of an index fund, you are not betting on the fortunes of one company. You are not exposed to a single CEO's bad decision or a single industry's downturn. Instead, you own a sliver of hundreds or even thousands of enterprises. You own the innovators and the stalwarts, the banks and the builders, the creators and the providers. This diversification is your shield. It is the broad, sturdy raft that keeps you afloat, rising and falling with the tide of the overall economy, rather than being capsized by the storm that sinks a single isolated ship. This is why we call it the foundation. It is not meant to be exciting. It will not double in value overnight. It is not the speculative venture that you tell stories about. Its purpose is different. Its purpose is to be the reliable, unshakable core of your financial life. It is the part of your portfolio that you contribute to month after month, year after year, with automatic, unthinking discipline. You buy it when the market is soaring, and you buy it when the market is falling, an approach known as dollar-cost averaging, which allows you to patiently accumulate more shares when they are cheap. You let it sit, you let it grow. You let the gentle, upward bias of human progress and economic growth do the heavy lifting for you, quietly, effortlessly, while you sleep. So as you drift deeper now, picture this foundation being laid. See it not as a complex financial instrument, but as a simple act of faith in the broad arc of human ingenuity. It is the quiet confidence that, over the long expanse of time, progress will prevail. By anchoring your wealth to this principle, you are free. Free from the need to guess, free from the anxiety of picking winners, and free from the corrosive drain of high fees. You have built your house upon the rock, and now you can rest.
Cultivate an abundance mindset. Welcome. As you settle in, preparing for a state of deep and restorative rest, we arrive at level 41. Allow your mind to become receptive,
to absorb this principle not through effort, but through gentle acceptance. Tonight, we explore a foundational law of creation, a shift in perception so profound it alters the very fabric of your reality. We will cultivate an abundance mindset. First, let us define this concept with academic clarity. The abundance mindset is a framework of thought, an internal operating system grounded in the belief that there are enough resources, opportunities, and successes for everyone. It perceives the world not as a finite pie to be divided, where one person's gain is another's loss, but as an ever-expanding universe of possibility. It is the antithesis of its counterpart, the scarcity mindset, which operates from a place of fear, competition, and a deeply ingrained belief in limitation and lack. Scarcity sees a zero-sum game, abundance sees a collaborative symphony of creation. The popularization of this concept in modern discourse can be traced significantly to the work of Stephen Covey in his seminal book, The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. However, its philosophical roots run much deeper, echoing in the Stoic focus on internal wealth over external circumstance, and in the spiritual traditions that speak of an infinite, benevolent source. It is a cousin to the psychological concept of the growth mindset, developed by Carol Dweck, which posits that our abilities can be developed through dedication and hard work. The abundance mindset simply applies this principle of growth not just to personal skill, but to the world of resources, wealth, and opportunity itself. Now, let us examine the mechanism. How does a simple shift in belief translate into tangible results? This is not a matter of magical thinking, but of profound cognitive science. Your brain contains a network of neurons known as the reticular activating system, or RAS. This system acts as a filter for the immense volume of sensory information you encounter every moment. It directs your attention to what it deems important based on your beliefs, values, and focus. When you operate from a scarcity mindset, you are programming your RAS to filter for evidence of lack. You will notice the missed opportunities, the market downturns, the successes of your competitors as threats. Your brain, in an effort to protect you, will actively highlight limitation. Conversely, when you consciously cultivate an abundance mindset, you retune this powerful filter.
You are instructing your brain to seek and identify evidence of opportunity, collaboration, and potential. You begin to notice the overlooked business angle, the potential partner in a seeming competitor, the vast resources that were always present but previously invisible to you. You are not changing the world, you are changing the lens through which you perceive it, and in doing so, changing your ability to interact with it effectively. This is neuroplasticity in action. With repetition, you are carving new neural pathways, making abundance your default cognitive state. So, how do we apply this? How do we cultivate this fertile mental soil as you drift into sleep? It begins with a practice of deliberate focus. First, embrace gratitude. Gratitude is the active acknowledgement of the abundance that already exists in your life. As you lie here, breathing gently, bring to mind 3 things from your day, no matter how small, for which you are genuinely thankful. The warmth of your bed, a conversation you enjoyed, a problem you successfully navigated. This practice trains your mind to scan for the positive, to recognize the wealth you already possess. It is the foundational exercise of an abundant mind. Second, reframe your language, both internal and external. When you encounter a desire you cannot immediately fulfill, replace the scarcity thought, "I can't afford that," with an abundance query. How can I create the value to afford that? This shifts you from a passive victim of circumstance to an active creator of solutions. Problems become opportunities for growth. Obligations like "I have to go to work" become privileges. I get to go to work and create value. Third, and this is crucial, learn to celebrate the success of others. A scarcity mindset feels envy and threat when it sees another succeed. An abundance mindset sees their success as proof of what is possible. It understands that another's light does not extinguish your own. It simply illuminates the path ahead. Their success expands the realm of possibility for everyone. Feel genuine joy for the achievements of those around you, for it is a reflection of the infinite potential available to all, including you. As you drift deeper now, let this understanding settle into your subconscious.
The abundance mindset is not a denial of challenges, but a fundamental belief in your capacity and the world's capacity to overcome them. It is the quiet, confident knowing that there is always more creativity, more innovation, more connection, and more value to be created. You are not drawing from a limited well. You are standing on the shore of an infinite ocean. Rest now in the calm and expansive awareness that the universe is not a vault to be emptied, but a garden to be cultivated.
And your mind is the most fertile soil of all. Let the seeds of abundance take root as you sleep deeply and peacefully.
Money is a tool, not a goal. Welcome. As we settle in for level 42, allow your mind to release the tensions of the day. Let your body grow heavy and your breath find its own deep, rhythmic pace. Tonight, we explore a fundamental law of wealth, a principle that separates the perpetually anxious from the truly prosperous. Level 42. Money is a tool, not a goal. Consider for a moment a master carpenter. In their workshop, you will find an array of exquisite tools: chisels, planes, saws, and hammers. The carpenter cherishes these tools, maintains them, and understands their power. But the carpenter does not wake up in the morning with the singular goal of acquiring more hammers. The goal is not the accumulation of tools. The goal is the creation of a beautiful chair, a sturdy table, a home. The tools are the means to that end. To obsess over the hammer is to forget the purpose of the house. So it is with money. In its purest form, money is one of the most brilliant social technologies ever invented. It is a store of value, a unit of account, and a medium of exchange. It is an abstraction, a symbol for human time, energy, and resources. It allows a physicist in one country to trade their intellectual labor for the agricultural labor of a farmer halfway around the world without ever having to meet or barter goods. It is a magnificent fungible tool. Historically, the confusion of the tool with the goal is an understandable error. As societies moved from direct barter to precious metals and then to fiat currency, paper and digital entries backed only by trust, the connection between money and tangible value became more abstract. The number in the account began to feel like the objective itself. The ancient Greeks even had a term for this confusion. Aristotle distinguished between oikonomia, the prudent management of a household to create use value, and crematistics, the art of accumulating wealth for its own sake, an activity he viewed as unnatural and without limit. When money becomes the goal, it becomes a crematistic pursuit, a game of endless and often meaningless accumulation. The mechanism for correcting this error is a profound psychological reframing. It is the shift from asking, "How much money can I make?" to, "What do I want this money to do?" This distinction is not merely semantic, it fundamentally alters your behavior, your strategy, and your emotional state. When money is the goal, you are driven by a metric that has no ceiling. $1 million is acquired, but the goalpost immediately shifts to 10 million. The feeling of scarcity persists, even in the face of abundance. It is a race without a finish line.
But when money is a tool, your perspective changes entirely. You begin to see it as stored energy, ready to be deployed with intention. The goal is no longer the accumulation of this energy, but its intelligent allocation. The goal becomes buying back your time to spend with family or on a creative pursuit. The goal becomes the funding of an enterprise that solves a problem you care about. The goal becomes the security that allows you to take calculated risks, to learn, to grow, to experience the world. The goal becomes the construction of a life of meaning, and money is simply the raw material, the lumber, the nails, the hammer. The application of this law as you drift deeper into a state of rest is to define the structure you wish to build. Do not simply visualize a number in a bank account. Instead, visualize the freedom, the security, the impact that this tool will enable. What does a day in your ideal life look like? What problems do you wish to solve? What experiences do you wish to have? What legacy do you wish to leave? Define these things with clarity. Write them down.
not as a list of things to buy, but as a blueprint for a life to be lived. Once the blueprint is clear, the role of the tool becomes self-evident. You no longer chase money. Instead, you attract and direct it as a skilled artisan wields a chisel, shaping the raw material of capital into a life of purpose. The goal is the masterpiece. Money is just the tool in your hand. Let this thought guide you now into a state of restful clarity and deep restorative sleep. Scarcity thinking repels wealth. Welcome. Settle in and allow your mind to become receptive. We now arrive at level 43 of our journey, a principle that operates subtly, yet with profound power in the architecture of our financial reality. The law is this: scarcity thinking repels wealth. At its core, scarcity thinking is a cognitive and emotional paradigm, a lens through which one views the world. It is the deep-seated belief that there is a fundamental lack, a finite, limited supply of resources, opportunities, love, and, most pertinently to our discussion, money. It is the mindset of the zero-sum game, where for you to win, someone else must lose. It is the quiet, persistent whisper that says, there is not enough to go around. This operating system is not a personal failing. It is, in many ways, an evolutionary inheritance. For millennia, human survival depended on a healthy dose of scarcity awareness. Our ancestors who worried about the next meal, who guarded their limited resources, and who were wary of outsiders competing for those resources were the ones who survived to pass on their genes. This instinct is hardwired into our oldest, most primitive brain structures. It is a survival mechanism that, in a world of unprecedented global abundance and opportunity, has become a profound liability. The mechanism by which this mindset repels wealth is multifaceted. First, it dictates your focus. When your mind is consumed by what you lack, your cognitive bandwidth is narrowed. You develop a kind of tunnel vision, focused solely on protecting the little you have. This prevents you from seeing the vast field of opportunities that exists just outside your peripheral view. An individual worried about losing $10 is incapable of seeing the $100 opportunity passing by. The fear of loss eclipses the potential for gain. Second, scarcity thinking governs your decision-making. It fosters short-term, fear-based choices. You might cling to a job you despise because the fear of unemployment is greater than the dream of a fulfilling career. You may hoard money in a low-yield savings account, terrified of the market's volatility, thereby missing decades of compound growth. Scarcity tells you to play defense, to not lose what you have. Wealth creation, however, is an offensive game. It requires calculated risks, investment, and the belief that putting resources out into the world will bring more back in return. Third, and perhaps most subtly, scarcity thinking creates an energetic dissonance. The universe, in its essence, is a system of flow and exchange. Wealth is not a static pile of gold to be hoarded. It is a current of value that moves through the economy. A scarcity mindset acts as a dam in this current.
By holding on too tightly, by fearing every transaction, by believing you are unworthy of receiving more, you constrict the flow. You signal to the world and to your own subconscious that you are a closed system. Generosity, investment, and joyful spending, on the other hand, signal an open system. They are acts of faith in abundance, a declaration that you trust more will come. This trust, this openness, is what wealth resonates with. People are drawn to collaborate with, invest in, and reward those who exude a sense of possibility, not desperation. To apply this law and begin to dissolve the scarcity mindset, you must first become an observer of your own thoughts. Notice the language you use. Do you say, "I can't afford that," or "that's too expensive"? This is the language of lack. Begin to reframe it. A simple shift to, "How could I afford that?" or "I choose to allocate my resources elsewhere for now," transforms you from a victim of circumstance into an agent of choice. Cultivate the practice of gratitude. Gratitude is the direct antidote to scarcity. It is the conscious act of focusing on what you do have, which neurologically rewires your brain to seek out the positive and the plentiful. Before you sleep, mentally list 3 things you are genuinely grateful for. This simple act shifts your entire state from one of lack to one of sufficiency.
Finally, practice micro acts of generosity. This does not mean giving away money you don't have. It can be sharing your knowledge, giving a genuine compliment, leaving a positive review for a small business, or letting someone go ahead of you in line. Each act, no matter how small, is a declaration to your subconscious mind that you have enough to spare. You are a source, not just a receptacle. As you drift now into a state of deep rest, let this understanding permeate your being. Scarcity is a ghost from a past that no longer exists. The world you inhabit is one of infinite possibility. Release the clenched fist of fear. Open your hands and your mind to the endless flow of abundance that is your birthright. Wealth is not something you chase, it is something you allow. And the permission slip is written in the language of abundance.
You are not your past financial mistakes. Welcome. We now arrive at level 44 of our journey. The law for this level is a foundational principle of psychological and financial liberation. You are not your past financial mistakes. Allow this concept to settle into your consciousness, not as a simple platitude, but as a profound operational truth. Your identity, that core sense of self, is distinct from the events and decisions that populate your past. Consider your history as the wake of a ship. It indicates where you have been, the path you have traveled, but it does not propel the vessel forward. The engine, the rudder, the captain's hand on the wheel, that is the present moment. That is where your power resides. Historically, this separation of self from action is a cornerstone of ancient wisdom, most notably in Stoic philosophy. The Stoics taught that we must differentiate between what is within our control and what is not. The past, by its very nature, is no longer within our control. It has transpired. To endlessly ruminate on past financial errors, a poor investment, a missed opportunity, an accumulation of debt, is to anchor oneself to a fixed point in time, preventing any forward movement. The past is data, not a destination. It is a library of lessons, not a life sentence. The psychological mechanism at play here is often one of identity fusion. We mistakenly allow an action or a series of actions to define our character. The thought, "I made a poor financial decision," morphs into the deeply ingrained belief, "I am poor at making decisions," and eventually, "I am a financial failure." This is a cognitive distortion, an error in our mental processing. It is the equivalent of a scientist declaring an entire theory invalid based on a single anomalous experimental result. A single data point does not define the entire system. Your past mistakes are merely data points. To break this fusion requires a conscious and gentle act of cognitive reframing. The application of this law begins with observation without judgment. You must become an impartial auditor of your own history. Look back at a financial mistake not with the heat of shame or regret, but with the cool curiosity of an analyst. What were the circumstances? What information did you possess at the time? What were the external pressures? What was the emotional state that influenced the decision? By dissecting the event in this manner, you transform it from a monolithic monument of failure into a collection of understandable variables. You depersonalize it. The action becomes an event that happened to you and through you, but it is not the essence of you. The next step in this application is forgiveness, not as a moral absolution, but as a strategic release.
Holding on to the weight of past mistakes consumes immense cognitive and emotional energy. This energy is a finite resource. Every unit of mental capacity spent on self-recrimination is a unit of energy that cannot be allocated to learning, planning, strategizing, and executing a better future. Forgiving yourself for past financial errors is the most pragmatic and high-return investment you can make in your future self. It frees up the capital of your mind. Therefore, as you drift deeper into a state of rest, practice this separation. Visualize your past financial mistakes as old, dusty files in a vast archive. You can access them if you need to retrieve a lesson, but you do not live in the archive. Your residence is here, now, in this present moment of quiet potential. Your net worth is a number on a page. It is not your self-worth. Your credit score is a reflection of past payment history. It is not a score of your character or your capacity to create a new and abundant future. You are the author of your story, and while the previous chapters are already written, the pen is in your hand right now. The pages ahead are blank, waiting for a new narrative. Let the story you write from this moment forward be one of wisdom gained, of resilience, and of the quiet, unshakable truth that you are and always have been more than the sum of your past. You are the potential of all your tomorrows. Associate with financially intelligent people. Welcome. Settle in and allow your mind to become receptive. We now arrive at level 45 of the laws of wealth creation. Let this principle settle into your subconscious as you rest. Level 45. Associate with financially intelligent people. This law is not about social climbing or opportunistic networking. It is a profound principle of environmental design. Just as a plant's health is determined by the quality of its soil, your financial well-being is deeply influenced by the intellectual and social ecosystem you inhabit. To associate with the financially intelligent is to consciously place yourself in fertile ground, where the seeds of your own prosperity can properly germinate and flourish. The concept is rooted in one of the oldest observations of human behavior. We are mimetic creatures. The ancient Greeks understood this in their philosophical schools, where students absorbed not just the teachings, but the very character and discipline of their mentors. Renaissance apprenticeships worked on the same principle. A young craftsman learned not only the skill of his trade, but the economics of the workshop, the art of the deal, and the mindset of a master, simply by proximity. The adage, "You are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with," is not a modern self-help mantra. It is a timeless truth about the subtle, powerful currents of social influence. The mechanism by which this law operates is multifaceted. First, there is the process of cognitive osmosis. When you are consistently exposed to conversations about asset allocation, market trends, business strategy, and long-term value creation, your own mental framework begins to shift. The vocabulary you use changes. The problems you consider solvable expand. Concepts that once seemed abstract or intimidating, like compound interest or risk diversification, become normalized parts of your thinking. You begin to absorb a mindset of abundance and strategic patience, replacing the more common cultural script of scarcity and immediate gratification. Second, you gain access to a different flow of information. Financially intelligent individuals operate within networks where opportunities are discussed long before they become public knowledge. They share insights, vet ideas, and provide feedback based on experience. To be in their orbit is to be positioned in a current of high-quality information, rather than being adrift in the sea of noise and misinformation that occupies the mainstream. This isn't about insider trading. It is about being privy to the sophisticated analysis and forward-thinking conversations that precede sound financial decisions.
Third, and perhaps most powerfully, this association recalibrates your definition of what is normal. If your social circle's primary financial activities are complaining about bills and planning consumer purchases, that behavior becomes your baseline. It feels normal. Conversely, if your associates are regularly discussing their investment portfolios, analyzing real estate deals, or building side businesses, that becomes your new normal. The discipline of saving a significant portion of your income, of delaying gratification for a greater future reward, ceases to feel like a sacrifice. It simply becomes the standard, the expected mode of operation. So, how does one apply this law in a practical sense? It begins not with seeking out the wealthy, but with seeking out knowledge. The application is a gradual, deliberate process. Start by associating with their ideas. Read the books they read. Listen to their interviews and lectures. Ingest the mental models of a Warren Buffett, a Ray Dalio, or other masters of the craft. This is the first, most accessible layer of association, an association with their minds. From there, seek out the physical or digital rooms where these conversations are happening. This could be a local investor meetup, a professional industry conference, an online forum dedicated to a specific investment class, or a business-oriented book club. The goal is not to ask for anything, but simply to listen, to learn the language, and to absorb the culture. Offer value where you can,
perhaps with a unique skill or perspective you possess. The aim is to become a student of the environment. As you drift deeper into rest, let this understanding permeate your mind. Your social environment is not a passive backdrop. It is an active force shaping your financial destiny. Consciously curating this environment is one of the most powerful levers you can pull on your journey to wealth. It is not about what you can get from others, but about who you become in their presence. Choose your soil wisely. Associate with those who cultivate gardens, not those who complain of the weeds. And in that fertile ground, you too shall grow.
Your environment shapes your financial reality. Welcome. As we continue our gentle journey through the fundamental laws of wealth, let us settle into the quiet wisdom of level 46. Allow your body to relax, your mind to soften, and your breath to find its natural, easy rhythm. Tonight, we explore a principle that is as subtle as the air we breathe, yet as powerful as the ocean's tide. Level 46. Your environment shapes your financial reality. Consider a young sapling. If planted in rich, nutrient-dense soil with ample sunlight and water, it grows strong, tall, and resilient. If the same sapling is planted in rocky, barren ground, shrouded in shadow, it will struggle. It may survive, but it will likely be stunted, its potential unfulfilled. You, in your financial journey, are much like the sapling, and your environment is the soil. This is not a new or mystical concept. It is a deep sociological truth observed for centuries. The author and speaker Jim Rohn famously stated that you are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. This extends profoundly to your financial well-being. Your environment is the collection of people, ideas, conversations, and expectations that surround you daily. It is the invisible architecture of your beliefs. Let us explore the mechanism of how this shaping occurs. It happens primarily through a process of normalization and cognitive osmosis. When you are constantly surrounded by conversations of scarcity, debt, and financial complaint, this reality becomes normalized. The constant struggle for money begins to feel like a universal, inescapable truth. Your mind, seeking to align with its tribe, adopts these beliefs subconsciously. The idea of significant wealth or financial freedom may seem alien, unrealistic, or even undeserving. Conversely, if your environment is one where conversations revolve around investment, asset creation, business strategy, and optimistic problem solving, a different reality is normalized. Financial growth is not seen as a stroke of luck, but as the natural outcome of specific actions and mindsets. Through simple exposure, you begin to absorb the vocabulary, the frameworks, and the core beliefs of prosperity. It seeps into your consciousness, not through forceful study, but through the gentle, persistent flow of information and attitude. This environmental influence operates on several levels. There is your social environment, the friends, family, and colleagues you interact with. Their financial habits, their risk tolerance, and their attitude towards money will subtly calibrate your own. If your peers are consistently investing a portion of their income, you are far more likely to see this as a standard, necessary action.
Then there is your informational environment. What do you read? What do you listen to? What media do you consume? The podcasts, books, and articles you engage with are actively planting seeds in the soil of your mind. A diet of financial news focused on market crashes and economic fear will cultivate anxiety. A diet of biographies of successful entrepreneurs and thoughtful investment analysis will cultivate possibility and strategy. Finally, there is your physical environment. A space of clutter and disorganization can often mirror and perpetuate a state of financial chaos. A clear, orderly, and inspiring physical space can create the mental clarity required for focused financial planning and execution. The application of this law does not require drastic, immediate upheaval. It begins with gentle, conscious awareness. Begin to simply observe. Notice the tenor of the conversations around you. What are the dominant financial themes? Are they of limitation or of opportunity? As you rest here, you can begin to consciously curate this environment. This is a quiet, internal act of cultivation. You can add to your informational diet. Perhaps you choose to listen to an audiobook on economics or personal finance. Perhaps you follow individuals online who share insightful, constructive ideas about wealth creation. You are gently, purposefully adding new nutrients to your soil. You can also seek out new social inputs. This might mean joining a mastermind group, attending a webinar, or simply finding a mentor, someone whose financial reality you aspire to. By intentionally placing yourself in proximity to the reality you desire, you accelerate the process of normalization. Their world begins to feel accessible. Their mindset begins to feel attainable. Your environment sets the boundaries of what you believe is possible. By consciously and deliberately shaping it, you are not just changing your surroundings, you are redrawing the map of your own potential. You are giving yourself the rich soil, the warm sun, and the clean water your financial sapling needs to grow into its fullest expression. And with this understanding, you can rest, knowing that you are the architect, the gentle gardener of your own prosperous reality. Read a book on finance every month. Welcome. Let us now turn our attention to level 47. Settle in and allow your mind to absorb this fundamental principle of wealth creation. Level 47. Read a book on finance every month. This directive may seem deceptively simple, yet within its structure lies a mechanism for the most powerful form of compounding known to humanity, the compounding of knowledge. Think of your mind as a garden. Without cultivation, without the deliberate planting of seeds, it will grow only what chance and environment dictate. This practice, this gentle law, is the act of becoming the master gardener of your own financial landscape. Historically, specialized financial knowledge was a closely guarded secret. It was the arcane language of merchants in Renaissance Italy, the inherited wisdom of banking dynasties, the privileged information whispered in the exclusive clubs of London and New York. The average person was given only the simplest of rules: work hard, save what you can, and trust the institutions. The complex machinery of markets, of debt cycles, of asset allocation, and of economic policy remained behind a veil of complexity. But we live in an unprecedented era. The invention of the printing press and later the internet has democratized this knowledge. The accumulated wisdom of the greatest financial minds in history, from Benjamin Graham to Warren Buffett, from Ray Dalio to Morgan Housel, is now available to anyone for the price of a book or even for free with a library card. To neglect this resource is to willingly live in a past age of informational scarcity. Let us explore the mechanism by which this practice works its subtle but profound transformation. When you read a book on finance, you are not merely consuming facts. You are installing new mental models. You are upgrading your mind's operating system. The first book might introduce you to the fundamental difference between an asset and a liability. Suddenly, you see the world through a new lens. Your home, your car, your possessions, they are all recategorized in your mind. The second book might delve into behavioral finance, exposing the cognitive biases, the fear, the greed, the herd mentality that cause most investors to fail. With this knowledge, you become an observer of your own emotions, less likely to be swayed by the panicked headlines or the euphoric chatter of the market. You begin to operate from a place of logic and principle rather than impulse and reaction. By the sixth book, you start to see the connections. You recognize the same core principles dressed in different language. The concept of a moat in business, the importance of long-term thinking, the mathematical certainty of compounding interest, the wisdom of diversification, these ideas begin to form a ladderwork of knowledge in your mind. You are no longer learning disparate facts. You are building a cohesive financial philosophy. The application of this law is a quiet, consistent ritual. It is not a frantic sprint, but a steady monthly pilgrimage. It is 10 pages read before you sleep. It is an audiobook listened to on your daily commute. The key is to curate a balanced intellectual diet. One month, you might read a biography. understanding the character and temperament required for long-term success. The next, a technical manual on valuation, learning the mathematics of determining what a business is truly worth. The month after, a philosophical text on the psychology of money, exploring the human relationship with wealth and happiness. And then, a book on economic history to understand the great cycles of boom and bust that have repeated for centuries. With each book, you are laying another foundational stone. You are building an intellectual fortress that will protect you from financial predators, from poor advice, and from your own worst impulses. This is not about memorizing stock tickers or chasing ephemeral trends. It is about deeply understanding the immutable laws of money and markets. It is the quiet, consistent cultivation of the single greatest asset you will ever own, your own mind. Overcome the fear of losing money. Welcome. As you settle in, allow your body to release the tensions of the day. Let your mind become a calm, receptive space. We now arrive at level 48 of our journey, overcoming the fear of losing money. This fear is not a simple anxiety. It is a primal, deeply rooted instinct that has governed human behavior for millennia. To understand it and to move beyond it, we must first travel back in time to the very origins of our cognitive architecture. The mechanism at play is a well-documented cognitive bias known as loss aversion. First proposed by psychologists Daniel Kahneman and Amos Tversky, loss aversion describes a simple but powerful phenomenon. The pain of losing something is psychologically about twice as powerful as the pleasure of gaining something of equal value. Losing $100 feels far more significant, far more painful than the joy you would feel from finding $100. This is not a flaw in your design, it is an evolutionary feature. For our ancestors living in a world of scarcity, losing a week's worth of food could mean starvation. It was a catastrophic event. Finding an extra week's worth of food, while wonderful, was merely a bonus. Survival, therefore, depended on an acute, heightened sensitivity to potential loss. Your brain's amygdala, its ancient fear center, is hardwired to scream at the prospect of losing resources, as it equates loss with a threat to your very existence. In the modern world of abstract finance and digital assets, this ancient wiring often works against us. It no longer protects us from immediate starvation. Instead, it sabotages our ability to create long-term abundance. The fear manifests in several distinct patterns. It can lead to paralysis, where the fear of making the wrong investment decision causes you to make no decision at all, leaving your capital to be silently eroded by inflation in a low-yield savings account. It can trigger panic selling, where a temporary market downturn activates that primal fear, compelling you to sell assets at their lowest point, thus locking in a loss. Conversely, it fuels the fear of missing out, or FOMO, causing you to buy assets at their peak out of fear of being left behind. So, how do we apply a new law to this ancient code? How do we master this fear? The first application is a profound cognitive reframing. You must change your definition of loss. In the context of long-term investing in sound assets, a market downturn is not a loss. It is a temporary markdown. It is a sale. You have not lost anything until you crystallize that temporary dip by selling. Wealth is created by those who understand that these moments of fear for the masses are moments of opportunity for the informed. You must begin to see a decline in your portfolio not as a threat, but as a chance to acquire more of a valuable asset at a discounted price. The second application is to remove the emotional self from the day-to-day process. This is achieved through systematization and automation. Decide on your investment strategy when you are calm and rational, and then put it on autopilot. The practice of dollar-cost averaging, for example, is a direct antidote to loss aversion. By investing a fixed amount of money at regular intervals, you automatically buy more shares when prices are low and fewer shares when prices are high. This removes the agonizing, fear-based decision of when to enter the market. Your system, not your fear, is in control. The third application is to quantify and cap your risk. Fear thrives in the unknown. Therefore, make the potential loss a known quantity. Before entering any investment, define the exact point at which you will exit if it moves against you. This is your predetermined tuition fee for the lesson the market might teach you. By setting a stop loss or simply having a clear mental exit plan, you cap the downside. You tell your ancient brain, I see the threat, I have quantified it, and I have placed a boundary on how much it can harm me. This transforms an infinite, terrifying fear into a finite, manageable variable. Finally, lengthen your time horizon. Fear operates on a minute-to-minute, day-to-day timeline. Wealth operates on a decade-to-decade timeline. When you feel the grip of fear, zoom out. Look at the chart of a major stock index not over the past week, but over the past 50 years. You will see volatility, you will see terrifying crashes, but what you will truly see is a relentless upward trajectory. The short-term noise is the domain of fear. The long-term signal is the domain of wealth. As you drift now into a state of deep rest, allow these concepts to integrate. The fear of loss is merely an echo from an older world. It is a signal to be aware, not a command to retreat. By reframing loss, automating your process, quantifying your risk, and extending your vision, you become the master of this instinct. Your relationship with money is not one of fear, but of calm, intelligent stewardship. A stewardship that builds wealth, slowly, deliberately, and peacefully, as you sleep. See wealth as a positive force for good. Level 49. See wealth as a positive force for good. As we continue our journey deeper into the architecture of abundance, we arrive at a fundamental principle that acts as a keystone for the entire structure. It is a subtle yet profound recalibration of your innermost perspective. The law is simple in its declaration, yet its implications are vast. See wealth as a positive force for good. This is not a mere platitude, nor is it a naive dismissal of the complexities surrounding money and power. Instead, it is a conscious and strategic alignment of your subconscious mind with the very energy you wish to attract and steward. For many of us, our relationship with wealth is fraught with contradiction. We are conditioned by a cultural tapestry woven with conflicting threads. On one hand, we see stories of success and freedom. On the other, we are taught morality tales where wealth is synonymous with greed, corruption, and spiritual decay. We hear that money is the root of all evil, that the wealthy are inherently unethical, that to desire abundance is a shallow pursuit. These deeply ingrained narratives create a state of cognitive dissonance. You may consciously work towards financial success, but a deeper, unexamined part of you may believe that success will make you a bad person. This internal conflict is a powerful form of self-sabotage. You cannot move with purpose and conviction towards something you secretly despise or fear. It is like trying to sail a ship with the anchor still firmly lodged in the seabed. The mechanism of this law operates on a psychological and energetic level. Psychologically, when you genuinely reframe wealth as a tool for positive impact, you dissolve this internal resistance. You are no longer pursuing mere accumulation for its own sake. Instead, you are pursuing capacity. The capacity to solve problems, the capacity to create opportunities for others, the capacity to support causes you believe in, the capacity to build, to heal, to innovate, and to protect. Your motivation shifts from a contractive, self-serving impulse to an expansive, generative one. This shift is not trivial. It changes the very questions you ask yourself. Instead of, how can I get more money? The question becomes, how can I create more value in the world for which money is a natural byproduct and a subsequent tool? This new question opens your mind to a far wider spectrum of possibilities. You begin to see opportunities for service and innovation where before you only saw obstacles. Historically, this principle has been the dividing line between the mere hoarder of gold and the true architect of progress. Consider the great patrons of the Renaissance, whose wealth funded the art and science that lifted Europe from the Dark Ages. Consider the philanthropists of the Industrial Age, who, for all their complexities, used their vast fortunes to establish libraries, universities, and research foundations that benefit humanity to this day. They understood, either consciously or intuitively, that wealth is a current of energy. When it is hoarded, it becomes stagnant and putrid. When it is circulated with intention, it becomes a powerful, life-giving river. To apply this law as you drift into a state of rest is to engage in a gentle practice of reimagination. Begin by allowing any negative beliefs you hold about wealth to surface without judgment. Simply observe them. Where did they come from? A parent? A story? A societal message? Acknowledge them as old programming, not as immutable truth. Now replace them with a new vision. Imagine in vivid detail the good you would do with significant abundance. Do not think in vague terms of helping people. Be specific. Picture the school you would build. Feel the gratitude of the researchers you would fund. See the thriving ecosystem of the forest you would protect. Envision the sustainable business you would create, providing meaningful work for hundreds of people. Let the feeling of this positive impact fill your awareness. This is not greed, this is ambition for the well-being of the whole. This is your new why. It is a purpose so compelling, so aligned with your deepest values that it provides an inexhaustible source of motivation. It transforms the pursuit of wealth from a stressful struggle into a creative and meaningful game. So tonight, as you release the day, let this new law settle into the fertile ground of your subconscious. Wealth, in your hands, is not a corrupting influence. It is an amplifying one. It amplifies your compassion. It amplifies your creativity. It amplifies your capacity to express love and care on a grand scale. See it not as an end, but as a beginning, a tool, a resource, a responsibility, and above all, a profound and powerful force for good. Ambient hum gently swells for a moment, then fades slowly into silence. Your network is your net worth. Welcome. As we continue our journey through the fundamental laws of wealth creation, we arrive at level 50. Let this concept settle into your mind as you relax, as you breathe. Level 50. Your network is your net worth. This statement, at first glance, may seem transactional, even cold, but its true meaning is far deeper, rooted in the very fabric of human society. It is not merely about collecting contacts or exchanging business cards. It is about understanding that wealth, in its most resilient form, is a byproduct of connection, trust, and shared value. Think of it not as a ledger of favors, but as a living, breathing ecosystem. An ecosystem where you are both a contributor and a beneficiary. Let us begin by deconstructing this axiom. Net worth, in financial terms, is the value of your assets minus your liabilities. It is a snapshot in time. A network, however, is a dynamic and flowing current of potential. It represents a form of capital that is often invisible on a balance sheet, but is arguably the most powerful asset one can possess: social capital. Historically, this principle is not new. It is as old as civilization itself. In the ancient world, trade routes were not just pathways for goods, they were networks of trust between merchants, families, and city-states. The great banking families of Renaissance Europe did not rise on financial acumen alone. They rose on a vast, intricate web of alliances, marriages, and informational advantages. In every era, those who understood the power of the collective, of the interconnected whole, have consistently outperformed those who operated in isolation. The mechanism through which a network converts into tangible net worth is multifaceted. The first and most obvious is the flow of information. A robust network acts as a conduit for high-quality, often asymmetric information. This is information that is not yet public knowledge, an emerging market trend, a disruptive technology on the horizon, a key person leaving a competitor, or an undervalued investment opportunity. To be inside such a flow is to have a profound strategic advantage. The second mechanism is access. Your personal reach is finite, but the reach of your network is exponential. It opens doors that would otherwise remain sealed. An introduction to a key investor, a recommendation for a pivotal role, a partnership with a complementary business. These opportunities rarely arise from cold calls or anonymous applications. They are born from a pre-existing foundation of trust, extended from one node in the network to another. The third and perhaps most vital mechanism is support and resilience. Financial journeys are never linear.
They are fraught with downturns, challenges, and moments of profound uncertainty. During these times, a strong network is your greatest insurance policy. It is the mentor who provides guidance when you are lost. It is the peer who offers a fresh perspective on an intractable problem. It is the advocate who defends your reputation. This support system mitigates risk and provides the psychological fortitude needed to endure and ultimately prevail. This leads us to a powerful concept from technology known as Metcalfe's law, which states that the value of a telecommunications network is proportional to the square of the number of connected users. A single telephone is useless. 2 telephones create 1 connection. 5 telephones create 10 connections. This exponential growth in value applies directly to your social and professional network. Each quality relationship you add does not just add its own value, it multiplies the potential value of all other existing connections. So, how does one cultivate such a network, not as a manipulator, but as a genuine architect of value? The foundation is a shift in mindset from extraction to contribution. The universal law of reciprocity is paramount. You must seek to give value before you ever consider receiving it. Offer your expertise freely. Make introductions that benefit others. Share information that can help someone on their path. Think of each interaction as a deposit into a social bank account. Over time, these deposits compound, creating a vast reservoir of goodwill that you can draw upon when needed. Furthermore, focus on depth over breadth. A list of 1,000 names you barely know is far less valuable than a core group of 50 individuals with whom you share deep trust and mutual respect. Nurture these relationships. Remember the details. Offer support without being asked. Be the person others are glad to know. Finally, understand the power of diversity. A network where everyone thinks, looks, and acts like you is an echo chamber. A truly powerful network is diverse, spanning different industries, age groups, cultures, and schools of thought. This diversity is your shield against blind spots and your source for true innovation. As you drift deeper now, let this idea settle. Your network is not a collection of people you can use. It is the sum total of the trust you have earned, the value you have created for others, and the relationships you have nurtured. It is your safety net, your information highway, and your springboard for opportunity. It is the living, breathing architecture of your financial life. Your true net worth is not found in a number on a screen, but in the rich, supportive, and vibrant tapestry of human connection you have woven around yourself.
Understand your risk tolerance. Welcome. As we continue our journey through the fundamental laws of wealth, we arrive at a place of deep introspection. We move from the external mechanics of the market to the internal landscape of the self. Settle in, allow your mind to quiet, and let us explore Level 51, Understand Your Risk Tolerance. Imagine yourself as the captain of a vessel setting out upon the vast ocean of financial markets. This ocean has seasons of tranquil calm and seasons of violent, unpredictable storms. Your risk tolerance is your compass and your sextant, but it is also the very constitution of your ship and your crew. It dictates how far from shore you are willing to sail, what weather you are prepared to endure, and the kind of voyage you are ultimately undertaking. It is not a measure of courage, but a measure of equilibrium. In the lexicon of finance, risk tolerance is defined as the degree of variability in investment returns that an individual is willing to withstand. It is, in essence, the psychological and emotional fortitude you possess when faced with the potential for financial loss in the pursuit of financial gain. This concept is distinct from risk capacity, which is the amount of risk you can afford to take based on your financial situation, your age, your income, your assets. Your tolerance is about your willingness. Your capacity is about your ability. A truly wise financial plan finds the harmony between the two. The formal study of risk tolerance is a relatively modern development, gaining prominence with the advent of modern portfolio theory in the mid-20th century. Before this, investing was often seen as a simple pursuit of the best individual stocks. But pioneers like Harry Markowitz shifted the focus to the portfolio as a whole, demonstrating mathematically that risk and return are inextricably linked. This new paradigm placed the investor's personal disposition toward risk at the very center of the strategy. It was no longer enough to know about the market, you had to know about yourself. Later, the field of behavioral finance, through the work of scholars like Daniel Kahneman and Amos Tversky, illuminated the deep-seated psychological biases, such as our profound aversion to loss, that shape our financial decisions and color our perception of risk. So, what is the mechanism of your own risk tolerance? It is a complex tapestry woven from both objective and subjective threads. The objective threads are the facts of your life. Your time horizon is a primary factor. A person in their 20s has decades to recover from a market downturn and can therefore logically assume more risk than someone approaching retirement.
Your income stability, your net worth, and your dependence all contribute to your risk capacity, which in turn informs your tolerance. But it is the subjective threads that give your risk tolerance its unique character. These are born from the architecture of your own psyche. Your innate temperament. Are you naturally cautious or adventurous? Your past experiences. Did you witness a family member suffer a great financial loss, or did you achieve an early investment success? Your level of financial literacy also plays a crucial role. The unknown often feels far riskier than the understood. Understanding risk tolerance is an exercise in financial self-awareness. Its application is the most critical part of this law. Understanding your risk tolerance is the foundational act upon which your entire wealth creation strategy is built. It is the North Star that guides your asset allocation. An investor with a high tolerance for risk might build a portfolio heavily weighted toward equities and emerging markets, accepting high volatility for the potential of high returns. Conversely, an investor with a low tolerance might favor bonds, real estate, and dividend-paying stocks, prioritizing capital preservation over aggressive growth. There is no correct level of risk tolerance. There is only the level that is true for you. The greatest danger in wealth creation is not market volatility, but a mismatch between your portfolio and your psyche. Such a mismatch leads to emotional decisions, selling in a panic at the bottom of a market crash or buying into a speculative bubble at its peak. A portfolio aligned with your true risk tolerance is one you can adhere to, calmly and consistently through all market seasons. It allows you to sleep peacefully through the storms, confident in the vessel you have built. And so, as you drift deeper into rest, consider this. The journey to wealth is not a race to a finish line, but a long, personal voyage. Understanding your risk tolerance is about learning the unique rhythms of your own heart in the face of uncertainty. It is not about predicting the future of the markets, it is about understanding yourself so profoundly that no future can shake you from your chosen course. It is the quiet confidence of a captain who knows their ship, knows their crew, and knows the sea. And with that knowledge comes peace.
Asymmetric risk, limited downside, unlimited upside. Welcome, and thank you for joining us once more on this journey through the fundamental laws of wealth creation. Settle in, allow the weight of the day to dissolve, and let your mind remain open and receptive. We have arrived at level 52. Tonight, we explore a concept that is not merely a strategy, but a profound shift in perspective. A principle that allows one to court opportunity while keeping disaster at a comfortable distance. We speak of asymmetric risk. At its core, the principle is deceptively simple. Find situations with a limited, known downside and a potentially unlimited, unknown upside. Let us repeat that, allowing it to settle. Limited downside, unlimited upside. Consider its opposite, which governs so much of our daily lives, symmetric risk, a coin flip. You bet $10, you can win 10, or you can lose 10. The potential gain is equal to the potential loss. A salaried job, in many ways, is a form of symmetric or even negatively asymmetric risk. You trade your time for a fixed, capped upside, your salary. The downside, however, can be significant. burnout, missed opportunities, or the sudden loss of that single income stream. Asymmetric risk invites us to play a different game entirely. It is the core philosophy behind venture capital, the engine of innovation. A venture capitalist may invest in 100 fledgling companies. They know with near certainty that 90 or even 95 of them will fail. Their investment in each will go to zero. This is the known, calculated, and limited downside. But they are not betting on the 95. They are betting that one, or perhaps two, will not just succeed, but will grow exponentially, becoming the next technological titan. The upside from that single success is so vast, so monumental, that it dwarfs the combined losses of all the failures. The downside was capped at the initial investment. The upside was boundless. This idea finds its modern intellectual roots in the work of thinkers like Nassim Nicholas Taleb, who explores how to structure one's life and finances to benefit from randomness and unpredictable high-impact events. He calls this being anti-fragile. Instead of trying to predict the future, you position yourself so that positive surprises, or black swans, help you immensely, while negative ones do very little harm. The mechanism is one of exposure and experimentation. It is about placing many small, intelligent bets. Imagine a field. Instead of betting your entire supply of water and fertilizer on a single promising seed, you plant 100 different types of seeds. You give each just enough water to see if it sprouts. Many will wither.
But one may be perfectly suited to the soil and the climate in a way you could never have predicted, and it will grow into a mighty fruit-bearing tree. Your cost was a little water spread thin. Your reward is an entire orchard. So how does one apply this principle beyond the world of high finance? It is a mindset that can be woven into the fabric of your career, your personal projects, and even your relationships. In your career, it might mean dedicating 1 hour each evening to learning a new skill unrelated to your current job: coding, graphic design, a new language. The downside is 1 hour of your time, a small, capped investment. The potential upside is a new career path, a lucrative freelance business, or an innovation that revolutionizes your current role. In entrepreneurship, it means starting small. Instead of quitting your job and taking out a massive loan to open a restaurant, you start by selling your signature dish at a local weekend market. The downside is a few $100s in ingredients and stall fees. The upside is validating your concept, building a loyal customer base, and gathering the data needed to perhaps one day open that restaurant with confidence, or even build a packaged food empire. Even in creative pursuits, the law holds true. Write an article and publish it online. Create a short video. Record a song. The cost is your time and your vulnerability. The downside is that few people see it. It is met with silence. A small, manageable sting to the ego. The upside is that it could go viral, land you a book deal, launch a new career, or simply connect you with a single person who will change your life. The downside is finite. The upside is a vast, open sky of potential. The essence of Level 52 is to stop searching for certainty. Instead, seek out opportunity with a safety net. Structure your endeavors so that failure is an affordable, expected, and unemotional outcome, while success, however rare, is transformative. Look for the small doors that open into enormous rooms. Place small bets that give you a ticket to a lottery with an infinite jackpot. As you drift now into a state of deep rest, let this concept marinate. Limited downside, unlimited upside. See your life not as a single, fragile path, but as a field of 100 small, hopeful experiments. Allow this principle to rearrange your understanding of risk, not as something to be avoided, but as something to be shaped, managed, and courted on your own terms. Rest now, knowing you are internalizing a law that protects you from ruin while leaving you completely open to fortune. Your greatest asset is you. Welcome to Level 53. As we drift deeper into the foundational laws of wealth, we arrive at a principle that is not external, but deeply and profoundly internal. Allow your mind to settle on this singular idea. Your greatest asset is you. Before we can acquire, manage, or grow any external asset, be it property, stocks, or enterprises, we must first understand the primary asset from which all others derive their value.
This asset is the human being. It is the repository of your knowledge, the engine of your energy, the framework of your character, and the wellspring of your creativity. All other forms of capital are merely tools in its hands. This is not a modern revelation born of self-help culture. It is an ancient and enduring truth. The Greek philosophers who advised know thyself understood that self-awareness was the prerequisite for mastering one's world. The Stoics, in their wisdom, taught that the only domain of our absolute control is our own mind, our judgments, and our actions. This, they argued, was the source of true wealth and freedom. Centuries later, luminaries of the Enlightenment championed the power of the individual mind to reason, to innovate, and to shape destiny. Benjamin Franklin encapsulated this law perfectly when he wrote, "An investment in knowledge pays the best interest." He was not speaking of financial speculation, but of the compounding returns generated by investing in the self. Let us examine the mechanism of this law. Why is the self such a formidable asset? Because it is the only asset that possesses infinite potential for appreciation and cannot be irrevocably lost to market crashes or economic downturns. It is composed of several interlocking forms of capital. First, there is your intellectual capital. This is the sum of your knowledge, your skills, your expertise, and your ability to learn. A portfolio of stocks is passive. It is your knowledge of the market that makes it grow. A piece of land is inert. It is your skill in development or agriculture that unlocks its value. This capital is not depleted with use. On the contrary, it expands with every application. Second, there is your physical capital, your health and vitality. This is the energy source for all of your endeavors. Wealth creation is not a sprint, it is a marathon. Sustained focus, resilience in the face of stress, and the simple endurance required to see a project through are all direct products of your physical well-being. To neglect your health is to allow your most fundamental asset to depreciate. Third, there is your emotional and psychological capital. This is your mindset, your discipline, your resilience, and your ability to manage fear and greed.
It is the internal operating system that determines how you respond to failure and success. An individual with a robust psychological framework can weather any storm, learning from losses and leveraging wins, while another, with more financial resources but a fragile mindset, may crumble at the first sign of adversity. Finally, there is your social capital. This is the value of your reputation, your character, and your network. It is the trust you have cultivated in others. Doors of opportunity open not merely to money, but to integrity. Partnerships are forged not on spreadsheets alone, but on mutual respect and reliability. This form of capital is built slowly through consistent, honorable action, and it can yield dividends that are impossible to quantify. The application of this law, therefore, is a quiet, daily practice of self-investment. It is the conscious allocation of your time and resources not just to external portfolios, but to the cultivation of your own being. It means choosing to read a book that expands your mind. It means dedicating time to rest and rejuvenation, understanding that sleep is not lost time, but a vital maintenance protocol for your primary asset. It means practicing mindfulness to strengthen your emotional resilience. It means acting with integrity in every transaction, knowing that you are building the immutable asset of your reputation. As you rest here, understand that all external wealth is a reflection, a shadow cast by the substance of who you are. The houses, the businesses, the investments, they are all secondary. The primary mover, the source, the alpha and the omega of your financial world is the person listening to these words. Therefore, nurture this asset above all others. Cultivate your mind, protect your health, fortify your character, for you are the fertile ground from which all future abundance will grow. You are and always will be your greatest asset. Buy businesses, not stocks. Welcome. As we continue our journey through the fundamental laws of wealth creation, we arrive now at level 54. Allow the noise of the day to fade and let your mind settle into a state of restful contemplation. Tonight's principle is a subtle yet profound shift in perspective, a reframing of an activity familiar to many yet truly understood by few. Level 54.
Buy businesses, not stocks. Let that idea settle. A stock, in the common vernacular, is a ticker symbol. It is a flickering green or red number on a screen. It is a line on a chart, a subject of frantic daily news, a topic of fleeting speculation. To the uninitiated, the stock market is a grand casino, a place of bets and hunches where fortunes are won and lost on the whims of an unpredictable crowd. This is the mindset of the trader, the speculator. It is a mindset rooted in the ephemeral price of a thing. The law we are exploring tonight invites you to a different plane of thought. It asks you to become a proprietor, an owner. It asks you to see past the ticker symbol and to perceive the living, breathing entity that lies behind it. When you buy a share of a company, you are not merely purchasing a digital certificate. You are acquiring a fractional ownership in a real business. A business with buildings, with employees, with products or services. A business with customers, with a reputation, with a strategy for the future. This concept was the great intellectual edifice built by the fathers of value investing, Benjamin Graham and his most famous student, Warren Buffett. Graham, in his seminal work The Intelligent Investor, drew a stark line between investment and speculation. Investment, he argued, is an operation that, upon thorough analysis, promises safety of principal and an adequate return. Operations not meeting these requirements are speculative. The thorough analysis he spoke of was not an analysis of chart patterns, but an analysis of the underlying business. To buy a business, you must first understand it. Imagine for a moment that you were not buying a single share of a local coffee company, but rather the entire coffee shop itself. You would not make your decision based on the daily gossip of what other people might pay for it tomorrow. Instead, you would conduct a careful inquiry. You would taste the coffee. You would observe the flow of customers. You would speak to the manager. You would meticulously review the financial ledgers, the revenues, the profits, the debts. You would assess its location, its competition, and its potential for growth. You would, in short, be analyzing the business. This is the very same discipline that Level 54 demands, merely applied on a larger scale. The mechanism for this analysis is found in a company's financial reports, the annual 10K and quarterly 10Q. These documents, often perceived as dense and intimidating, are in fact the story of the business, written in the language of numbers. They are the owner's manual. Within them, you can find the plot of the company's recent history and the clues to its future. You learn about its sources of revenue, its profit margins, the competence and integrity of its management, and the competitive advantages, the so-called moat that protect it from rivals. When you adopt this proprietary mindset, your relationship with market fluctuations changes entirely. The speculator sees a 20% drop in a stock's price as a disaster, a reason for panic. The business owner, however, asks a different question. Has the underlying business become 20% less valuable, or is the market simply offering me a chance to increase my ownership stake at a more attractive price? If your thorough analysis tells you the business remains strong and its long-term prospects are intact, then a market downturn is not a threat but an opportunity. Mr. Graham famously personified this concept as Mr. Market, an emotional business partner who, on some days, offers to sell you his shares at a ridiculously low price, and on others, offers to buy yours at an absurdly high one. The intelligent investor is not swayed by his manic-depressive moods, but instead uses them to their advantage. And so, as you drift deeper into rest, let this principle anchor itself in your mind. You are not a gambler placing a bet on a number. You are a prudent business person seeking to acquire a piece of a durable, profitable enterprise at a sensible price. Your focus is not on the next quarter, but on the next decade. You are not buying a stock. You are buying a business. You are an owner, a proprietor, an investor. This is the foundation of Level 54. Invest for cash flow. Welcome. As you settle in, allow your mind to drift to Level 55 of our journey. Here, we explore a fundamental law of wealth that is not about climbing a mountain, but about cultivating a river. This is the law: invest for cash flow. In the early stages of wealth creation, much of the focus is on accumulation, on growing a sum of capital. This is the equivalent of building a reservoir, gathering water in one place. It is a necessary and noble pursuit. But a reservoir by itself is static. Its value is potential locked away. The principle of cash flow investing transforms this potential into kinetic energy. It teaches us to build channels from our reservoir, creating a steady, life-sustaining river of income that flows to us month after month, year after year. The philosophy is a profound shift in perspective. It moves away from the frantic energy of speculation, the hope of buying low and selling high, and settles into the quiet confidence of ownership. When you invest for cash flow, you are not buying an asset with the primary intention of selling it for a profit later. Instead, you are acquiring a piece of a system that generates revenue. You are buying a small apple orchard, not to flip the land, but for the predictable harvest of apples each season. You are becoming a beneficiary of economic activity, not just a participant in market volatility. This concept is as old as wealth itself. In agrarian societies, the ultimate cash-flowing asset was land. Its owner did not measure wealth by the speculative price of the field, but by the grain it produced at harvest. In the industrial age, this principle evolved. The owners of a factory or a railroad were rewarded not just by the rising value of their enterprise, but by the profits it distributed, the dividends. A dividend is simply your share of a company's success, delivered to you in cash, a tangible reward for your ownership. Let us explore the mechanics of this financial river. The most classic and intuitive source is real estate. When you own a property and rent it to a tenant, their monthly payment is the gross income. From this, you subtract the expenses, the mortgage, the property taxes, the insurance, the occasional repair. What remains is the net cash flow, the pure, passive profit that flows into your account. The goal is not for the property's price to double overnight, but for that small, reliable stream of income to arrive, consistently, like a tide. Another powerful tributary is found in the world of stocks, specifically dividend-paying stocks. Imagine owning a small piece of a vast, stable, and profitable company, a company that provides an essential service or product. As a part owner, the company shares its profits with you. This payment, the dividend, is your reward. The most resilient of these are known as dividend aristocrats, companies that have not only paid, but have increased their dividend payments for over 25 consecutive years. They are monuments to stability, their quarterly payments a reliable rhythm in an often chaotic market. Then there are bonds. A bond, in its simplest form, is a loan. You lend your capital to a government or a large corporation, and in return, they promise to pay you a fixed rate of interest, a coupon payment, over a set period, before returning your original principal. It is a contractual obligation. It lacks the explosive growth potential of a startup stock, but it offers something far more calming: predictability. It is a slow, deep, and steady current in your financial river. The application of this law is to methodically acquire these income-producing assets until the combined flow from all your streams is enough to cover your monthly living expenses. This is the moment of liberation. It is often called the crossover point, the beautiful intersection where your passive income surpasses your personal burn rate. At this point, the need to trade your time for money becomes a choice, not a necessity. Your assets are now working for you, funding your existence, freeing your time for higher pursuits, for creativity, for rest. The mindset, therefore, is one of a gardener, not a hunter. You are not chasing prey. You are patiently planting seeds, nurturing them, and in time, enjoying the harvest. You reinvest a portion of the cash flow to buy more assets, which in turn produce more cash flow. Your river widens, its current deepens, a self-perpetuating system of financial nourishment. As you drift now, imagine this river. It is not a raging torrent, but a calm, steady stream, glistening under the sun. Each drop is a dividend payment, a rent check, a bond coupon. It flows without your daily effort, a gentle and constant murmur of security in the background of your life. This is the peace of level 55. This is the enduring power of investing for cash flow. Real estate can be a powerful wealth vehicle. Welcome. Let us now turn our attention to level 56 of our wealth creation laws. Settle in, allow your mind to become receptive and consider this fundamental principle. Real estate can be a powerful wealth vehicle. This law is as old as the concept of ownership itself. For millennia, wealth was not measured in currency, but in land. The earth beneath our feet, the shelter it provides, has always been a cornerstone of security and prosperity. In our modern financial ecosystem, this ancient truth has not diminished, it has simply evolved. Real estate is the nexus where a fundamental human need, shelter, intersects with a sophisticated financial instrument. Its power as a wealth vehicle is not derived from a single source, but from a confluence of several distinct yet interconnected financial mechanisms. Let us explore them one by one. The first and most commonly understood is appreciation. This is the gradual increase in the value of the property over time. Unlike a car that depreciates the moment it is driven, a well-chosen piece of real estate, situated in a desirable location, tends to grow in value. This growth is driven by fundamental economic forces: inflation, population growth, and the simple, immutable fact that land is a finite resource. As demand increases and supply remains fixed, prices naturally rise. The second and perhaps most potent mechanism is leverage. Real estate is one of the few asset classes where financial institutions will lend you a significant portion of the purchase price at a relatively low interest rate. Consider this: with a 20% down payment, you control 100% of an asset. If that property appreciates by 5%, your return on your initial cash investment is not 5%. It is a magnified return of 25%. This is the power of leverage, using borrowed capital to amplify your gains. It is a double-edged sword that requires prudence, but when wielded correctly, it dramatically accelerates wealth accumulation. The third mechanism is cash flow. When you own an investment property, the rent paid by tenants is designed to cover your expenses: the mortgage payment, property taxes, insurance, and maintenance. When the rent collected exceeds these expenses, the result is positive cash flow, a stream of income that deposits into your account each month. This transforms the asset from a static store of value into a dynamic, income-generating machine, providing liquidity and financial stability. Fourth, we have the principle of debt paydown, or amortization.
With each mortgage payment you make, a portion goes to interest, and another portion goes to paying down the principal of the loan. This principle systematically increases your equity, your ownership stake in the property. If the property is rented, it is your tenant who is, in effect, paying down your debt for you, building your net worth month by month in a slow, steady, and predictable manner. It is a forced savings account, underwritten by someone else. Finally, real estate offers significant tax advantages. Governments often incentivize property ownership. Deductions for mortgage interest, property taxes, and operating expenses can lower your taxable income. Furthermore, a concept known as depreciation allows you to deduct a portion of the property's value from your income each year, even if the property is actually appreciating in market value. This can create a scenario where a property generates positive cash flow, yet shows a paper loss for tax purposes, shielding other income from taxation. When you combine these 5 forces, appreciation, leverage, cash flow, debt paydown, and tax benefits, you begin to understand the profound power of real estate. It is not a path to instant riches, but a methodical, tangible, and time-tested vehicle for building enduring wealth. It grounds your portfolio in something real, something you can see and touch, while simultaneously deploying sophisticated financial principles to work in your favor. It is a foundational pillar, built not on speculation, but on the enduring value of place and home.
Never invest money you can't afford to lose. And so, as we drift deeper into the architecture of wealth, we arrive at a foundational chamber. Welcome to Level 57. In this space, we will explore a principle that is not about aggression or acquisition, but about preservation and peace of mind. It is a law that acts as the bedrock upon which all sustainable financial structures are built. The law is simple in its phrasing, yet profound in its wisdom. Never invest money you cannot afford to lose. Let us unpack this statement, for it is far more than a simple caution.
It is a philosophy of financial and emotional resilience. Imagine your financial life as a great estate. There is the main house, where you live. This is the capital you need for shelter, for sustenance, for the daily function of your life. It must be protected, fortified, and kept safe from the storms of the outside world. This is the money you cannot afford to lose. Then, beyond the walls of the main house, there are the fields. This is your investment capital. This is the land where you plant seeds, hoping for a future harvest. Some seasons will be bountiful, others will be lean. A crop may fail, a venture may not yield its fruit. But if the fields suffer a bad season, the main house, your core well-being, remains secure. This separation is the very essence of Level 57. This principle is as old as commerce itself. The Venetian merchants of the Renaissance understood it intuitively. When they funded a perilous voyage to the Far East, they would often form syndicates, each contributing a portion of their wealth. They never staked their entire family fortune on a single ship, for they knew the sea was unpredictable. They invested capital they could afford to lose, so that if a ship was lost to a storm or to pirates, their entire estate would not crumble. Their core life could continue. The loss would be a setback, not a ruin. The mechanism behind this law is deeply rooted in human psychology. When you invest money that is essential for your survival, your rent payment, your emergency savings, the funds for your child's immediate education, you are no longer an investor. You become a gambler, and a terrified one at that. Every fluctuation in the market becomes a source of profound anxiety. A 10% downturn is not a statistical event. It is a direct threat to your security. This fear becomes the enemy of sound judgment. It compels you to sell at the bottom, locking in your losses out of sheer panic. It tempts you to take irrational risks to make it all back, digging a deeper hole. You are operating from the most primitive part of your brain, the part governed by fight or flight, not the calm, rational cortex where wise, long-term decisions are made. Investing essential money tethers your emotional state to the unpredictable volatility of the market. It is a recipe for sleepless nights and disastrous financial choices. The application of this law, therefore, begins with an honest and clear-eyed assessment of your own financial estate. It requires you to perform a kind of financial triage. First, you must build your fortress, the emergency fund. This is typically 3 to 6 months of essential living expenses, held in a safe, liquid account. This money is never, ever to be used for investment. It is your shield. Once the fortress is secure, you account for your operational needs, your monthly income and expenses. Any funds required for near-term, non-negotiable goals also belong inside these walls. Only then, with all essential needs met and protected, do you look to the surplus. This is the money that can be sent out into the fields to work for you. This is your true investment capital. The definition of afford to lose is not that you would be happy to lose it, but that its complete loss would not fundamentally alter your quality of life. It would not force you to move, to change your lifestyle, or to compromise your family's security. By adhering to this law, you grant yourself the single most powerful asset an investor can possess: time. With a long time horizon, market downturns cease to be terrifying crises. They become mere episodes, storms that will pass. You are not forced to sell at an inopportune moment to cover an unexpected bill, because your fortress is stocked and secure. You can allow your investments the time they need to mature, to recover, and to compound. So, as you drift deeper into a state of rest, let this principle settle into your subconscious. See the clear, strong wall separating your sanctuary from your ventures. This wall does not limit your potential for growth. On the contrary, it is what makes sustainable growth possible. It is a structure of prudence that liberates you from fear, allowing you to build your wealth with patience, with clarity, and most importantly, with a profound and unshakable peace of mind. This is the quiet power of Level 57. Patience is an investor's greatest virtue. Welcome to Level 58. As the day's complexities recede and your mind seeks a state of serene clarity, let us explore a principle that is not a complex financial instrument or a secret algorithm, but a fundamental state of being. Level 58 is the law of patience. It states, simply and profoundly, that patience is an investor's greatest virtue. In a world that celebrates speed, immediate results, and constant activity, the act of waiting is often misunderstood as passivity. But in the realm of wealth creation, patience is not passive. It is an active, disciplined, and strategic choice. It is the quiet confidence that allows a carefully planted seed the time it needs to grow into a mighty tree. Haste, anxiety, and the constant need for action are the winds that can uproot a young sapling before it has a chance to establish its foundation. Patience is the firm, nourishing soil that holds it steady. This concept is not new. It is as old as markets themselves. The most celebrated investors of history have not been the most frantic traders, but the most steadfast holders. Benjamin Graham, the father of value investing, illustrated this through his famous parable of Mr. Market. He imagined the market not as a faceless entity, but as a manic depressive business partner who, each day, offers to buy your shares or sell you his at a wildly different price. Some days he is euphoric and quotes a ridiculously high price. On other days, he is consumed by despair and offers to sell his shares for pennies. The impatient investor is swayed by Mr. Market's moods, buying in his euphoria and selling in his panic. The patient investor, however, understands the true underlying value of the business. They are free to ignore Mr. Market's daily hysterics, choosing to engage only when his price offers a clear and significant advantage. This requires immense emotional discipline. It requires patience. Warren Buffett, Graham's most famous student, distilled this wisdom even further, stating, "The stock market is a device for transferring money from the impatient to the patient." The mechanism through which patience works its magic is one of the most powerful forces in the universe, the law of compounding. Compounding is the process where the return on an asset, from either capital gains or interest, is reinvested to generate additional earnings over time. This growth is exponential, not linear. In the beginning, the effects are almost imperceptible. A small sum earns a tiny return. But over years and then decades, that growth begins to build upon itself, like a snowball rolling down a long hill. It gathers mass and momentum, eventually becoming an unstoppable force. The critical ingredient in this formula is time. Without a long, uninterrupted runway, compounding cannot perform its miracle. Every time an investor panic sells during a downturn or chases a fleeting trend, they are interrupting this process. They are stopping the snowball, breaking it apart, and starting over again at the top of the hill. Patience is the act of letting the snowball roll, of protecting it from your own behavioral biases, from your fear, your greed, and your desire for a shortcut. To apply this principle, you must first recalibrate your sense of time. When you invest, do not think in terms of days, weeks, or even months. Think in terms of years and ideally decades. Your time horizon is your single greatest structural advantage over the frenetic, short-term focus of Wall Street institutions. Patience also means doing your homework up front so your conviction is strong enough to withstand the inevitable storms. If you understand the fundamental value of what you own, the quality of the business, its competitive advantages, its long-term prospects, then a temporary drop in its stock price will seem not like a crisis, but an opportunity. It is the conviction born from research that allows you to remain calm when others are panicking. And finally, application of this law often means embracing the profound power of doing nothing, resisting the urge to tinker, to constantly check your portfolio, to react to every news headline. True patience is the discipline to make a good decision and then allow that decision the time it needs to prove you right. So, as you drift deeper into a state of rest, let this understanding settle within you. Patience is not a void, it is a fortress. It is the quiet, deep-rooted confidence that allows the inexorable force of compounding to work on your behalf. It is the wisdom to distinguish the market's temporary noise from the business's long-term signal. Rest now in the knowledge that time, when harnessed by patience, is the most powerful ally you will ever have on your journey to creating wealth.
Volatility is the price of admission for returns. Welcome. As we continue our journey through the fundamental laws of wealth, allow your mind to settle. Let the day's concerns drift away like clouds passing in a slow twilight sky. We arrive now at level 59,
a principle that lies at the very heart of creating lasting prosperity. Breathe in, and as you breathe out, release the tension of the day and open your mind to this simple yet profound truth. Volatility is the price of admission for returns. Consider for a moment an amusement park. To experience the thrill of the grandest roller coaster, you must first purchase a ticket. You pay the price at the gate, and in exchange, you are granted access to the experience within. You cannot have one without the other. The ticket is not a punishment, it is a prerequisite. So it is with the world of investing. The potential for significant growth, for the compounding that builds fortunes over time, is the grand roller coaster. And the ticket, the non-negotiable price you must pay to ride it, is volatility. Volatility is simply the measure of an asset's price fluctuations, the up and down swings, the periods of exhilarating growth, and the moments of stomach-churning decline. Our instincts tell us to fear this. We crave certainty, smooth lines trending ever upwards. But the financial universe does not operate on our cravings. It operates on a fundamental trade-off, a concept elegantly captured in the mid-20th century by economists like Harry Markowitz. Through what became known as modern portfolio theory, they mathematically demonstrated that risk and reward are inextricably linked. You cannot ask for higher potential returns without accepting a greater degree of uncertainty, of volatility. Think of it as a form of energy. A placid pond has very little energy. It is safe, predictable, and stable, but it also generates nothing. A rushing river, however, is full of kinetic energy. It is powerful, unpredictable, and at times dangerous. But it is this very energy that can be harnessed to power a city. In the financial markets, the save assets, like a government-insured savings account, are the placid pond. Your capital is secure, but its potential for real growth, after accounting for inflation, is minimal. It barely moves. Stocks, real estate, and other growth assets are the rushing river. Their inherent energy, their volatility, is the very mechanism that drives the potential for substantial returns. Why is this so? It comes down to a concept known as the risk premium. Investors, as a whole, are rational. They demand to be compensated for taking on uncertainty.
If a volatile asset, like a stock in an innovative company, offered the same expected return as a stable, predictable government bond, no one would choose the stock. Why endure the sleepless nights and the dramatic swings for no additional reward? Therefore, the market must offer a premium, a higher potential return to entice capital away from safety and into the realm of uncertainty. This premium is your compensation for paying the price of admission. It is the market's way of rewarding you for your courage, your patience, and your ability to endure the psychological discomfort of the journey. The application of this law, therefore, is not in trying to avoid volatility, for that is a futile effort. To avoid it entirely is to sentence yourself to the placid pond of negligible returns. Instead, the application is in reframing your relationship with it. When you see the market fall, when your portfolio's value temporarily declines, you are not witnessing a failure. You are not being punished. You are simply watching the price of admission being paid. You are in the queue, holding your ticket, feeling the rumble of the roller coaster on the tracks. The panic-driven instinct is to sell the ticket and run from the park. The wise, wealth-building response is to understand that this feeling, this discomfort, is the very thing the market pays you to endure. Your greatest ally in this endeavor is time. Over short periods, volatility feels like chaos. A single day, week, or even year can be a maelstrom of unpredictable movement. But as you extend your time horizon to 5 years, 10 years, decades, the nature of volatility changes. The chaotic short-term noise begins to resolve into a discernible long-term trend. The jagged peaks and valleys smooth out into a persistent upward-sloping line. Time allows the power of the risk premium and the magic of compounding to overwhelm the temporary downturns. It allows you to ride out the dips, knowing they are a feature, not a bug, of the wealth creation machine. So, as you drift deeper now, let this law settle into your subconscious. Volatility is not the enemy. It is the cost.
It is the ticket. It is the energy source. By understanding it, by expecting it, and by refusing to be shaken by it, you transform it from a source of fear into a tool of empowerment. You learn to hold your ticket firmly, to weather the turbulence with a calm heart, knowing that you are on the ride that leads to true long-term growth. This is level 59. The price of admission is volatility, and for the patient investor, it is a price well worth paying. Now, rest. The best assets are boring. Welcome. As we drift further into our study, we arrive at level 60. Allow this principle to settle into your subconscious, a truth as deep and as quiet as the night itself. Level 60. The best assets are boring. In a world that celebrates the new, the disruptive, the volatile, this law may seem counterintuitive. Our attention is drawn to the flickering charts of speculative ventures, the frenzied headlines of overnight fortunes, the promise of exponential growth in a matter of days. This is the siren call of financial excitement, a powerful and often distracting noise. But true generational wealth is rarely built in the midst of a storm. It is cultivated in the quiet, predictable, and yes, profoundly boring gardens of consistency. Consider the concept of a boring asset. It is an investment that does not demand your daily attention. It does not spike your adrenaline or cause you to lose sleep. It is the sturdy, dividend-paying utility company that has provided power to a region for a century. It is the vast index fund, which mirrors the slow, inexorable upward drift of the entire economy, capturing the collective progress of thousands of companies without celebrating any single one. It is the well-located rental property in a stable neighborhood, collecting rent month after month, year after year, appreciating with the gentle tide of inflation and population growth. The history of this principle is woven into the very fabric of prudent investing. Think of the agrarian societies of the past. The most valuable asset was not a rare gem discovered in a mine, but the fertile field, the boring, predictable field that with patient cultivation yielded a harvest season after season. In the 20th century, investment philosophers like Benjamin Graham, the mentor of Warren Buffett, championed this very idea. He taught the world to look not for speculative glamour, but for intrinsic value, for solid, well-managed businesses with a long track record of profitability. His work was not a treasure map to quick riches, but a blueprint for building a fortress of capital, brick by boring brick. The mechanism behind the power of boring assets is twofold, operating on both a mathematical and a psychological level. Mathematically, these assets are the perfect vehicles for the serene power of compound interest. Because they are not prone to catastrophic collapses, they allow your returns to reinvest and generate their own returns, a process that is almost imperceptible in the short term but becomes an unstoppable force over decades. It is a quiet river, not a crashing wave, that carves the deepest canyon. Psychologically, the mechanism is even more profound.
Boring assets protect you from your greatest enemy, your own emotional impulses. The desire to act, to trade, to chase a trend is a wealth-destroying instinct. A boring portfolio does not tempt you. It does not whisper promises of doubling your money by next Tuesday. It simply does its work in the background, freeing your mind and your energy for more important pursuits, your career, your family, your well-being. By removing the drama, you remove the likelihood of making a panicked decision at the worst possible moment. The application of this law in your own journey is one of elegant simplicity. It involves the automation of regular investments into broad, diversified funds. It is the decision to buy and hold quality assets for the long term, ignoring the noise of the market's daily chatter. It is the understanding that the goal of your portfolio is not to be a source of entertainment, but a source of future security. Let your life be exciting. Let your investments be dull. Let the thrill come from achieving your personal goals, knowing that your financial foundation is being built slowly, steadily, and without fanfare. As you drift now, let this idea comfort you. You do not need to find the next revolutionary technology or predict the next market crash. You need only to align yourself with the slow, powerful, and predictable forces of economic growth.
Embrace the mundane, cherish the predictable, for it is in the quiet, unassuming, and utterly boring assets that the most profound and lasting wealth is silently forged. Let the quiet power of the boring, the steady, the reliable, carry you into a deep and restful sleep.
Build systems that work without you. Welcome. As we continue our journey through the laws of wealth creation, we arrive at a significant transition point, level 61. Here, the focus shifts from personal exertion to systemic design. The law is simple in its statement, yet profound in its implication. Build systems that work without you. This is the fulcrum upon which true scale and freedom are built. It is the departure from being the primary engine of your enterprise to becoming its architect. A craftsman is limited by the hours in their day and the skill in their hands. Their value is created in their presence. An architect, however, creates a blueprint, a design, a system that allows hundreds, even thousands of others to construct something far greater than the architect could ever build alone. Their value persists in their absence. This principle is not a modern invention. Its roots can be seen in the very structure of civilizations. The Roman aqueducts were a system designed to deliver water long after their engineers had passed. The laws of a republic are a system designed to govern society without the constant intervention of its founders. In the industrial age, Henry Ford did not merely build cars, he built the assembly line. The assembly line was the true product, a system so refined that it could function at scale with interchangeable human parts, independent of any single genius on the floor. In our time, this concept has reached its zenith with the advent of digital infrastructure. An algorithm, once written, can perform its task millions of times a second without fatigue or complaint. An online course, once created, can educate students around the world while its creator sleeps. A well-constructed investment portfolio is a financial system designed to compound wealth, governed by rules and principles, not by moment-to-moment emotional decisions. The mechanism of such a system can be understood through three core pillars. The first is codification. This is the process of extracting the knowledge, the processes, and the decision-making criteria from your own mind and embedding them into a documented, repeatable format. It is the act of writing the recipe, drafting the blueprint, programming the code. If a process exists only in your head, you are its bottleneck. To codify it is to give it a life of its own. The second pillar is delegation and automation. Once a process is codified, it can be handed off. Delegation entrusts the process to other capable individuals, guided by the system you have designed. Automation, its technological counterpart, entrusts the process to software and machines. The goal of both is the same: to remove you, the creator, from the role of the operator. Your new role is to be the overseer of the system, not a cog within it. The third and perhaps most elegant pillar is the feedback loop. A system that works without you must also be able to regulate and improve itself, or at least signal when intervention is needed. This is the thermostat of your enterprise. A thermostat does not require you to constantly check the temperature and turn the furnace on or off. It monitors the environment, compares it to a preset goal, and makes adjustments automatically. In business, these are your key performance indicators, your customer satisfaction surveys, your automated financial reports. These are the senses of the system, allowing it to function autonomously while providing you with high-level data for occasional strategic adjustments. The application of this law extends beyond commerce. Consider your personal finances. A system of automatic savings, investment contributions, and bill payments works without your daily willpower. Consider your health. A system of pre-planned meals and a scheduled, non-negotiable time for exercise functions irrespective of your fleeting daily motivation. To embrace level 61 is to undergo a fundamental shift in identity, from a doer of tasks to a designer of workflows, from a player on the field to the strategist drawing the plays. It is the recognition that your greatest contribution is not your labor, but your thought, your design, your architecture.
And so, as you drift deeper into rest, consider the quiet elegance of a self-sustaining system. A structure of logic and process humming quietly in the background, generating value, solving problems, and moving forward. It works not because of your constant presence, but because of your initial brilliant absence. You have built a machine that works even as you sleep. Ambient music gently swells and then fades out. Scale your success. Welcome. As you settle into a state of profound rest, allow your mind to drift towards level 62 of our journey into wealth creation. Tonight, we explore a concept that separates linear progress from exponential abundance. We explore the law of scale. To begin, let us differentiate between growth and scale. They are not one and the same. Growth is additive. To get more, you must put in more. If you bake 1 loaf of bread in an hour, to bake 2 loaves, you require 2 hours, or a second oven, or a second baker. Your resources and your output are locked in a linear, proportional relationship. Growth is respectable, but it is finite, for it is bound by your personal energy and the hours in a day. Scale, however, is multiplicative. Scaling is the art and science of increasing your output exponentially without a proportional increase in your input. It is the deliberate decoupling of your results from your direct moment-to-moment effort. It is planting a single well-engineered seed that grows into an orchard, which then seeds itself, expanding without your hand on every sapling. The history of wealth is, in many ways, the history of scale. For millennia, human value was tied to direct labor. The artisan, the farmer, the scribe, their output was a direct function of their time. The first great paradigm shift in scale arrived with the printing press. A scribe could produce 1 book in months. A printing press, after the initial effort of setting the type, could produce thousands. The core intellectual work was done once. The output was scaled massively. This was followed by the Industrial Revolution, where the design of a machine or a factory process allowed for the replication of goods on a level previously unimaginable. The system, not the individual laborer, became the engine of wealth. Today, we live in the golden age of scale, powered by the digital revolution. The mechanism of modern scale operates on a principle known as zero marginal cost of reproduction. Consider a software developer who spends a year creating an application. The first copy is immensely expensive, costing a year of their life and expertise. But the second copy, and the 1,000th, and the millionth, the cost to create and deliver each additional unit is virtually zero. The same is true for a digital book, an online course, or a piece of music. The creative effort is front-loaded, but the potential for distribution and impact is nearly infinite. This is the ultimate form of leverage. So, how does one apply this principle? The application begins with a fundamental shift in mindset, from being a doer to being an architect. You must stop thinking about trading your time for money and start thinking about building systems that generate value independent of your time. In business, this means transitioning from a service model to a product model. A consultant who charges by the hour is growing. A consultant who records their expertise into a comprehensive video course and sells it to thousands of students is scaling. Their knowledge, captured once, works for them around the clock, even as they sleep. In investing, the principle of compound interest is a pure mathematical form of scale. Your initial capital is the seed. The returns it generates are reinvested, becoming part of the new principle. Your money begins to earn money, and then the money that was earned also begins to earn money. The system, once established, operates on its own, with its growth accelerating over time, entirely separate from your daily labor. Even in creative pursuits, scale is the dividing line. A painter who sells a single canvas has grown. An artist who licenses their design to be printed on merchandise worldwide has scaled. A writer who pens a single powerful story that is translated into dozens of languages and adapted into film has scaled their initial creative act into a global phenomenon. To scale your success, you must identify the part of your work that is repeatable and then build a system to automate it. This system can be technological, like a software program. It can be a media system, like a YouTube channel or a podcast that reaches new people while you rest. Or it can be a human system, built on well-documented processes and a trusted team that can execute your vision. The essence of Level 62 is this: build once, benefit infinitely. Design a machine, whether it is made of code, of capital, or of concepts, that does the work for you. Your role is to be the architect, the strategist, the initial creator. Once the system is running, your success is no longer tethered to your presence. It becomes a self-perpetuating force, expanding into the world, generating value while you are free to dream, to create, and to rest. As you drift deeper now, let this idea settle within you. You are not just a worker, you are an architect, and the systems you design today are the foundations of the effortless abundance of tomorrow. Automate your investments. Welcome. Settle in and let your mind be at ease. We now arrive at level 63 in our study of the fundamental laws of wealth creation. This law is one of profound simplicity and immense power. It is the law of automation. Specifically, level 63, automate your investments. Imagine a vast, arid landscape. A single person with a bucket walking back and forth from a distant well can, with great effort, cultivate a small garden. But imagine instead that they spend their initial energy building a simple aqueduct, a channel that allows water to flow continuously from the source. The garden no longer depends on the daily toil of the gardener. It is nourished by a system, a quiet, persistent, automated flow. This is the principle we are here to understand. Historically, investing was an active, manual, and often emotionally charged process. It required a deliberate decision, a phone call to a broker, the writing of a check. Each investment was an event, a conscious act, fraught with the anxieties of timing the market. Is this the right day? Is the price too high? Should I wait? This friction, this need for constant decision-making, was a significant barrier, allowing procrastination and emotional bias to derail even the most well-intentioned financial plans. The revolution came not with a bang, but with the quiet hum of servers and the elegant logic of computer code. The advent of mutual funds and later exchange-traded funds, or ETFs, allowed for diversification. But the true paradigm shift was the ability to link our banking and investment accounts digitally. This connection created the aqueduct. It enabled the mechanism of automatic investing. The mechanism itself is beautifully elegant. It is a standing instruction you give to your financial institution. On a predetermined schedule, perhaps weekly, bi-weekly, or monthly, a specific amount of money is transferred from your checking or savings account directly into your investment account. This transfer is not random. It is immediately used to purchase shares of your chosen assets, typically a diversified, low-cost index fund or ETF that mirrors the broader market. This simple, automated act achieves two critical objectives. First, it removes you and your emotional impulses from the equation. The system operates dispassionately, whether the market is soaring with optimism or plunging in fear. It does not panic sell, it does not get greedy. It simply executes its command, consistently. This consistency is the bedrock of long-term compounding. Second, it naturally implements a powerful strategy known as dollar cost averaging. When the market is high, your fixed dollar amount buys fewer shares. When the market is low, that same dollar amount buys more shares. Over time, this process smooths out your average cost per share, mitigating the risk of investing a large sum at a market peak. You are, without thinking, systematically buying low and, relatively speaking, buying less when prices are high. The system turns market volatility, a source of fear for many, into a subtle advantage. The application of this law in your own financial life begins with a simple decision. It is the decision to pay yourself first, not with what is left over, but as the primary, non-negotiable financial act you take. You determine an amount, even a small one, that you can consistently commit. You choose a destination for this capital, a well-diversified, low-cost fund within a retirement or brokerage account. And finally, you set the cadence, aligning the automatic transfer with the rhythm of your own income, such as the day after you receive your salary. Once this system is in place, a profound shift occurs. Wealth creation is no longer a task on your to-do list. It becomes a background process, as reliable and unnoticed as the pull of gravity. The small, consistent contributions, like individual raindrops, begin to gather. They form a stream, then a river, and with the patient passage of time, they flow into an ocean of capital. Level 63 is not about a clever trick or a market secret. It is about building a better system. It is about transforming the act of investing from one of intermittent emotional effort into a serene, persistent, and automatic habit. It is the wisdom of the aqueduct builder, who understands that the most powerful force is not a single act of strength, but a constant, gentle, and reliable flow. And now you can rest, knowing that this quiet, powerful system is working for you, building your foundation of wealth, working quietly, diligently on your behalf, even as you sleep.
Delegate tasks that are not your specialty. Welcome. As we continue our journey through the fundamental laws of wealth creation, we arrive at a principle that is both profoundly simple and extraordinarily difficult for many to master. Level 64. Delegate tasks that are not your specialty. Breathe in slowly. And as you exhale, let go of the notion that you must do everything yourself. This belief, while born from a place of diligence and responsibility, is one of the most significant barriers to scalable success. It is the ceiling you unknowingly place upon your own potential. To understand the power of delegation, we must first reframe it. It is not an admission of weakness or an act of offloading burdens. It is, in its highest form, an act of strategic intelligence. It is the conscious decision to focus your finite energy, your most precious resource, on the activities where you create the most profound value. Think of a master conductor leading an orchestra. The conductor does not play the violin, nor the cello, nor the French horn. Their specialty, their genius, lies in understanding the entire composition and drawing forth the very best from each specialist musician. The symphony they create together is infinitely more complex and beautiful than any sound the conductor could produce alone. You are the conductor of your own enterprise. This concept is not new. It is woven into the very fabric of economic progress. In the 18th century, the economist Adam Smith famously described the workings of a pin factory. He observed that one worker, attempting to perform all the intricate steps of pin making alone, could perhaps make a single pin in a day. But when the process was divided, with each worker specializing in a single task, one drawing the wire, another straightening it, a third cutting it, a fourth sharpening the point, they could collectively produce thousands of pins per day. This is the law of specialization, the engine of productivity. In our modern interconnected world, this principle has been amplified 1,000-fold. You are no longer limited to the specialists in your immediate vicinity. The global marketplace of talent is at your fingertips. The mechanism for applying this law begins with a quiet, honest inventory of your own skills. What is your unique contribution? What is the core function that only you can or should perform? This might be inventing the product, building the key relationships, or defining the strategic vision. This is your zone of genius. Everything else, every task that falls outside of this zone, is a candidate for delegation. The bookkeeping that drains your creative energy, the graphic design for which you have no trained eye, the technical maintenance of your website, the management of your social media presence. These are not unimportant tasks, they are vital, but they are very likely someone else's zone of genius. The application of this law is the fulcrum upon which wealth is leveraged. The key concept to understand here is opportunity cost. Every hour you spend wrestling with a spreadsheet, a task a skilled bookkeeper could complete in 15 minutes, is an hour you are not spending on closing a major sale, innovating your service, or inspiring your team. You are not saving money by doing it yourself. You are spending your most valuable asset, your time, on a low-yield activity. You are, in essence, paying a hidden, exorbitant price.
By delegating to a specialist, you are not merely offloading a task, you are purchasing a superior outcome. A professional copywriter will craft words that convert better. A professional accountant will navigate financial complexities you didn't even know existed, saving you from costly errors. You are elevating the quality of your entire operation, making it more robust, more professional, and ultimately more valuable. This is how you begin to scale. You cannot scale your time beyond 24 hours in a day, but you can scale your impact by leveraging the time and expertise of others. You move from being a solo musician limited by your own two hands to the conductor of a symphony, your vision brought to life by the coordinated mastery of many. So, as you drift deeper into a state of rest, allow this idea to settle. Consider the tasks that occupy your days. Which of them truly require your unique touch? And which are you holding on to out of habit or fear or a mistaken sense of duty? Imagine handing those tasks over to a trusted expert. Feel the lightness that comes with that release. See the new space that opens up in your mind and in your schedule. This space is where true growth happens. Innovation is born. It is where wealth is created. Delegating is not about doing less. It is about achieving more. It is the quiet, confident wisdom of the conductor who knows that the most beautiful music is made together.
Create intellectual property. Welcome. We have arrived at level 65. Breathe in and release. Level 65. Create intellectual property. In the vast and intricate economy of the modern world, not all assets are tangible. You cannot hold them in your hand, weigh them on a scale, or store them in a vault of steel and stone. The most powerful and enduring forms of wealth often exist in an ethereal realm, the realm of the mind. This is the domain of intellectual property. Let us begin by understanding its essence. Intellectual property, or IP, refers to creations of the intellect for which a monopoly is assigned to designated owners by law. It is the legal recognition that an idea, once expressed in a fixed, tangible form, becomes a piece of property, as real and as ownable as a parcel of land or a bar of gold. This concept is not new. It is an ancient understanding that has evolved with civilization itself. In ancient Greece, there was a nascent sense of authorship, a pride in creation. But the first formal system we might recognize arose in Renaissance Venice, around 1474. The Venetian patent statute was created to protect the burgeoning glassmaking industry and other novel inventions, granting the inventor an exclusive period to profit from their device. It was a profound realization. To encourage innovation, society must reward the innovator. It must protect the fruits of their mental labor. This principle later blossomed into the English Statute of Anne in 1710, the world's first true copyright law, protecting authors, and, later, into the patent and trademark systems that form the bedrock of global commerce today. The mechanism of intellectual property is a delicate balance. It is a social contract. In exchange for disclosing your creation to the public, society grants you a temporary, exclusive right to control its use. Think of the four primary pillars. A patent protects an invention, a new process, machine, or composition of matter. It is a shield for the functional. A copyright protects a work of authorship, a book, a song, a film, a piece of software code. It is a sanctuary for the expressive. A trademark protects a symbol, name, or slogan used to identify goods or services. The signature of a brand, like the swoosh on a shoe or the apple on a computer. It is the banner of commercial identity. And finally, a trade secret protects confidential information that gives a business a competitive edge. The formula for a famous soft drink or a proprietary algorithm. It is the value found in silence and secrecy. So, how does this abstract concept translate into the creation of wealth? The application is multifaceted. The most direct path is monetization through licensing. An inventor with a patent for a new battery technology can license that patent to a dozen manufacturers, collecting a royalty on every unit they produce.
The inventor creates the asset once and it generates revenue passively, repeatedly. An author who writes a novel receives royalties for every book sold, every film adaptation, every translation. Their single act of creation blossoms into a diverse ecosystem of income. Beyond direct licensing, intellectual property forms a protective moat around a business, allowing it to flourish without being immediately overrun by competitors. A pharmaceutical company invests billions to develop a life-saving drug. The patent for that drug allows them the exclusive right to sell it for a period, enabling them to recoup their investment and fund future research. Without that protection, the incentive to take such monumental risks would evaporate. Furthermore, a strong portfolio of intellectual property is in itself a formidable asset that increases the fundamental value of an enterprise. A technology startup with a dozen foundational patents is exponentially more valuable to investors and potential acquirers than one with none. A brand with a globally recognized and protected trademark commands higher prices and deeper customer loyalty. The IP is not just a part of the business, in many cases, it is the business. As you drift deeper now, let your mind settle on this concept. Wealth is not merely an accumulation of things. It is the structured output of imagination. It is the process of taking a fleeting thought, a unique melody, a novel solution, and giving it form, substance, and legal reality. It is building an architecture of ideas and owning the blueprints. The raw materials are infinite, residing within you. The challenge, the law of this level, is to become the architect, to build something in the unseen world that has enduring value in the seen one. Level 65. Create intellectual property. Create and own the products of your mind. Your business should be an asset you can sell. Welcome, settle in, and allow your mind to drift as we explore the 66th law of wealth creation. Level 66. Your business should be an asset you can sell. Let this principle settle deep into your understanding, for it represents a fundamental paradigm shift for most entrepreneurs. The common path is to build a business that is, in essence, a job. A high-paying, high-stress, all-consuming job, but a job nonetheless. It is a structure entirely dependent on the founder's presence, their unique skill, their personal relationships, their constant effort. When they stop, the business falters. When they leave, the business ceases to exist. This is not the creation of an asset, it is the construction of a gilded cage. The true path to wealth through enterprise lies in a different direction. It is the path of building a business not as a reflection of yourself, but as a distinct, self-sustaining entity, an asset. An asset, by its very definition, is a resource with economic value that an individual or corporation owns with the expectation that it will provide a future benefit. It has intrinsic value, separate from its current steward. Your home is an asset. A stock certificate is an asset. Your business must be architected to be the same. Historically, this concept is relatively modern. For centuries, a business was inextricably linked to the craftsman. The blacksmith's value was in his arm and his eye. The baker's value was in her hands and her secret recipe, held only in her mind. The business was non-transferable. The arrival of the industrial age began to change this. It introduced the power of systems, of processes, of repeatable and documented actions. The focus shifted from the individual artisan to the factory, a machine of production that could, in theory, outlive any single worker, manager, or even its founder. This evolution has culminated in the modern understanding of a sellable business. The mechanism for achieving this state rests on several foundational pillars. The first, and perhaps most critical, is the codification of process. Every function of the business, from marketing and sales to operations and finance, must be documented. It must be transformed from institutional knowledge held in the minds of a few key people into a clear, accessible system. This is the creation of the company's operating manual. A potential buyer is not purchasing your personal ability to run the company. They are purchasing a machine that they or their appointed managers can operate by following a well-defined set of instructions. The second pillar is the development of a team that can function autonomously. The founder's primary role must evolve from being the primary doer, the best salesperson, the lead technician, the chief strategist, to being the architect of the team that performs these roles. This requires a profound act of trust and delegation. The goal is to work on the business, not in it. A business that can run smoothly and even grow while its founder is on a month-long vacation is a business that has demonstrated its independent value. It has passed the ultimate test of being a true asset. The third pillar is pristine and transparent financial accounting. A sellable business must have years of clean, verifiable financial records. These records are the language of valuation. They tell the story of the company's health, its profitability, its growth trajectory, and its potential. Ambiguous, messy, or commingled finances create uncertainty, and uncertainty destroys value in the eyes of an acquirer. Clear financials provide proof of the asset's performance. Finally, the application of this law in your own endeavors begins with a simple question. If I were to disappear tomorrow, what would happen to the business? The honest answer to this question reveals everything that is dependent solely upon you. Your task then is to systematically eliminate those dependencies. Document a process, delegate a responsibility, train a successor for a key role. Build a brand that has value in the marketplace, separate from your personal reputation. Create recurring revenue streams that are not dependent on your daily efforts. By viewing your business through this lens, not as your life's work, but as your greatest creation, designed to thrive without you, you transform its very nature. It ceases to be a mere source of income and becomes a store of significant capital. It is the ultimate expression of wealth creation, building something of lasting value that can one day be transferred, crystallizing years of effort into a single, life-altering liquidity event, and providing a legacy that extends far beyond your own direct involvement. Your business becomes a true asset, an engine of wealth you can one day sell.
Focus on value creation, not money chasing. Welcome. As we settle into this space of quiet contemplation, we arrive at level 67 of our journey. Let this law wash over you, not as a command, but as a gentle guiding current. The law is this: focus on value creation, not money chasing. It is a principle that, once understood, reorients your entire approach to work, to commerce, and to life itself. It is the difference between building a sturdy vessel to navigate the river of commerce and frantically trying to scoop the water into your hands. Let us first define our terms. Money chasing is the act of pursuing wealth as the primary objective. It is a focus on the effect rather than the cause. The money chaser asks, how can I get more money? Their decisions are often short-term, opportunistic, and transactional. They are drawn to the shimmer of profit regardless of the substance beneath. This path can be exhausting, a perpetual race where the finish line constantly recedes. It is like chasing a shadow. The faster you run towards it, the faster it moves away. Value creation, in contrast, is the act of focusing on the cause. The value creator asks a fundamentally different set of questions. What problem can I solve? What need can I fulfill? How can I make someone's life easier, better, or more beautiful? What can I contribute? Money in this framework is not the goal. It is the natural and inevitable byproduct. It is the corollary, the applause that follows a masterful performance. It is a measure of the value that has been successfully delivered and exchanged. This idea is not new. It is a cornerstone of enlightened economic thought. Adam Smith, in his seminal work, The Wealth of Nations, observed that the baker, the brewer, and the butcher provide us our dinner not from their benevolence, but from their regard to their own self-interest. However, the mechanism for serving that self-interest is by providing something of value to others. The baker who bakes the most delicious, nourishing bread will, in a free market, find the most success. His focus is on the craft, on the quality of the flour, on the heat of the oven. The money is simply the signal from society that he is doing his job well. He creates value, and the market rewards him with a symbol of that value, currency. The mechanism works on both a psychological and an economic level. Psychologically, the pursuit of money as an end in itself is an extrinsic motivator. It can lead to burnout, anxiety, and a sense of emptiness. as the reward is always external. The pursuit of creating value, however, taps into powerful intrinsic motivators, purpose, mastery, and autonomy. When you are focused on solving a real problem or honing a craft, the work itself becomes rewarding. This intrinsic drive provides a deep well of resilience, allowing you to persevere through challenges where a mere money chaser would have given up. Economically, money is simply a medium of exchange, a ledger for value. It has no inherent worth beyond our collective agreement that it represents something tangible or useful. Therefore, to attract money, you must first generate the value it represents. Think of the economy as a vast ecosystem. Value is the food, the water, the sunlight. Money is the pollen, carried on the wind to the places where life is flourishing. By tending to your garden, by building a useful product, offering an indispensable service, or creating resonant art, you create a vibrant, healthy part of the ecosystem. The pollen, the money, will naturally find its way to you. Chasing the pollen itself is a futile and inefficient endeavor. So how do we apply this in our own lives as we drift deeper into a state of rest? Begin by gently shifting your questions. Instead of asking, what career will make me the most money, begin to ask, what problems in the world move me? What skills do I possess or could I develop that would be of the greatest service to others? Instead of asking, what business idea is the most profitable, ask, what do people genuinely need that is currently being underserved or poorly provided? This is not a call for pure altruism, but a call for a more intelligent, more sustainable form of self-interest. It is the understanding that the most robust path to personal wealth is paved with the value you provide to the collective. Let this thought settle into your subconscious. Money is an echo. Value is the voice. To create a louder echo, you must cultivate a stronger, clearer voice. Focus on your voice. Focus on what you have to give. The world has an elegant way of reflecting that value back to you. Let this principle be the foundation upon which your dreams are built, a solid ground of purpose and contribution. And now, simply rest. The system is the solution. Welcome to level 68. As you settle into a state of comfort and receptivity, allow your mind to gently focus on a profound principle of wealth creation, one that separates fleeting success from enduring prosperity. This is the law that states, the system is the solution. Breathe in slowly. And as you exhale, release the notion that wealth is built solely through intense personal effort, through sheer willpower, or by working longer and harder than everyone else. While dedication is a component, it is not the engine. The true engine of sustainable wealth is the system. What do we mean by this? A system is a set of principles, procedures, and interconnected parts that form a complex whole, designed to achieve a specific outcome repeatedly and predictably. It is the fundamental shift from being the primary actor in your own economic play to becoming the architect of the stage upon which the play performs itself, night after night, with or without your direct intervention. It is the difference between the baker who must wake at dawn to bake every loaf of bread by hand and the entrepreneur who designs a bakery with processes, recipes, and a team that produces bread consistently, whether they are present or not. One is a job, the other is an asset. Historically, this concept gained its most powerful momentum during the Industrial Revolution. Think of the assembly line. It was not the strength or skill of any single worker that created immense wealth. It was the brilliance of the system itself, a sequence of simple, repeatable tasks that when combined could produce a complex product at a scale previously unimaginable. The system was the solution to the limitations of individual craftsmanship. In our modern digital age, this principle has only amplified. A single software developer can write a program, a system of code, that can be downloaded and used by millions of people, generating revenue with each transaction. The developer is not personally involved in every sale. The system, the app store, the payment processor, the code itself, handles the work. This is the mechanism in action: automation, replication, and scale. The mechanism of a successful system has several key components. First, it is designed to minimize reliance on any single person, including you. It achieves this through standardization and documentation.
creating clear, repeatable processes that someone else can follow. This could be a checklist for an employee, a software script for a computer, or an investment rule for your portfolio. Second, a system leverages technology or other people. This is the principle of delegation and automation. You identify the repetitive, low-value tasks and build a machine, either human or digital, to execute them flawlessly. This frees your own limited time and energy to focus on higher-level thinking, on improving the system, on strategy, on innovation. Third, a powerful system incorporates feedback loops. It is not static, it is intelligent. It measures its own performance through key metrics, identifies points of failure or inefficiency, and allows for iterative improvement. A marketing system tracks conversion rates. An investment system tracks performance against a benchmark. This allows the system to evolve and grow stronger over time, adapting to a changing environment. So, how do you apply this? Begin by looking at any area where you are trying to create value. In your personal finances, the system is the solution. Instead of relying on the discipline to save money each month, you create a system of automatic transfers from your checking account to your investment and savings accounts the day you get paid. The system does the work, bypassing the fallibility of human emotion and forgetfulness. In business, the system is the solution. Instead of answering every customer email yourself, you create a system of templates, frequently asked questions, and eventually, a customer service representative trained on that system. You document your sales process so it can be replicated. You create a content calendar so your marketing is consistent, not dependent on a flash of inspiration. In investing, the system is the solution. Instead of trying to time the market based on fear or greed, you adopt a system like dollar-cost averaging or a predetermined asset allocation that you rebalance on a set schedule. Your system guides your decisions, protecting you from your own worst emotional instincts. As you drift deeper now, let this concept settle into your subconscious. The goal is not to be the hero who works tirelessly. The goal is to be the architect who designs a beautiful, efficient, and self-sustaining machine. A machine that works for you, that grows for you, that creates value for the world even while you rest. The burden of effort is lifted from your shoulders and placed upon the elegant framework you have so thoughtfully constructed. You are no longer just a component in the machine. You are its creator. The system is the solution. Document your processes. Level 69. Document your processes. Let us now turn our attention to a principle that feels less like a grand strategy and more like quiet, meticulous bookkeeping. Yet within this simple mandate lies the very mechanism for scalability, for freedom, and for the transformation of your personal effort into a durable, independent asset. The law is simple. Document your processes. At its core, this principle is an act of translation. It is the art of taking the fluid, intuitive knowledge that resides within your mind and your hands and codifying it into a clear, linear, and replicable set of instructions. Imagine a master craftsman who can carve a beautiful sculpture from a block of wood. His skill is immense, but it is also finite. It exists only within him and dies with him. But if that craftsman were to document every choice of tool, every angle of the chisel, every specific pressure applied at each stage, he would not simply be creating a sculpture, he would be creating a machine for producing sculptures. He would be creating a legacy. This is not a new idea. It is a thread woven through the entire history of economic progress. The medieval guilds, with their strict hierarchies of apprentice, journeyman, and master, operated on a system of process transfer, albeit a slow oral one. The invention of the printing press was perhaps the greatest leap forward in process documentation in human history, allowing knowledge to be replicated and distributed on a scale previously unimaginable. But it was the Industrial Revolution that truly canonized this law. Henry Ford did not invent the automobile, but he perfected the process for building it. The assembly line was nothing more than a dynamic, three-dimensional document, a process made physical, where each station and each worker represented a single, clearly defined step. The result was a dramatic increase in efficiency and a radical decrease in cost, making the automobile accessible to the masses. In the 20th century, Ray Kroc applied this same logic not to manufacturing but to service. The genius of McDonald's was never the hamburger, it was the system. It was the operations manual, a document so precise it dictated the exact cooking time for French fries and the precise number of pickles on a bun. This documentation allowed for perfect consistency and rapid global expansion. It transformed a simple restaurant into a replicable, franchisable, and immensely valuable system. The mechanism by which this law creates wealth is threefold. First, it creates clarity and consistency. When a process is documented, ambiguity is eliminated. The best way of doing something is no longer a matter of opinion or memory. It is the standard. This consistency builds trust and brand reputation, which are invaluable assets. Second, documentation is the prerequisite for effective delegation. You cannot hand a task to someone else if that task exists only as a vague concept in your own mind. A written process is a training tool. It empowers others to perform a task to your exact standard, freeing your time and, more importantly, your cognitive energy. It allows you to transition from working in your system to working on your system, from being a laborer to being an architect. And third, it transforms your work into a tangible asset. A business with well-documented standard operating procedures is fundamentally more valuable than one that relies on the unique genius of its founder. The documentation itself, the playbook, the operations manual, is the intellectual property. It is the guarantee to a potential buyer that the business's success is not a fluke, but a reproducible result. It is the business's brain, captured on paper. Your application of this law should begin in the smallest, most mundane corners of your life. Do not try to document your entire life's work at once. Instead, choose one recurring task. It could be the way you process your monthly finances, the steps you take to publish a piece of content online, or even the routine for preparing your morning coffee. Take out a simple notebook or open a blank digital document. Write down every single step, no matter how small or obvious. Be meticulous. Assume the person reading it has never performed this task before. Then, the next time you perform the task, follow your own instructions. You will immediately see the gaps, the ambiguities. Refine the document. Over time, this single document will become a perfect, elegant algorithm for achieving a specific result. Now do it again for another task and another. Slowly, you are building a library of your own effectiveness. You are externalizing your knowledge, creating a system that exists outside of you. This is the quiet, patient work of building an empire, not of bricks and mortar, but of process and paper. It is the work that allows your value to scale far beyond the hours you can personally commit. As you drift into rest, consider the silent power of a well-written procedure. It is a form of code for the real world, an engine of creation that can continue to run perfectly and predictably even while you sleep.
A brand is a valuable asset. Welcome! As we drift deeper into our study of wealth creation, we arrive at level 70. Allow your mind to settle and let this principle find its place in your understanding. Level 70. A brand is a valuable asset. In the physical world of wealth, we are accustomed to assets we can see and touch: a piece of land, a bar of gold, a factory humming with machinery. These are tangible, their value recorded clearly on a ledger. But some of the most powerful and enduring assets are entirely intangible. They exist not in a vault, but in the collective consciousness of the public. Of these, the brand is paramount. So what is a brand? It is far more than a logo, a name, or a color scheme. These are merely its symbols. A brand is a promise. It is the sum total of every interaction, every experience, and every perception a person has with a company or its products. It is a mental shortcut, a reservoir of trust and expectation built slowly, deliberately over time. When you see a familiar symbol, you are not just seeing an image, you are accessing a complex file of emotions, memories, and assumptions about quality, reliability, and status.
Historically, the concept began simply. A craftsman would put his unique mark on his pottery or his furniture. This mark was a guarantee of his personal skill and integrity. As societies moved into the industrial age, mass production made goods anonymous. The brand was reborn as a way to create distinction and trust amidst a sea of identical products. It became a story, told through advertising and packaging, that transformed a generic commodity into something with a unique identity and a perceived value far beyond its material components. The mechanism by which a brand creates wealth is both subtle and profound. First, it commands pricing power. Two identical white t-shirts can sit on a shelf. One is generic, the other bears the small embroidered logo of a trusted, aspirational brand. The branded shirt can be sold for 5, 10, even 20 times the price of the other. The extra value is not in the cotton or the stitching, it is in the brand. This price premium flows directly to the bottom line, creating profit where none existed before. Second, a brand builds a moat of loyalty. In a world of infinite choice, a strong brand simplifies decisions for the consumer. It reduces perceived risk. This loyalty creates repeat business, a steady and predictable stream of revenue that is far less expensive to maintain than the constant, frantic search for new customers. A loyal customer base is a durable economic engine. And third, a brand acts as a magnet, not only for customers, but for talent. The most skilled engineers, designers, and leaders are drawn to work for companies they admire and respect. This influx of human capital further strengthens the organization, creating a virtuous cycle of excellence that reinforces the brand's promise. To apply this law is to understand that building a brand is not a marketing expense, it is a capital investment. It requires patience and, above all, consistency. Every product, every advertisement, every customer service call is either a deposit into the bank of brand equity or a withdrawal. The promise made by the brand must be relentlessly delivered year after year until it becomes an unshakable truth in the mind of the market. It is the slow, steady work of laying a foundation, stone by stone, until it is strong enough to support a grand structure. As you drift now, consider the brands you trust in your own life. Feel the quiet confidence they give you. That feeling, that intangible assurance, is one of the most valuable assets in the world. It can be bought and sold for billions of dollars. It can outlive its founders, its factories, and its original products. It is a legacy of trust, codified into an economic force. A brand is not merely an image, it is a fortress, a quiet, powerful, and immensely valuable asset. Understand and use leverage. As we settle into the quiet space of this moment, let your mind gently turn towards a concept as old as physics and as modern as software. We arrive at level 71, understand and use leverage. The word itself might conjure images of finance, of debt, of risk. And while it encompasses these, its true essence is far more fundamental, more elegant. At its core, leverage is the principle of the force multiplier. It is the art and science of achieving a disproportionately large output from a small input. Consider for a moment the ancient Greek mathematician Archimedes. It was he who famously declared, "Give me a lever long enough and a fulcrum on which to place it, and I shall move the world." This is not a statement of hubris, but a profound understanding of physics. A simple, well-placed tool can amplify human effort to an almost infinite degree. The lever does not create new energy, it simply redirects and multiplies the force applied. This physical law is a perfect metaphor for the laws of wealth. True wealth creation is rarely about linear, brute force effort. It is about finding the right lever and the proper fulcrum. Let us explore the mechanisms of leverage, the great levers of the modern world. The first and most commonly understood is financial leverage. This is the use of borrowed capital to increase the potential return of an investment. Imagine you wish to purchase an asset worth $100. Using only your own capital, if the asset increases in value by 10%, you have made $10. But if you use 10 of your own dollars and borrow 90, You control the same $100 asset. Now, when it increases by 10%, your return is still $10, but it is a $10 return on your initial $10 investment, a 100% gain. This amplification is the power of financial leverage. Of course, it is a double-edged sword. It magnifies not only gains, but also losses. Wisdom, therefore, is the fulcrum upon which this lever must be placed. The second form is operational leverage, found in business. This relates to the ratio of fixed costs to variable costs. A business with high fixed costs, a factory, a software platform, requires a significant initial investment. But once that investment is made, the cost of producing one additional unit or serving one additional customer is remarkably low. The first car off the assembly line is astronomically expensive. The 10,000th car is incredibly profitable. This is the leverage of scale. It allows a business to serve a vast market with increasing efficiency and profitability. Next, we find what may be the most powerful and democratic form of leverage in human history, the leverage of media and code. To write a book, to record a piece of music, to create a video, or to write a piece of software is to create an asset with zero marginal cost of replication. You perform the work once. The initial effort might be immense, but the resulting creation can be duplicated and distributed to 1 million or 1 billion people at virtually no additional cost. It can work for you while you sleep, serving customers, entertaining audiences, and solving problems across the globe. This is leverage without permission, a tool that has redefined the landscape of modern wealth. Finally, there is the oldest form of leverage, the leverage of labor. This is the act of hiring and managing others to accomplish a goal. One person has 24 hours in a day, but a leader who effectively coordinates the efforts of 10 people has access to the productive output of 240 hours per day. It multiplies time, allowing focus to shift from doing the work to directing the work. To truly understand and use leverage is to shift your entire perspective on work and value. It is to stop asking, how much harder can I work, and to begin asking, where can I apply my effort to achieve the greatest multiplied effect? It is to seek out asymmetric opportunities where the potential upside far outweighs the downside. As you drift now, let this concept settle into your subconscious. Think not of force, but of physics. Think not of effort, but of alignment. See yourself not as the one who must lift the great stone, but as the one who calmly, wisely slides the lever into place, finds the perfect fulcrum, and with a gentle, focused pressure moves the world. This is the essence of level 71. Rest now, knowing that the greatest forces are not wielded through strain, but through understanding. Leverage other people's money, debt, wisely. Welcome. Settle in and allow your mind to drift as we explore the 72nd level of wealth creation. Tonight, we examine a principle of immense power, a tool that has built empires and fortunes, yet one that demands the utmost respect and wisdom. We are speaking of level 72, leverage other people's money, debt, wisely. Think of debt not as a deficit, but as a lever. A simple lever, as Archimedes noted, can move the world, provided one has a place to stand. In finance, your capital, your knowledge, and your diligence are the ground upon which you stand. The debt is the lever that allows you to move an asset far larger than your own immediate strength would permit. This is the concept of leverage through other people's money, or OPM. It is the art of using borrowed capital to increase the potential return of an investment. It is an amplifier, and it is crucial to remember that it amplifies everything, both your gains and your losses. The use of credit is not a modern invention. It is a concept woven into the very fabric of civilization. We can trace its origins back to ancient Mesopotamia, where farmers borrowed seeds and would repay the loan with a portion of the future harvest. It was a tool for survival and production. Through the ages, this simple concept was refined. The great merchant banks of Renaissance Italy financed world-altering trade expeditions using capital from their depositors. They understood that by pooling and lending the money of others, they could fund ventures far beyond their individual means, creating immense wealth in the process. What began as a loan for a season's crop has evolved into the sophisticated financial system we know today, a system where debt, used judiciously, remains one of the most potent forces for economic growth. Let us explore its mechanism with a simple, clear illustration. Imagine you wish to acquire an asset, perhaps a piece of real estate, valued at $100,000. If you use only your own money, you pay the full $100,000. If the property's value increases by 10% in 1 year, it is now worth $110,000. You have made a $10,000 profit, which represents a 10% return on your investment. Now consider the path of leverage. Instead of paying the full price, you make a down payment of 20%, $20,000 of your own capital. You then borrow the remaining $80,000 from a lender. You now control the same $100,000 asset, but with only a fraction of the personal investment. If the property again appreciates by 10%, that is still a $10,000 gain in value.
However, your return is no longer calculated against the full value of the asset, but against your actual cash investment. Your $10,000 profit on a $20,000 investment is a 50% return. This is the amplifying power of the lever. Of course, the lender does not provide this capital for free. You must pay interest, which is the cost of using the tool. The wise investor ensures that the income or appreciation from the asset sufficiently outweighs this cost. This brings us to the most critical part of this law, the application of wisdom. For the lever that can lift a fortune can also, if misused, bring it crashing down. The first act of wisdom is to distinguish between good debt and bad debt. Good debt is capital borrowed to acquire an asset that is likely to increase in value or generate positive cash flow. A mortgage on a rental property that pays for itself and provides a monthly surplus is good debt. A loan to expand a profitable business is good debt. Bad debt, conversely, is used to finance consumption or to purchase assets that depreciate. High-interest credit card balances for luxury goods or vacations are the classic example of bad debt. It creates no value, only a financial drain. The second act of wisdom is to ensure that any leveraged asset can service its own debt. Cash flow is paramount. The income generated must comfortably cover the loan payments, taxes, insurance, and maintenance. Without this, the investment becomes a liability, slowly draining your resources. Finally, wisdom demands that you understand the terms of your leverage completely and never extend yourself beyond your capacity to withstand unforeseen challenges. What happens if the market turns or a tenant leaves? A wise plan always includes a margin of safety. As you drift now into a state of deep and restful learning, let this principle settle within you. Debt is not inherently good or bad. It is a neutral, powerful force. Like fire, it can warm a home or burn it to the ground. The difference lies not in the tool, but in the hand that wields it. By understanding its concept, its history, its mechanism, and its wise application, you learn to wield it with the precision of a master craftsman, using it to build a future of abundance, security, and peace.
Leverage other people's time, employees/contractors. Sound of a soft, ambient, synthesized hum begins and fades to a very low background level. Welcome. As we continue our ascent through the fundamental laws of wealth, we arrive at a principle that separates linear effort from exponential growth. Settle in, release the tension from your day, and allow your mind to absorb the architecture of this next level. We now explore Level 73, Leverage Other People's Time. Within the physics of our reality, time is the great constant. It is the one resource that cannot be created, recycled, or stored. Every individual, from the pauper to the king, is allocated the same 24 hours each day. This universal limitation is the great filter on personal achievement. To attempt to build significant wealth using only your own hours is like trying to fill an ocean with a single cup. You are bound by the unyielding mathematics of your own mortality. Level 73 is the key that unlocks this temporal prison. It is the understanding that while your own time is finite, you can access and orchestrate the time of others. This is not a modern invention, but a principle as old as civilization itself. The pharaohs did not build the pyramids by lifting a single stone.
They leveraged the time and labor of thousands. The Roman Empire did not construct its aqueducts and roads through the efforts of one emperor. It coordinated the time of legions of soldiers and engineers. The mechanism of this leverage has evolved, but the principle remains unchanged. In the industrial age, the factory owner purchased the time of workers in discrete hourly blocks, combining their efforts through a system, the assembly line, to produce an output far greater than any single individual could achieve. Today, in the information age, this leverage has become more refined, more abstract, and infinitely more scalable. We call this leverage by familiar names: employees and contractors. An employee is an agreement to purchase a consistent portion of an individual's professional time and focus. In exchange for security, resources, and a steady wage, they dedicate their working hours to your vision. A contractor is a more targeted arrangement, purchasing specialized time and skill for a specific project or outcome. Both are instruments of the same fundamental law. The mechanism at play here is a form of temporal arbitrage. You, as the architect of a system, must create a structure where an hour of another person's time, when applied within your system, generates more value than the cost of that hour. The surplus value created is the engine of wealth creation. This is not exploitation, it is synergy. You are providing the vision, the capital, the risk, and the system, the soil in which their time can be most productively planted. They, in turn, provide the focused energy and skill that allows the system to function and grow. To apply this law, you must first undergo a profound internal shift. You must graduate from being the primary doer to being the primary thinker and director. Your highest and best use is not in answering every email, coding every line, or making every sale. Your highest and best use is in designing the machine and then finding the best possible people to operate the various components of that machine. Begin by auditing your own time. Identify the tasks that are repetitive. Identify the tasks that do not align with your unique genius. These are the first candidates for delegation. The $5 an hour tasks must be removed from your plate so you can focus on the $5,000 an hour decisions. Hiring your first employee or contractor is a monumental step. It is the moment you transform from a sole practitioner into a conductor. You are no longer just playing an instrument, you are directing an orchestra. Your success is now measured not by your personal output, but by your ability to attract, align, and empower the talent around you. One person working for you doubles your effective output. 10 people multiplies it by 10. This is the beginning of geometric expansion. You are no longer adding to your wealth, you are multiplying it, because you have transcended the limitations of your own 24 hours. As you drift now into a state of deep rest, let this concept settle into your subconscious. Visualize your goals not as mountains you must climb alone, but as great cathedrals you must design. See yourself as the architect, drawing the blueprints, and then calmly and confidently directing the skilled masons, carpenters, and artisans who, through their dedicated time, bring your grand vision into reality. This is level 73. It is the shift from personal effort to orchestrated symphony. And it is a crucial law on your journey to true and lasting wealth. Sleep now and let the orchestra play on.
Leverage technology and software. Welcome. As you settle in, letting the weight of the day dissolve, allow your mind to gently turn towards the principles of abundance. We arrive now at level 74, a law that defines the modern era of wealth creation. Leverage technology and software. Imagine for a moment the great levers of antiquity. A single person with a simple fulcrum and a long enough beam could move a boulder many times their own weight. This is the essence of leverage, the amplification of a small, focused effort to produce a disproportionately large result. For centuries, this leverage was primarily physical: the pulley, the gear, the aqueduct. But in our time, the most powerful levers are no longer made of wood or iron. They are forged from lines of code, residing silently in the digital ether. Technology and software are the great invisible levers of our age.
They represent a fundamental paradigm shift in how value is created and scaled. In the pre-digital world, the creation of wealth was often a linear equation. To sell 100 books, you had to print and bind 100 physical copies. To serve 100 clients, you needed the time and labor equivalent to 100 consultations. Growth was directly and often painfully tied to the input of human hours and material resources. The digital revolution dissolved this linear bond. The mechanism behind this modern leverage is twofold: automation and infinite scalability. First, consider automation. Software is a tireless, flawless employee. It can perform repetitive, complex tasks 24 hours a day without fatigue or complaint. A well-designed system can manage inventory, process payments, send communications to thousands of customers, and analyze data with a speed and accuracy that no team of humans could ever hope to match. By identifying the repetitive processes in any endeavor and delegating them to software, you free up the most valuable and finite resource of all, your own time and focused attention. This allows you to work on your system of wealth creation rather than merely in it. The second, and perhaps more profound, aspect is scalability. A piece of software, a digital course, an application, or a piece of media can be created once. The initial effort of design, coding, and creation may be significant, but once it exists, it can be replicated and distributed to 1 million people or 100 million people for nearly zero additional cost. The marginal cost of producing one more digital copy is effectively nothing. This is a concept that would have been unimaginable to the merchants and artisans of the past. It decouples output from effort in the most radical way. You build the engine once, and it can power an infinite number of journeys.
The application of this law is not reserved for software developers or tech entrepreneurs. It is a mindset available to all. The writer leverages technology by publishing an ebook, reaching a global audience without a printing press. The artist leverages software to create digital prints sold infinitely from an online store that manages its own sales. The consultant creates a video course, codifying their knowledge once to serve thousands of students asynchronously. The small business owner uses customer relationship management software and automated email marketing to nurture leads and build relationships even while they sleep. And so, as you drift deeper into rest, let this principle settle into your understanding. See the silent, humming servers, the elegant lines of code, the automated systems working tirelessly across the globe. They are the modern levers, waiting to be put into motion. The law is not to simply use technology, but to leverage it, to see it as a partner in creation, an amplifier of your intent. It is about building systems that work for you, creating value and reaching others far beyond the constraints of your own physical presence and your own finite time. It is the quiet, persistent, and powerful engine of modern abundance.
Leverage media and code. Welcome to Level 75. As the conscious mind begins to soften, let us explore a principle that operates in the very fabric of our modern world. A form of leverage that works tirelessly, even as you rest. This is the law of media and code. In the long history of wealth creation, leverage has always been the fulcrum. The earliest form was labor, leveraging the time and effort of other people. Then came capital, leveraging money to build and invest. Both required permission. You needed to convince others to work for you or convince a bank to lend to you. They were powerful but gated. Level 75 introduces a new paradigm, a form of leverage that is fundamentally permissionless. It is the leverage of products with no marginal cost of replication. These products are media and code. Let us first define our terms in this quiet space. Media is not simply the news. It is any content you create that can be packaged and distributed infinitely. A podcast episode, a video essay, an article, an ebook, a photograph. You create it once, and the internet can serve it to one person or to 1 million people with no additional effort from you. The cost to create the millionth copy is zero. Code is the language of automation. It is software, applications, and algorithms. It is a set of instructions you write once
which can then be executed endlessly by computers to serve customers, solve problems, or create experiences. A single programmer can build a piece of software that provides value to millions of users simultaneously. The cost to add one more user is, again, effectively zero. The mechanism behind this power is a radical departure from all that came before. Imagine a medieval scribe painstakingly copying a book by hand. His labor was tied directly to his output. One book, one unit of immense effort. Then the printing press arrived. This was the nascent form of media leverage. The heavy lifting was in setting the type, but once done, copies could be produced with far less effort per unit. The internet is the printing press on a planetary scale, and it is for everyone. It has democratized the tools of mass communication and software distribution. Where once you needed a broadcast tower or a factory to reach a mass audience, you now need only a connection. This is how it works in practice as you drift deeper into understanding. You build an asset. Let's say you record a series of guided meditations. That is the media. You invest your time and expertise once up front. You then release it to the world. While you sleep, while you read, while you live your life, that media is working for you. It is an asynchronous army of digital servants, delivering value across time zones without ever asking for a day off.
Now, let us imagine you build a simple piece of code, a habit tracking application. You design and program it once. That code is then placed on an app store. It is now a tireless digital employee. It onboards new users, tracks their progress, and sends them reminders, all according to the rules you set. It works for 1,000 customers just as easily as it works for 10. The true power of this level is found in the synergy between the two. Media attracts and builds trust with an audience. Code serves that audience and solves their problems at scale. A writer builds a following with a blog, media, and then offers them a specialized writing tool, code. A financial analyst creates popular YouTube videos explaining market trends, media, and then builds a software platform for portfolio management, code. Embracing this level requires a shift in mindset. You must move from renting out your time to building assets that earn for you. The output is decoupled from the input. Your potential wealth is no longer tied to the hours you can work, but to the reach and utility of the media and code you create. So, as you settle into a state of deep rest, let this principle settle within you. The world is now filled with invisible, weightless machinery. Armies of information and legions of algorithms are constantly at work. By learning to create and command them, you are building a system that operates on the most powerful leverage known to humanity. A system that works for you, even now in the quiet of the night.
Leverage is a double-edged sword. As we drift deeper into the principles of wealth, we arrive at level 76. Settle in and let your mind absorb a law that holds the power to create empires and to turn them to dust. This is the law of the double-edged sword. This is the law of leverage. The concept is as old as physics itself. Archimedes, the great thinker of antiquity, famously declared, "Give me a lever long enough and a fulcrum on which to place it, and I shall move the world." In that simple statement lies the entire mechanism of leverage. It is the art of using a small, controlled force to command a much larger, more significant outcome. The lever multiplies your effort. It is an amplifier of intent. In the world of finance and wealth creation, the principle remains unchanged. The lever is not a bar of iron, but a tool such as borrowed capital, technology, or the time and expertise of other people. The fulcrum is the point of application, the investment, the business, the system you create. And the world you are trying to move is your financial reality. Let us first examine the magnificent, upward cutting edge of this sword. Imagine you wish to purchase an asset, perhaps a piece of real estate valued at $100,000. If you use your own capital entirely and the property's value increases by 10%, you have made $10,000, a respectable 10% return on your investment. Now consider the path of leverage. Instead of paying the full amount, you use $20,000 of your own capital as a down payment
and borrow the remaining $80,000 from a bank. The asset is still yours to control. When its value increases by that same 10%, the $10,000 gain is still entirely yours. But now that $10,000 gain was generated from only $20,000 of your own capital. Your return is not 10%, it is a staggering 50%. You have used the bank's capital as a lever to amplify your own results fivefold. This is how fortunes are built. It is the intelligent application of a small force to achieve a result of immense magnitude. But a sword has two edges, and the second edge cuts with equal, unforgiving sharpness. Let us return to our example. Imagine the market shifts. The property, instead of appreciating, now depreciates by 10%. It loses $10,000 in value. If you paid in cash, your $100,000 asset is now worth $90,000. You have lost 10%. The loss is regrettable but contained. However, if you used leverage, that $10,000 loss is absorbed entirely by your $20,000 investment. You have lost 50% of your personal capital in a single stroke. This is how fortunes are built. It is the intelligent application of a small force to achieve a result of immense magnitude.
And worse, you still owe the bank the full $80,000. The debt does not shrink with the value of the asset. The lever that so powerfully magnified your gains has now, with perfect and brutal symmetry, magnified your losses. Your financial position is severely damaged. This principle extends far beyond borrowed money. When you hire an employee, you are leveraging their time and skills. If they are productive, they can generate far more value than their salary, amplifying your business's growth. But if they are inefficient or mismanaged, their cost becomes a drain, a downward force on your enterprise. When you build a software system, you are leveraging technology. A single piece of code can serve millions of people, multiplying your effort a millionfold. But a single flaw in that code, a security breach, can create a catastrophe of equal proportion. Even your reputation is a form of leverage. A sterling reputation opens doors and attracts opportunities with little effort. But a single misstep can shatter that reputation, and the fall from a great height is always more devastating. The mastery of level 66, therefore, is not about wielding the sword with reckless abandon. It is about deep, profound respect for its nature. It is the wisdom to understand the fulcrum upon which you rest your ambitions. It is the prudence to calculate not only how high the lever can lift you, but how far it can cast you down. Leverage is a tool for the wise and a trap for the unwary. It does not create value, it simply magnifies what is already there. It will magnify a sound strategy into a grand success, and it will magnify a flawed assumption into a total ruin. As you drift into rest, understand this equilibrium. Wealth is not built by avoiding leverage, but by mastering it. It is about choosing the right lever, the right fulcrum, and applying just the right amount of force, knowing, always, that the power to move the world is also the power to be crushed by it. Rest now with this understanding of balance, power, and prudence.
Tax law is a set of incentives, not just rules. Welcome. In our exploration of the complex frameworks that structure modern society, we often encounter concepts that are widely understood in their most superficial sense, yet deeply misunderstood in their true function. Tax law is perhaps the preeminent example of this phenomenon. For most, the word tax conjures images of compliance, of rules to be followed, and of funds being transferred from private hands to the public treasury. While this is, of course, the fundamental purpose of taxation, to raise revenue, to stop there is to miss the far more intricate and powerful role it plays. It is more accurate to view tax law not as a rigid set of rules, but as a dynamic and sprawling system of incentives, a carefully constructed language through which a government communicates its priorities and encourages specific behaviors from its citizens and corporations. This perspective is not a modern invention, but its application has grown exponentially with the complexity of our economies. Historically, taxes were simpler: a tariff on imported goods, a tax on land, or a poll tax on individuals. Their primary goal was revenue. However, as governments began to take a more active role in steering economic and social outcomes, they discovered that the tax code was an exceptionally powerful tool. Why command when you can persuade? Why prohibit when you can disincentivize? The modern tax system is the result of this evolution, a tapestry woven with threads of economic theory, social policy, and political compromise. Let us examine the primary mechanisms through which this system of incentives operates. The most common tools are deductions, credits, and preferential rates. A tax deduction allows you to subtract certain expenses from your total income, thereby reducing the amount of income that is subject to tax. Consider the deduction from mortgage interest. The government is not simply allowing a homeowner a financial break out of kindness. It is actively encouraging homeownership, believing it fosters stable communities and economic growth. By making the cost of borrowing to buy a home cheaper, the tax code incentivizes that specific choice over, for example, renting. A tax credit is even more direct. Unlike a deduction, which reduces your taxable income, a credit directly reduces the amount of tax you owe dollar for dollar. This is a much more potent incentive. Think of the tax credits offered for purchasing an electric vehicle or installing solar panels. The government has identified a societal goal, in this case, a transition to cleaner energy, and uses the tax code to make the desired behavior more financially attractive for the individual. It is a direct subsidy delivered through the tax system.
Finally, we have preferential tax rates. Not all income is taxed equally. In many systems, income from long-term investments, known as capital gains, is taxed at a lower rate than income earned from labor. The stated rationale is to encourage long-term investment, risk-taking, and the allocation of capital to productive enterprises, thereby stimulating the economy. Whether this is the most effective or equitable way to achieve that goal is a subject of constant debate, but the intent is clear: to use the tax rate itself as a signal and an incentive. The applications of this philosophy are everywhere. We see it in the tax-advantaged status of retirement accounts like 401ks and IRAs, designed to encourage personal savings and reduce future reliance on social safety nets. We see it in the deductions for charitable contributions, which effectively subsidize the work of nonprofit organizations. Businesses are incentivized to invest in research and development or to purchase new equipment through accelerated depreciation and specialized tax credits. Each of these provisions is a policy choice, a deliberate nudge embedded within the calculus of our financial lives. Understanding this principle transforms our relationship with the tax system. It ceases to be a mere administrative burden and becomes a map of societal priorities. It reveals the economic and social behaviors a government wishes to foster, from higher education and entrepreneurship to philanthropy and environmental stewardship. It is a complex, often imperfect, and constantly evolving dialogue between the state and its people, written in the language of finance. And to truly understand it is to see not just the rules of the game, but the reasons why the game is played the way it is.
Structure your assets for tax efficiency. Welcome back. As we continue our journey deeper into the foundational laws of wealth, we arrive at level 78. Let the sound of my voice be a gentle guide as we explore a principle that works silently in the background, amplifying all of your other efforts. This is the law of intelligent structure. Level 78. Structure your assets for tax efficiency. This concept is often misunderstood, shrouded in a veil of complexity, or mistaken for a cynical game of avoidance. But at its core, tax efficiency is not about finding loopholes. It is about understanding the landscape. It is the art of financial architecture, of placing your assets in environments where they are best sheltered and can grow most freely according to the established rules of the system. Imagine a master gardener. The gardener does not try to change the sun or the rain. Instead, they understand them. They know which plants thrive in direct sunlight, which prefer the cool shade, and which need the rich, damp soil by the riverbank. By placing each plant in its ideal location, the entire garden flourishes. Your financial life is this garden. Your assets are the plants, and the various types of investment accounts are the different microclimates of soil and sun. Historically, this principle evolved alongside the tax codes themselves. Early tax systems were simple, flat levies. But as economies grew more complex, governments began using the tax code not just to raise revenue, but to incentivize specific behaviors beneficial to society. Saving for retirement, investing in new businesses, encouraging home ownership. This created a rich tapestry of accounts and vehicles, each with its own unique tax treatment. Retirement accounts, tax-advantaged savings plans, trusts, these were not accidental creations. They were intentional designs, offering a trade-off. In exchange for dedicating your capital to a specific long-term purpose, you are granted a more favorable tax environment for its growth. The wise investor learns to see this not as a series of hurdles, but as a set of tools. The mechanism of tax efficiency primarily revolves around three distinct financial environments, or buckets, where you can hold your assets. First, there is the taxable bucket. This is your standard brokerage account. It is the most flexible, with no restrictions on when you can access your money. But here, your assets are fully exposed to the elements. Each year, any dividends they produce or interest they earn is taxed. When you sell an asset for a profit, that capital gain is taxed. It is the sun-drenched open field of your garden. Second, we have the tax-deferred bucket. Think of this as a greenhouse.
These are your traditional retirement accounts, like a 401k or traditional IRA. You typically contribute money before it has been taxed, lowering your taxable income today. Inside this greenhouse, your investments can grow. Dividends, interest, and capital gains all compound year after year, completely sheltered from the annual tax drag. The taxes are not eliminated, but merely postponed or deferred until you begin to withdraw the money in retirement. Finally, there is the most powerful environment, the tax-free or tax-advantaged bucket. This is your Roth IRA, your Roth 401k, or a health savings account. Here, the arrangement is reversed. You contribute money that has already been taxed, but once inside this pristine, climate-controlled biosphere, its growth is forever free from taxation. Every dollar it earns, every bit of compounding magic is yours to keep. The withdrawals in retirement are completely tax-free. The application of this law, then, is a strategy known as asset location. It is the deliberate act of placing specific types of assets into the bucket where they will be treated most kindly. For instance, assets that generate a lot of annual taxable income, like corporate bonds or real estate investment trusts, might be best placed inside a tax-deferred greenhouse, where that income is not taxed each year. Assets that you expect to have explosive long-term growth might be best placed in the tax-free biosphere, so that their magnificent future value is never taxed at all. And assets that are already tax-efficient, like certain index funds that you plan to hold for decades, can comfortably reside in the taxable open field, benefiting from lower long-term capital gains rates. This is not a frantic, active strategy. It is a quiet, foundational decision. It is about minimizing the friction of taxes on your compounding engine. A 1% difference in annual return lost to tax drag can result in a staggering difference in wealth over 30 or 40 years. By structuring your assets intelligently, you are not cheating the system. You are aligning yourself with its intended flow. You are working in harmony with the financial weather patterns, rather than constantly fighting against them. And so, as you settle deeper, let this concept settle with you. Envision your wealth not as a single pile of money, but as a thriving, diversified ecosystem. Each part in its proper place, quietly and efficiently growing, shielded and nourished. This is the silent work of structure, a law that, once set in motion, works for you day and night, year after year, as you rest. Ownership is the key to escaping the rat race. As we continue our journey through the fundamental laws of wealth creation, we arrive at level 79. Allow your mind to settle as we explore a principle that represents a profound shift in one's economic reality. Level 79. Ownership is the key to escaping the rat race. The term rat race itself conjures a specific image, a creature on a wheel, running faster and faster, yet remaining in the very same place. This is a powerful metaphor for the cycle many find themselves in. It is the cycle of exchanging your finite time for a linear stream of income. You work an hour, you are paid for an hour. To earn more, you must work more hours, or secure a higher rate for each hour.
While this can provide for a comfortable life, it is a life tethered to constant effort. An increase in income is often met with a corresponding increase in lifestyle and expenses, ensuring the wheel continues to turn and the need for the next paycheck remains ever present. This is the architecture of financial dependence. Escaping this cycle is not about running faster. It is not about finding a better paying wheel. It is about stepping off the wheel entirely. And the mechanism for doing so is ownership. Historically, for much of human civilization, ownership was the default path. A farmer owned his land and its produce. A blacksmith owned his forge and the goods he created. The Industrial Revolution shifted this paradigm, creating a new and vast class of wage earners who traded their labor for a steady, predictable income. This model provided stability, but it also severed the direct link between one's efforts and scalable wealth. You became a component in a machine you did not own. Ownership reestablishes this link. It is the act of acquiring assets, things that generate value independent of your direct hour-by-hour involvement. An asset is fundamentally different from a salary. A salary is finite and requires your constant presence. An asset is a system that can work for you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, whether you are awake or, indeed, as you are now, drifting into a state of peaceful rest. Consider the mechanism. When you own a piece of a business, whether it is your own small enterprise or a single share of stock in a global corporation, you own a fraction of its profits and its growth. The value of your ownership is not tied to the hours you personally clock in, but to the collective efforts of the entire system, its employees, its brand, its technology. This decouples your earnings from your time. This is the essence of scalability. Think of real estate. When you own a property that you rent to others, you have acquired an asset. That property generates income each month, and it has the potential to appreciate in value over time. It is a small economic engine that you own, working quietly in the background of your life. Even intellectual property, a book you have written, a piece of music you have composed, a patent for an invention, is a form of ownership. Once created, it can be sold or licensed over and over again, generating revenue long after the initial effort of creation is complete. The transition from an employee mindset to an owner mindset is perhaps the most critical shift of all. It is the shift from asking, "How much can I earn per hour?" to "What assets can I acquire that will generate income for me?" It is the shift from focusing solely on your active income to focusing on building a portfolio of passive and scalable income streams. This is not a call to abandon responsibility, but to redirect your focus. It is about using the income from your labor not just for consumption, but for the strategic acquisition of assets. Each share of stock purchased, each dollar invested into a business, each mortgage payment that builds equity in a property is a step away from the wheel. It is the slow, deliberate, and powerful act of building your own economic freedom. So as you rest, let this concept settle deep within your mind. Ownership. It is not about opulence or extravagance. It is about sovereignty. It is about creating a reality where your time is truly your own, and your wealth is not a direct product of your labor, but of the systems you have quietly, intelligently, and patiently built. It is the silent, steady work of your assets, growing and compounding long after your own work for the day is done. It is the key.
Seek wealth, not money or status. Welcome. As we settle into this space of learning and rest, we arrive at level 80. Let your mind gently release the complexities of the day and allow this principle to settle deep within your understanding. The law for this level is a profound and critical distinction. Seek wealth, not money or status. At first, these three concepts may seem intertwined, almost synonymous in the modern lexicon. But here, in this deeper exploration, we must carefully pull them apart, for they lead to vastly different destinations. Let us first define our terms. Money is a medium of exchange. It is a tool for transferring time and value. It is the river, but it is not the source. Money is what you use to buy groceries, pay your rent, or acquire an asset. It is transient, flowing into your hands and just as easily flowing out. The pursuit of money in isolation becomes a Sisyphean task, a constant refilling of a leaky bucket. You work, you earn, you spend. The cycle repeats, a treadmill of effort that often increases in speed but never truly arrives at a destination of peace. Then there is status. Status is our social standing. It is our rank in the hierarchy, be it in our careers, our social circles, or in the grand theater of society. It is an external game, played for the validation and esteem of others. The pursuit of status is fueled by comparison. It is a relative measure. You are only high status in relation to someone of lower status. This makes it an inherently precarious and often exhausting game. The goalposts are always moving because they are set by others. The new car, the bigger house, the more prestigious title, these are the markers of the status game. They are loud, visible, and demand constant maintenance and defense. And finally, there is wealth. True wealth is the silent, underlying asset base. Wealth is not about the money you spend. It is about the assets you own that work for you. Wealth is the well-stocked orchard, not the single basket of fruit sold at the market. It is the business that runs while you are on vacation. It is the portfolio of investments that compounds quietly in the background. It is the intellectual property, the book, the song, the code that generates income long after the creative act is finished. The mechanism of this law is a fundamental shift in perspective. The person chasing money asks, "How can I earn more per hour?" The person chasing status asks, "How can I look more successful than my peers?" But the person seeking wealth asks a different set of questions. What can I build or acquire that will generate income while I sleep? How can I decouple my time from my earnings? This is not a modern concept. Historically, the wealthiest individuals were not those with the highest salaries, but those who owned the productive assets, the land, the factories, the shipping routes. They understood that trading time for money was a linear equation. To create exponential growth, one had to own the system of production itself. In our digital age, the assets have changed, but the principle remains eternal. An asset can be a well-crafted piece of software, a popular YouTube channel, a scalable online business, or a carefully curated index fund. These are the modern-day equivalents of the farm or the factory. They are systems designed to produce value independent of your direct hourly input. Applying this law requires a conscious reevaluation of your goals and your actions. When presented with a career opportunity, look beyond the salary, the money, and the job title, the status. Ask yourself, will this position grant me valuable skills that I can use to build an asset later? Will it provide me with the time and capital to invest in wealth-generating systems? Will it give me ownership or equity? A high-paying, high-status job that consumes all of your time and energy may be a trap. It gives you money and status, but it robs you of the single most important resource for building wealth, time. It keeps you on the treadmill, running faster and faster, but never allowing you to step off and build something of your own. Seeking wealth is a quiet, patient game. It often looks less glamorous from the outside. It's the person diligently saving and investing a portion of their income, rather than buying the newest luxury car. It's the entrepreneur working late nights on a project that isn't yet profitable. It is a focus on the long term, on building a foundation of freedom. Money is a necessary tool to build wealth. Status can be a useful byproduct that opens doors. But they must remain in their proper place as servants to the goal, not the goal itself. When you seek wealth, you are not seeking a number in a bank account. You are seeking sovereignty over your time. You are seeking the freedom to choose your work, your location, and your schedule. You are seeking the peace that comes from knowing that your security is not tied to your next paycheck, to the silent, steady, productive hum of the assets you own. As you drift now into a state of deep rest, let this distinction settle. Release the frantic chase for more money. Let go of the anxious game of status. And instead, allow your subconscious mind to focus on the quiet, patient, and deeply rewarding pursuit of true wealth, the pursuit of freedom. Wealth is having assets that earn while you sleep. Welcome. Settle in and allow your mind to gently focus on this next principle. We have arrived at level 81 of our journey. Let your breathing be slow and steady as we contemplate this fundamental law of wealth creation. Level 81. Wealth is having assets that earn while you sleep. This statement is more than a clever aphorism. It is the very definition of financial independence. It represents the great demarcation line between active labor and true wealth. To earn a living is to trade your time, your energy, your life force for money. It is an honorable and necessary exchange for most. But to build wealth is to transcend this exchange. It is to create or acquire systems that generate income independent of your direct, moment-to-moment involvement. While the world quiets and you enter a state of rest, these systems continue their work tirelessly, silently, compounding value on your behalf. Let us trace the history of this idea. In its most ancient form, this was the principle of land ownership. The feudal lord did not till the fields himself, yet the land, worked by others, provided a harvest. The land was the asset, earning while he slept. With the dawn of mercantilism and the creation of the first joint stock companies, this principle democratized. A merchant could invest in a ship sailing to the East Indies. While he remained at home, sleeping soundly in his bed, his capital was at work across the globe, braving oceans and trading in exotic ports. The shares in that voyage were the asset. The Industrial Revolution magnified this concept exponentially. The factory owner's machinery did not cease its rhythmic churn when he retired for the evening. The capital invested in looms, presses, and engines worked around the clock. The patent held by an inventor continued to generate royalties on every unit sold, whether the inventor was awake or dreaming. In each case, the core mechanism is the same: the decoupling of time from income. So, what are these assets that work through the night? They fall into several broad categories. First, there are capital assets. This is the realm of the investor. Shares of a well-run public company represent a fractional ownership in a business that operates globally 24 hours a day. The dividends it pays are a share of profits earned while you slept. The bonds you own pay interest, a fee for lending your capital to a government or corporation that is putting it to work. Real estate is perhaps the most tangible example. A rental property generates income from a tenant whose life continues, whose need for shelter is constant, irrespective of your state of consciousness. Second, there are intellectual and creative assets. An author who has written a book has created an asset that can be sold in every time zone, day and night, for decades. The initial labor is finite, but the earning potential is continuous. The same is true for a musician whose song is streamed in London while they are asleep in Los Angeles, or a photographer whose image is licensed by a publication on the other side of the world. In the digital age, this category has exploded. A software developer creates an application that is downloaded and used globally. A course creator records a series of lectures that educate students at any hour. These are assets forged from intellect, working ceaselessly in the digital ether. Finally, there is the asset of a business system. This is not merely owning a job, it is owning a machine of commerce. It is a business with processes, management, and employees so robust that it functions and generates profit without the founder's constant operational input. The owner can step away, can rest, and the system continues to serve customers and create value. The application of this law requires a profound shift in mindset. The primary financial question ceases to be, how can I earn more from my time, and becomes, how can I use my time and my current earnings to acquire or build assets? It is the shift from thinking like a laborer to thinking like a capitalist in the purest sense of the word. It means diligently allocating a portion of your active income towards buying these sleeping earners. It is a process of patience, of planting seeds that will one day grow into fruit-bearing trees, offering shade and sustenance long after the initial effort of planting is a distant memory. This is the peace of mind that true wealth affords. It is not about extravagance, but about security. It is the quiet confidence that comes from knowing that the foundation of your financial life is not built on the fragile ground of your daily effort alone, but on a bedrock of productive assets. As you drift deeper into rest, allow this concept to settle. Envision these silent workers, the dividends being declared, the rent being paid, the royalties being calculated, the code being executed. This is the gentle, persistent hum of capital at work. This is level 81. Wealth is having assets that earn while you sleep. Specific knowledge is the knowledge you cannot be trained for. As we settle into the quiet space of learning, we arrive at level 82, a principle that is both subtle and profoundly powerful. It flows against the current of our modern educational and corporate systems, yet it holds one of the most significant keys to creating authentic, lasting value. The law is this: specific knowledge is the knowledge for which you cannot be trained. Let this idea settle for a moment. Our entire lives, we are taught to seek training. We go to school to be trained, we attend workshops to be trained, we read books and watch tutorials to acquire skills. This is general knowledge. It is immensely valuable, of course. It is the foundation upon which societies are built. Accounting, medicine, law, computer programming. These are disciplines that can be taught, codified, and transferred from one person to another through a structured curriculum. If you can attend a weekend seminar to learn it, it is not specific knowledge. If it can be turned into a clear step-by-step online course, it is not specific knowledge. Specific knowledge, in contrast, is an emergent property of your unique, individual existence. It is a personal mosaic, assembled over years, often without a conscious goal. It is found at the strange and beautiful intersections of your genuine curiosities. It is the knowledge of the historian who is also a gifted data scientist, allowing them to see patterns in ancient texts that no one else can. It is the knowledge of the chef who spent a decade studying marine biology, leading to an intuitive understanding of seafood that cannot be found in any cookbook. The mechanism for acquiring specific knowledge is not instruction, but obsession. It is built by following your innate intellectual curiosity, not a syllabus. It is the product of the late nights you spend tinkering with a project, the digital rabbit holes you fall down, the seemingly unrelated books you read that begin to connect in your mind. The modern philosopher and investor Naval Ravikant, who popularized this concept, notes that specific knowledge often feels like play to you, but looks like work to others. It is the activity you pursue for its own sake, driven by a deep, intrinsic motivation. Because it is enjoyable to you, you will persist at it for hours, days, and years longer than someone who is merely doing it for a paycheck. This sheer volume of time and authentic engagement is what forges the knowledge into something truly unique and inimitable. So how does this apply to the creation of wealth? The answer lies in the fundamental economic principles of scarcity and leverage.
General knowledge, because it can be trained, can also be scaled. If a company needs 10 accountants, they can train or hire 10 accountants. The supply can meet the demand, which keeps the value of that skill relatively stable and predictable. The same is true for automation. Any knowledge that can be clearly defined and taught can eventually be transferred to a machine. Specific knowledge, however, is inherently scarce. By definition, it is a combination of skills, experiences, and passions that exists only within you. You are a market of one. When you operate from your specific knowledge, you are not competing, you are creating. You are the only person who can solve a particular problem in your particular way. This creates a form of personal monopoly. The world cannot simply train 10 more of you. This scarcity is the source of your leverage. It allows you to command a premium for your insights and your work, not because you are working harder, but because your work is irreplaceable. Think of it as weaving a tapestry. General knowledge provides you with the individual threads, the red of marketing, the blue of finance, the green of software development. Anyone can learn to use these threads. But specific knowledge is the unique pattern that only you can weave. It is the way you combine those threads, informed by your childhood fascination with mythology, your hobby of building model ships, and your passion for minimalist design. The resulting tapestry is a creation that no one else could have conceived of, and therefore it holds a value that transcends the cost of its individual threads.
As you drift now, allow your mind to wander over your own life. What are the curiosities that you have followed without reason? What skills do you possess that seem unrelated? What do you do that feels like play? Do not judge these pursuits. Do not try to force them into a neat, marketable box. Simply observe them. For within that unique constellation of interests, within that strange and beautiful intersection of passions, lies the raw material of your specific knowledge. It cannot be taught, it cannot be trained. It can only be discovered, nurtured, and ultimately expressed. And in that expression, you will find the most powerful and authentic form of leverage the world has to offer. Rest in this understanding. Your unique path is your greatest asset.
Play long-term games with long-term people.
Over time, the transaction costs of your relationship plummet towards zero. You no longer need complex contracts or constant renegotiation. Communication becomes a shorthand built on a shared history of mutual respect. This frees up an immense amount of energy, energy that would otherwise be wasted on suspicion, verification, and political maneuvering. This liberated energy can then be reinvested into creating actual value, accelerating the compounding process. This idea, well articulated for the modern age, has ancient roots. It echoes the iterated prisoner's dilemma in game theory, where cooperation, not betrayal, proves to be the optimal strategy over repeated interactions. It aligns with the Aristotelian concept of eudaimonia, or human flourishing, which is achieved not through fleeting pleasures, but through the consistent exercise of virtue within a community. It is the bedrock of every successful partnership, every enduring institution, and every thriving family. So how does one apply this principle? The first step is not to go out and find long-term people. The first step is to become one. You must be the reliable partner you wish to have. Act with unwavering integrity, even when no one is watching. Fulfill your promises. Share your knowledge freely. Be patient with others' progress and generous with your praise. When you embody these traits, you begin to send out a signal. Long-term people are exceptionally good at recognizing this signal, and they will be drawn to you. Similarly, short-term, transactional people will be repelled by your approach. They will grow impatient and seek easier, faster gains elsewhere. Your very character becomes a filtering mechanism. Choosing your games requires a similar introspection. Look at the domains of your life. Are you chasing fleeting trends, or are you building foundational skills? Are you networking to collect contacts, or are you building genuine relationships? Are you focused on the next quarterly report or on the 10-year vision? Shifting your focus from the immediate to the exponential is a conscious and often difficult choice. Our culture celebrates the overnight success, the quick win. Level 83 asks you to reject that narrative. It asks for the quiet discipline of the marathon runner over the explosive sprint of the opportunist. Ultimately, all the great rewards in life flow from this principle. Wealth, deep relationships, a sterling reputation, and profound wisdom are not things you find or win. They are the slow, cumulative result of playing the right games with the right people for a very, very long time. This is the master level of strategy. This is level 83.
Judgment is the most underrated skill. Welcome. As we ascend from our previous exploration, we arrive at level 84. Here, we turn our attention not to a skill that is loud, celebrated, or easily measured, but to one that operates in the quiet spaces between thought and action. A faculty so fundamental to our success and well-being that its importance is often rendered invisible. Today, we consider the proposition that judgment is the most underrated skill. In our modern world, we have become enamored with quantifiable metrics. We celebrate raw intelligence, measured by IQ. We admire vast knowledge, demonstrated by academic degrees and the rapid recall of facts. We are captivated by processing speed, the ability to compute and analyze data at an ever-increasing rate. But these are merely the raw materials. Judgment is the master artisan that selects these materials, understands their properties, and synthesizes them into a coherent, effective, and often beautiful whole. It is the ability to make sound decisions and form sensible opinions, especially in complex or ambiguous situations where there is no clear formula or single right answer. Historically, this was better understood. The ancient Greeks had a word for it, phronesis, often translated as practical wisdom. For Aristotle, phronesis was the virtue of the highest order, distinct from theoretical knowledge, episteme, or technical skill, techne. It was the capacity to discern how to act virtuously and effectively in particular circumstances. A great leader, a wise judge, or a trusted advisor was not valued for the size of their library, but for the quality of their judgment. Yet, in an era saturated with big data and algorithmic solutions, we have begun to believe that with enough information, the correct decision will simply reveal itself. We have forgotten that information is not insight. Data is not discernment. So, what is the mechanism of judgment? It is a deeply human process of synthesis. It involves taking disparate, often conflicting inputs, quantitative data, qualitative observations, emotional intelligence, historical precedent, and intuitive hunches, and weaving them into a single, cohesive tapestry of understanding. A person with good judgment does not simply see the pieces on the chessboard. They feel the flow of the game. They recognize the subtle patterns that an algorithm trained only on explicit rules might miss. It is the dialogue between our fast, intuitive, pattern-matching mind, what some psychologists call System 1, and our slow, deliberate, analytical mind, or System 2. True judgment is not a blind leap of faith, nor is it a cold calculation.
It is an informed intuition, a reasoned feeling. It is the quiet confidence to say, the data points this way, but my experience tells me there is a crucial factor we are missing. Its application is universal. Consider the business leader deciding whether to acquire a rival company. The spreadsheets may show financial synergy, but judgment is required to assess the cultural fit, the morale of the employees, and the long-term strategic landscape. Consider the doctor diagnosing a rare illness. The test results provide clues, but judgment is needed to piece together the patient's narrative, their nonverbal cues, and the subtle anomalies that defy the textbook. In our personal lives, it is everything. The choice of a partner, the navigation of a difficult family conversation, the decision to change careers. These are not problems to be solved by a pro and con list alone. They require a deep, holistic judgment of character, values, and the unpredictable trajectory of human life. If judgment is indeed a skill, then it can be cultivated. It begins with intellectual humility, the acceptance that you do not have all the answers, and that your initial perspective is likely incomplete. It is nurtured by exposing yourself to a wide variety of inputs, reading history, literature, and philosophy, not just industry reports. It is sharpened by seeking out and genuinely listening to dissenting opinions, not to win a debate, but to understand a different model of the world. And most critically, it is honed through reflection, by keeping a decision journal, by analyzing both your successes and your failures with dispassionate curiosity. You begin to calibrate your internal compass. You learn the terrain of your own biases and the telltale signs of a flawed premise. In an age of information overload, the ability to process more data is no longer the primary advantage. The bottleneck has moved from access to discernment.
The ultimate skill is not knowing everything, but knowing what matters. Judgment is the quiet force that filters the signal from the noise, the essential from the trivial. It is the invisible architecture that supports all meaningful achievement. As we conclude our time on this level, let us carry with us a renewed appreciation for this subtle, powerful, and profoundly human faculty. It is the true engine of wisdom.
True wealth is freedom of time. Welcome in our continued exploration. We arrive at level 85, a conceptual tier where the very definition of prosperity undergoes a profound transformation. Here, we move beyond the metrics of currency, assets, and net worth to engage with a more fundamental and ultimately more finite resource. The principle of this level is simple in its declaration, yet vast in its implications. True wealth is freedom of time. Let us begin by defining our terms. Monetary wealth is the accumulation of resources that provide purchasing power. It is a tool, a key that can unlock doors to comfort, security, and experience. Freedom of time, however, is not the key but the room itself. It is the unstructured, unbeholden, and self-directed continuum in which life is actually lived. It is what the ancient Greeks called skole, not merely leisure in the sense of non-work, but a state of being where one is free to pursue knowledge, self-development, and civic engagement, unburdened by the necessity of labor. The truly wealthy individual, under this paradigm, is not the one who can buy a luxury car, but the one who can, on a Tuesday morning, decide to read a book for 3 hours without a pang of guilt or a glance at their email. To understand the mechanism of this level, we must first examine the historical context that made time a commodity. For most of human history, time was cyclical, dictated by the sun and the seasons. The Industrial Revolution, however, introduced a new master, the clock. For the first time, human life was systematically partitioned into units of labor that could be bought and sold. The phrase, "time is money," became a societal axiom, chaining human value directly to hourly output. This system created immense material wealth, but at the cost of what we might call temporal sovereignty. The 20th century perfected this model, and the 21st century, with its digital tethers, has blurred the lines entirely, creating a culture where we are perpetually on, our time and attention fragmented and sold not just to an employer, but to 1,000 digital bidders. The mechanism for achieving freedom of time, therefore, is a process of decoupling. It is the intentional and systematic separation of one's income from one's time. The conventional path is linear. You trade 1 hour of your life for a set amount of currency. The path to temporal freedom is nonlinear. It involves building systems, assets, and structures that generate resources independent of your direct, minute-by-minute involvement. This could be through investments that yield dividends, intellectual property that earns royalties, a business automated to run without your constant presence, or a rental property managed by others.
The goal is not necessarily to stop working, but to shift from a state of having to work to a state of choosing to work. The income becomes a passive consequence of a well-designed system rather than the active product of your daily effort. The application of this principle requires a profound psychological shift, moving from a mindset of accumulation to one of sufficiency. The endless pursuit of more money often requires the endless sacrifice of more time. The question at level 85 is not, how much can I earn, but rather, what is enough? By defining your point of sufficiency, the level of resources required to live the life you desire, you create a finish line. Without this finish line, you are merely running on a treadmill, accumulating numbers in an account, while the unrenewable resource of your life steadily depletes. In practice, this freedom manifests not as perpetual vacation, but as deliberate engagement. It is the freedom to be fully present with your family. It is the freedom to pursue a passion project that has no immediate commercial value.
It is the freedom to take a 6-month sabbatical to learn a new language or to care for an ailing parent without financial ruin. It is the ability to control your own schedule, to build your days around your energy and your curiosity rather than around the demands of an external entity. Ultimately, time is the canvas of our existence. It is the only asset we are all given in a finite, albeit unequal, measure. While money can be lost and regained, a spent hour is gone forever. To structure one's life in a way that grants you the autonomy to decide how that canvas is filled, with what colors, what subjects, what textures, is to achieve a level of wealth that cannot be quantified on any balance sheet. This is the quiet, profound power of level 85. It is the realization that the ultimate luxury is not what you can buy, but the unburdened hours in which you are free to simply be.
Learn to sell. Learn to build. If you can do both, you will be unstoppable.
The purpose of wealth is to stop worrying about money. Welcome. Let us consider the proposition presented at level 87. The purpose of wealth is to stop worrying about money. At first glance, this statement may appear tautological, a simple truism. But to dismiss it as such is to miss its profound depth. This is not a statement about acquiring luxury, power, or status. It is a statement about achieving a specific and highly elusive state of psychological freedom. It marks a fundamental paradigm shift in one's relationship with the very concept of capital. To understand this, we must first dissect the nature of worrying about money. This worry is not a single entity. It is a complex spectrum of anxieties. At its most basic level, it is the primal fear of survival, the concern over shelter, food, and safety. As we ascend the scale of financial stability, the worry transforms. It becomes the anxiety of opportunity cost, the fear of missing out on experiences, on education, on providing for one's family. Further still, it evolves into the anxiety of social comparison, a modern malady fueled by the endless display of others' curated successes. And even for the conventionally wealthy, a new worry often emerges: the anxiety of preservation, the fear of losing what has been painstakingly built. This constant low-level hum of financial concern consumes an immense amount of our cognitive bandwidth, occupying mental space that could otherwise be dedicated to creativity, relationships, and self-actualization. Historically, the relationship between wealth and worry has been complex. For the ancient Stoics, the solution was not to accumulate wealth to solve worry, but to reduce one's desires to a point where money became irrelevant, thereby achieving a state of ataraxia, or untroubledness. In the era of the Industrial Revolution and the rise of capitalism, however, the accumulation of wealth became intertwined with virtue and ambition. Worrying about money was not something to be eliminated, but a necessary fuel for progress. The modern consumerist age has perverted this further, creating a system where the acquisition of goods is meant to soothe financial anxiety, yet paradoxically creates an insatiable cycle of desire and new worries. Level 87 proposes a synthesis, a modern form of ataraxia achieved not through asceticism, but through strategic accumulation. The mechanism is one of building a psychological and financial infrastructure so robust that it renders the majority of these worries obsolete. It is the point at which your assets generate a return sufficient to cover not just your needs, but your desired lifestyle, your contingencies, and your generosity, all without requiring your active, anxious participation.
It's the transition from actively hunting for your sustenance to owning the self-sustaining farm. The farmer may still work, but he does not worry about where his next meal is coming from. The application of this principle requires a profound internal shift. The goal is not a specific number in a bank account, for that number is a moving target. always vulnerable to inflation and lifestyle creep. The goal is a state of being. You have reached level 87 when a sudden market downturn does not trigger a panic response. When an unexpected expense, a medical emergency, a major home repair, is seen not as a crisis, but as a logistical problem to be solved. It is the moment you realize you can make life decisions based purely on your values and passions rather than on their financial implications. Herein lies the great paradox. The obsessive pursuit of wealth often deepens the very worry it is meant to eliminate. Many who chase fortune become slaves to it, their anxiety growing with their net worth. They never reach level 87 because they never redefine their purpose. They continue to play the game of accumulation long after they have won. The true purpose of wealth, therefore, is to purchase your own attention back from the marketplace. It is to buy the freedom to be present, to think deeply, to love without reservation, and to act with authentic purpose. It is the final transaction where money is exchanged for a quiet mind. And that, in the end, is the only luxury that truly matters.
Escape competition through authenticity. Welcome. As we continue our journey through these ascending levels of understanding, we arrive at a concept that feels both profoundly simple and deeply complex. We arrive at level 88, escape competition through authenticity. In the conventional paradigm of success, life is often framed as a series of competitions. We compete for grades, for positions, for market share, for attention. This framework presupposes a finite landscape, a zero-sum game where one person's victory necessitates another's defeat. It is a world of crowded marketplaces and red oceans where rivals mimic each other's strategies, leading to a grueling war of attrition. Level 88 invites us to step outside this arena entirely. It posits that the ultimate strategic advantage lies not in playing the game better than others, but in creating a new game that only you can play. Let us first explore the concept itself. Authenticity in this context is not merely the passive act of being yourself. It is an active, deliberate synthesis of your unique attributes, experiences, and curiosities. It is the specific intersection of your skills, your passions, and your worldview, cultivated and expressed in a way that is singular to you. The modern philosopher and investor Naval Ravikant articulated this beautifully, suggesting that you can escape competition by being authentic because no one can compete with you on being you. This is not a modern platitude. It echoes the ancient Greek aphorism, know thyself. The true journey is not outward into the battlefield of the market, but inward to excavate what is uniquely yours. The mechanism of this escape is a threefold process. First, it requires profound self-inquiry. You must identify the components of your unique stack. What subjects do you find yourself reading about late into the night, not for obligation, but for sheer curiosity? What skills do you possess that, on the surface, seem unrelated? Perhaps you are a software engineer with a deep appreciation for 18th century poetry, or a financial analyst who is also a gifted ceramicist. The conventional world pressures us to specialize in a single marketable vertical. This level encourages us to embrace the horizontal, to see the power in the combination. The second stage is integration, or what is often called skill stacking. It is highly improbable that you will become the absolute best in the world at any one thing. The competition at the top is immense. However, it is remarkably achievable to become the best in the world at the specific intersection of your top 3 or 4 skills.
The individual who is a top 20% programmer, a top 20% writer, and has a top 20% understanding of sustainable agriculture is not competing with the world's best programmers. They have created a new category, a communicator who can build technology for the sustainable agriculture space. Their unique combination is their economic moat. It is a fortress built on authenticity. The final stage is expression. This unique synthesis must be shared with the world. This is where your authentic self becomes your personal brand, not as a manufactured facade, but as a natural output of your integrated skills. Whether through writing, creating products, teaching, or building a service, you begin to operate in a space where you are the sole occupant. People are no longer seeking a programmer or a writer. They are seeking you for the specific value that only your unique combination can provide. Consider its application. An artist who combines traditional Japanese inkwash painting with digital animation and themes of urban isolation is not competing with other painters or animators. They are creating a new visual language. An entrepreneur who leverages their background in neuroscience and their passion for meditation to build a wellness app is not just another app developer. Their specific knowledge forms the core of their product, making it difficult to replicate. In every field, from science to service, this principle holds true. By digging deeper into what makes you you, you unearth a value proposition that the world has not seen before. This path, level 88, is not an easy one. It requires the courage to deviate from well-trodden paths and the patience to cultivate a combination of skills that may not have an obvious immediate payoff. It is a rejection of mimicry in favor of creation. But the reward is liberation. It is the freedom from the constant, draining anxiety of comparison. You are no longer running a race against others on their terms. Instead, you are walking your own path at your own pace, creating a market where you are the sole supplier. You have escaped competition not by defeating it, but by rendering it irrelevant.
Be a perpetual student. Welcome. We arrive now at level 89. Be a perpetual student. This principle is not an instruction to simply enroll in courses or to amass degrees. It is far more fundamental. It is an invitation to adopt a mode of being, a paradigm for existence that stands in direct opposition to intellectual stagnation. It is a quiet rebellion against the notion that education is a finite period in our youth, a series of hurdles to be cleared before real life begins. The perpetual student understands that learning is real life. The concept finds its roots in the very cradle of Western philosophy. Socrates, wandering the agora of Athens, famously concluded that his only true wisdom was in knowing that he knew nothing. This was not a declaration of ignorance, but rather a profound statement of epistemological humility. It was the ultimate license to inquire, to question, to learn. To accept that one's vessel of knowledge is never full is the foundational prerequisite for pouring anything new into it. This Socratic ideal stands as the ancient cornerstone of our principle. From there, we can trace its lineage through the Renaissance, embodied by figures like Leonardo da Vinci. His notebooks were not the work of a master solidifying his expertise, but of a student mesmerized by the world. He studied anatomy to paint the human form, fluid dynamics to understand water, and botany to draw a flower. He saw no boundaries between art and science, only questions waiting for exploration. He was the quintessential perpetual student, driven by an insatiable curiosity or curiosità. So, what is the mechanism of this practice in the modern world? It begins with the cultivation of that same curiosity. It is the conscious act of looking at the familiar and asking, why? To question the assumptions we hold, the systems we operate within, and the beliefs we have inherited. It means reading not just for confirmation of what we already think, but for the thrill of encountering a dissenting, well-reasoned argument. The second mechanism is the embrace of the beginner's mind. To be a perpetual student, one must be willing to be a novice over and over again. This is often uncomfortable. It requires setting aside the ego that comes with expertise in one domain and accepting the vulnerability of not knowing in another. The physicist who takes up pottery, the lawyer who learns to code, the writer who studies mycology, they are all practicing this art. They understand that the process of learning itself, the rewiring of neural pathways, is as valuable as the skill acquired. The application of this principle is both profound and pragmatic.
In a world of accelerating change, where industries are disrupted and job descriptions are rewritten overnight, the capacity for continuous learning is the most critical survival skill. The specialist who ceases to learn becomes a fossil. The perpetual student, however, becomes anti-fragile, capable of adapting, pivoting, and synthesizing knowledge from different fields to create novel solutions. Beyond the professional,
the application to one's inner life is even more significant. To be a perpetual student is to find the world endlessly fascinating. It is the antidote to boredom and cynicism. A walk in the park becomes a lesson in biology. A conversation with a stranger becomes a study in sociology. A new recipe becomes an experiment in chemistry. Life ceases to be a series of mundane events and transforms into a living library, a grand, unfolding curriculum. Therefore, level 89 is not a task to be completed. It is an identity to be assumed. It is the understanding that the diploma is merely the beginning, that the end of one chapter is simply the preface to the next. It is the commitment to remain open, to stay curious, and to view the entirety of your existence as one magnificent ongoing education. The goal is not to arrive at a destination of final knowledge, for no such place exists. The goal is to fall in love with the journey of knowing and to walk that path for the rest of your days.
Level 90. Think in decades, not years. Welcome. As we arrive at this advanced stage of our journey, level 90, we must engage with a cognitive shift so profound that it alters the very texture of time as we perceive it. The principle is simple to state, yet a lifetime's work to master. Think in decades, not in years. Up until now, much of our focus has been on optimizing systems, building habits, and mastering the cycles of days, weeks, and months. The year has served as our primary unit for planning and reflection. The annual review, the New Year's resolution, the fiscal calendar. This is a necessary and effective scaffolding, but level 90 invites us to zoom out, to trade the magnifying glass for the telescope, and to view our lives not as a series of sprints, but as a grand unfolding expedition. Let us first understand the concept. Thinking in decades is not about creating a rigid 10-year plan that is bound to shatter upon its first contact with reality. It is not about predicting the future. Rather, it is about setting a vector, a direction of travel so clear and compelling that the inevitable storms and detours of any given year do not knock you off course, but merely add to the richness of the journey. The annual mindset is obsessed with outcomes. The decadal mindset is devoted to trajectory. A bad year, from this elevated perspective, is not a failure. It is a data point. It is a slight corrective rudder turn in a long voyage across a vast ocean. This is not a new idea. It is, in fact, an ancient one. The architects of the great European cathedrals laid foundation stones knowing with absolute certainty that they would never see the spires touch the sky. Their timescale was generational. They worked not for personal glory within their lifetime, but for the integrity of a structure that would serve humanity for centuries. In philosophy, the Stoics championed this long view, understanding that virtue and wisdom were not achievements to be unlocked in a season, but the cumulative result of a lifetime of deliberate practice. In the modern era, investors like Warren Buffett have built empires on the simple mathematical magic of compounding, a force that is negligible in the short term but world-altering over decades. The mechanism by which this temporal shift works is rooted in psychology and mathematics. Cognitively, it liberates us from the tyranny of the urgent. The pressure to achieve monumental things in a single 365-day cycle leads to burnout, anxiety, and poor decision-making. When you ask yourself, will this matter in 10 years? The vast majority of our daily anxieties and frustrations simply evaporate. The frantic noise of the immediate gives way to the quiet signal of the essential.
This framework acts as a filter, allowing you to dedicate your finite energy only to the pursuits that compound. And compounding is the engine of decadal thinking. A person who improves at a skill by just 1% each week will be profoundly transformed in 10 years. A relationship nurtured with small, consistent acts of kindness and attention over a decade will develop a depth that is unimaginable in a single year. The knowledge gained from reading just a few pages of a challenging book each night builds over a decade into a formidable intellectual fortress. The annual mindset misses this because the daily progress is almost invisible.
The decadal mindset understands that small, consistent inputs are the seeds of magnificent eventual outputs. So, how do we apply this? We begin not with a goal, but with a vision. Close your eyes and imagine the person you wish to be in 10 years, not the things you wish to have, but the character you wish to embody. What skills have you mastered? What wisdom do you possess? What is the quality of your relationships? What is the state of your physical and mental health? This vision of your future self becomes your North Star. From this vision, you derive your vectors. Perhaps one vector is becoming a master craftsperson in your field. Another might be cultivating deep, trusting relationships. A third could be achieving a state of enduring physical vitality. These vectors then inform your annual goals. If your decadal vector is mastery, your annual goal isn't get a promotion, but rather complete a project that stretches my skills to their absolute limit. If your vector is vitality, your annual goal isn't lose 20 pounds, but build a sustainable system of nutrition and movement that I enjoy. The goal for the year becomes a single significant step along the decadal path. This approach transforms your relationship with time itself. You stop seeing time as a commodity to be spent and start seeing it as a medium to be cultivated, like a garden. You plant seeds of habits and skills. You water them with consistent effort. You weed out distractions, and you trust in the seasons. You develop a quiet, powerful patience. You realize that you cannot rush the growth of an oak tree. You can only provide it with the right conditions and allow the decades to do their work. This is the essence of level 90. It is the shift from building a checklist to composing a life.
Wealth is what you don't see. Welcome to level 91. Take a slow, deep breath, and let us consider a quiet paradox that underpins all genuine financial well-being. The concept is this: wealth is what you don't see. In our modern world, we are conditioned to equate wealth with its visible trappings. We see the luxury automobile gliding down the street, the sprawling mansion on a hilltop, the designer watch on a wrist in a social media post. We see these things and our minds make a swift, almost unconscious calculation. That person is wealthy. But this is a fundamental misunderstanding. What we are seeing is not wealth, it is richness. And the two are profoundly different. Richness is current income. It is a high salary, a large bonus, a successful business quarter. It is a flow of money. And because it is a flow, it can be directed into displays of consumption. The expensive car, the lavish vacation, these are artifacts of richness. They are what happens when income is converted into things. Wealth, however, is what is left over. It is the income that is not spent. It is the money that is saved and invested, that is allowed to accumulate and compound in the quiet, unseen corners of a balance sheet. Wealth is the stocks, the bonds, the real estate, the business equity that you don't see. It is the financial assets that are working silently in the background, generating future income. Think of it like an iceberg. The small, glittering portion visible above the water is richness. It is impressive and commands our attention. But the true power, the immense and formidable mass, is the 90% that lies unseen beneath the surface. That is wealth. The person driving a $100,000 car might be rich, but the only data point you have for certain is that they are $100,000 poorer than they were before they bought it. The truly wealthy individual might be driving a modest 10-year-old vehicle because they understand that every dollar not spent on a depreciating asset is a dollar that can be deployed as a soldier in their financial army, a soldier that works 24 hours a day to build a fortress of security and independence. This concept is not new. Philosophers from the Stoics onward have cautioned against the allure of external validation. But in the 20th and 21st centuries, the rise of consumer culture and the advent of social media have amplified the siren song of visible richness to a deafening roar. We are encouraged, at every turn, to display our success. The mechanism of this societal pressure is comparison, and its result is a population that confuses the finish line. We chase the symbols of wealth, believing them to be the substance.
The practical application of this level of understanding requires a profound mental shift. It requires you to recalibrate your admiration. When you see someone with the outward signals of high spending, instead of feeling envy, you might train yourself to feel a sense of curiosity, or even a quiet sympathy. You are witnessing the conversion of potential wealth into fleeting spectacle. Conversely, the goal becomes the cultivation of your own unseen iceberg. The mechanism is simple, yet psychologically difficult. It is the discipline of delayed gratification. It is the quiet choice, made day after day, to value future freedom over present status. The money you save and invest is buying you something far more valuable than a luxury good. It is buying you options. It is buying you autonomy. It is buying you the ability to wake up one day and decide to change your career, to spend a year with your family, to weather a medical emergency without financial panic, or to retire with dignity. Wealth is the power to control your time, and that is a possession no luxury car can ever grant you. Therefore, understand that building wealth is a silent, almost invisible pursuit. It doesn't screen for attention, it doesn't post its victories online. Its reward is not the fleeting admiration of strangers, but the deep, abiding, and internal peace that comes from knowing you are secure. True wealth is the car you didn't buy. It's the watch you didn't wear. It is the financial freedom that no one else can see, but that you can feel in every moment of your life. It is the quiet foundation upon which a life of genuine freedom is built.
Level 92. Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. Welcome. As we arrive at level 92, we pause to contemplate a principle that may, at first, seem like a contradiction. It is a quiet truth, one that is not discovered at the beginning of a journey, but only after traversing the vast and often chaotic landscapes of complexity. The principle is this: simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. Let us begin by deconstructing the seeming paradox. We are conditioned to associate sophistication with intricacy, with ornamentation, with a multitude of moving parts. A complex machine, a dense philosophical text, a Baroque symphony, these are things we readily label as sophisticated. And they are, but they represent only one side of the equation. The simplicity we speak of here is not the simplicity of ignorance or naivete. It is not the blank page before the story is written. Rather, it is the profound, earned simplicity that lies on the far side of complexity. It is the single, perfect sentence that remains after an entire chapter has been edited away. This idea is not new. It has echoed through centuries of human thought. It is often attributed to Leonardo da Vinci, a man who stood at the nexus of art and science, a master of immense complexity who understood that the most divine forms were often the most elemental. He knew that to capture the essence of a thing, be it the mechanics of a bird's wing or the curve of a smile, one had to strip away the non-essential. We see this same philosophy in the East, particularly in Zen Buddhism. The Japanese aesthetic of wabi-sabi finds a deep, melancholic beauty in imperfection and impermanence, and at its core is a reverence for the unadorned and the authentic. A single flower in a simple vase can hold more meaning and evoke a deeper emotional response than an ostentatious, overflowing bouquet. This is because its simplicity invites contemplation. It does not shout for your attention, it quietly earns it. So, what is the mechanism at play here? How does the reduction of elements lead to an increase in perceived sophistication? The process is one of distillation. Imagine a chemist carefully heating a compound, separating the volatile from the stable, patiently removing every impurity until only the pure, potent essence remains. The journey to sophisticated simplicity is identical. It requires a complete and total understanding of the subject at hand. You cannot simplify what you do not deeply understand. To remove a component, you must first know its function, its relationship to every other part, and the precise consequences of its absence. Sophistication, in this context, is not about what is present,
but about the intelligence and courage of what has been omitted.
The empty space on a canvas, the silence between musical notes, the concise wording of a powerful law, these are not absences of content, but deliberate, meaningful choices. They grant power to what remains. The mind is not burdened with cognitive clutter, it is freed to appreciate the elegance and purpose of the essential form. We see this principle manifest all around us in the highest achievements of human endeavor. Consider the world of design. The work of Dieter Rams encapsulated in his motto, less but better, or the revolutionary design of the original iPhone. The iPhone's sophistication was not in the thousands of features it could have had, but in the radical simplicity of its interface, a single glass screen, one primary button. The immense complexity was hidden, masterfully engineered to be invisible, resulting in an experience that felt intuitive, almost magical. In the realm of science, there is no greater example than Albert Einstein's equation, E=mc². The entire mind-bending relationship between energy, mass, and the speed of light, the very secret of the stars, is distilled into 5 elegant characters. This is not simple in its implication, but it is the pinnacle of sophistication in its expression. It is the universe speaking in a whisper. Even in our own lives, we find this to be true. As we navigate our own complexities, our careers, our relationships, our thoughts, we often find that progress is not made through addition, but through subtraction. By identifying what is truly essential and letting go of the rest, we create clarity, focus, and a sense of purpose. This is not an easy task. It requires wisdom, introspection, and the discipline to distinguish the signal from the noise. And so, here at Level 92, we understand that the path to true mastery does not end in a crescendo of complexity. It culminates in a quiet, resonant clarity. It is the final, graceful reduction to the essential core. It is the realization that to be truly sophisticated is not to show how much you can add, but to demonstrate how much you can gracefully take away.
Level 93. Teach your children the laws of wealth. Welcome. As we approach the culmination of our journey, we arrive at a level concerned not with the self, but with the future. Level 93 is an act of profound love and foresight. Teach your children the laws of wealth. This is not a directive to raise financiers or to instill a preoccupation with material gain. Quite the opposite. It is about bequeathing the tools of freedom, responsibility, and choice. To give a child money is to give them a fish, but to teach them the principles of wealth is to give them the wisdom to fish for a lifetime, to manage the river, and to ensure its health for generations to come. The concept of wealth, in its truest sense, is not a static number in a bank account. It is a dynamic flow of value. The laws governing this flow have been understood and passed down through history, often within families who maintained their prosperity not through the sheer size of their inheritance, but through the discipline of their education. From the merchant families of Renaissance Florence to the artisans of feudal Japan, the transfer of financial acumen, of understanding value, risk, and opportunity was considered as vital as passing down the family name or the workshop itself. This historical pattern reveals a truth. Durable wealth is a product of knowledge, not just capital. The mechanism for this education begins not in complexity, but in foundational, tangible habits. For a young child, the abstract nature of money is meaningless. Therefore, we must make it concrete. The classic 3-jar system is a powerful first step. 1 jar for spending, 1 for saving, and 1 for giving. This simple division introduces a profound paradigm. The spending jar teaches choice and the immediate value of money. The saving jar introduces the miracle of delayed gratification, the understanding that present sacrifice can yield a greater future reward. And the giving jar, perhaps the most crucial, severs the link between money and pure self-interest. It teaches that resources are a tool for community, for compassion, and that true abundance is found in the ability to contribute to others. As the child matures,
the curriculum evolves. The three jars transform into more sophisticated concepts. The most vital of these is the distinction between an asset and a liability. An asset, in simple terms, is something that puts money into your pocket. A liability is something that takes money out. A child who understands this fundamental difference will view the world through an entirely different lens. They will see that a flashy new gadget is a liability, while a book that teaches a new skill is an asset. They will learn to question not just the price of something, but its value. From there, you introduce the silent, inexorable power of compounding. Explain it not as a financial formula, but as a law of nature, a snowball rolling downhill, a seed growing into a tree. It is the principle that small, consistent efforts, when reinvested over time, lead to exponential results. This applies not only to money, but to knowledge, to habits, and to relationships. Teaching them to invest early in their savings, in their education, in their well-being, is to give them the greatest possible advantage: time. The final and most important application of this knowledge is to frame wealth as a byproduct of value creation. Guide them to ask not, "How can I make money?" but rather, "What problem can I solve? What value can I bring to the world?" When they understand that money is simply a token of exchange for value delivered, their focus shifts from accumulation to contribution. They become creators, problem solvers, and builders. In teaching these laws, you are not merely preparing your children to manage an inheritance. You are equipping them to create their own prosperity, to navigate economic uncertainty with confidence, and to wield their resources with wisdom and grace. The greatest legacy you can leave is not a trust fund, but a framework of understanding. It is the quiet confidence they will carry within them, the knowledge that they are not passive subjects of economic fate, but capable stewards of their own financial destiny. This is the true inheritance. This is level 93.
Prepare for generational wealth transfer. Welcome to level 94. Take a slow, deep breath. The journey to this point has been one of accumulation, of growth, of diligent construction. You have learned to earn, to save, to invest, and to compound. You have built a financial structure. Now, we arrive at a different kind of architecture, one that transcends your own lifetime. We are here to discuss the transfer of generational wealth. This is not merely about inheritance, the simple act of leaving assets behind. That is a passive event. What we are exploring is an active, deliberate, and thoughtful process. It is the culmination of your financial wisdom, a strategic endeavor to ensure that the resources and opportunities you have created do not dissipate, but rather serve as a foundation for the future you envision for your loved ones. Historically, this was the domain of landed aristocracy and dynastic families concerned with the preservation of titles, estates, and power across centuries. Their tools were primogeniture and intricate marriage alliances. In the industrial age, it evolved to the preservation of family businesses. Today, in our modern financial landscape, the concept has been democratized, but its core principle remains unchanged: stewardship. The central challenge is captured in the old proverb, shirt sleeves to shirt sleeves in 3 generations. The first generation builds the wealth, the second enjoys it, and the third, often disconnected from the struggle and wisdom that created it, squanders it. Our work at this level is to break that cycle. So, let us examine the mechanisms. The foundational document, of course, is the last will and testament. It is the most basic instruction set for the distribution of your assets upon your passing. However, a will is often insufficient for a significant estate, as it must pass through a public and often lengthy court process known as probate. For a more sophisticated and private transfer, we turn to trusts.
A trust is a legal entity you create to hold your assets for the benefit of your heirs. Think of it as a vessel, a container you design with a specific set of rules. A revocable living trust allows you to maintain control during your lifetime while ensuring a seamless transition of assets outside of probate. Irrevocable trusts can offer more advanced benefits, such as removing assets from your taxable estate and providing protection from creditors. Within these trusts, you can orchestrate the flow of wealth with remarkable precision, distributing funds only when a beneficiary reaches a certain age, graduates from university, or for specific purposes, like a down payment on a home or the start of a business.
This is not about control from beyond the grave. It is about providing structure, guidance, and protection. Another critical mechanism is strategic gifting during your lifetime. Tax laws often allow for annual gift exclusions, enabling you to transfer wealth incrementally without tax implications. This not only reduces the size of your future estate, but more importantly, it allows you to witness the positive impact of your wealth and to mentor your heirs in its responsible management. Life insurance, too, plays a pivotal role. It is often misunderstood as a simple death benefit. In strategic wealth transfer, it is a source of immediate, tax-free liquidity. This liquidity can be used to pay estate taxes without forcing your heirs to sell illiquid assets, like a family business or real estate. It can also be used to equalize inheritances. For instance, if one child inherits the family business, the others can receive an equivalent value through an insurance policy. However, the most profound aspect of this process, the application, transcends these legal and financial tools. The true transfer of wealth is a transfer of values. The greatest inheritance you can provide is not the money itself, but the wisdom to manage it. This requires open and honest communication. It involves creating what some call a family constitution or a mission statement, a document that articulates the purpose of the family's wealth. Is it for education? For entrepreneurship? For philanthropy? By defining the why, you provide a guiding star for future generations. It requires educating your heirs, not just on spreadsheets and stock tickers, but on the principles of financial stewardship, delayed gratification, and the responsibility that accompanies significant resources. This is not a solitary endeavor. Assembling a team of trusted advisors is paramount. An estate planning attorney to draft the legal structures, a certified public accountant for tax strategy, and a financial advisor to manage the underlying investments. Preparing for a generational wealth transfer is the ultimate act of long-term thinking. It is the final and most meaningful stage of your financial journey. You are not just passing down assets, you are passing down opportunity, security, and a legacy of thoughtful stewardship. Your legacy is not merely what you leave, but who you leave it to and how well they are prepared to receive it.
The ultimate goal is a life well lived. Welcome. Let us consider for a moment the grand architecture of a life. We often frame our existence through the language of progress, of levels and achievements. We strive to level up in our careers, our finances, our social standing. But in this intricate game, what is the final level? What is the ultimate objective? We might call it Level 95, the quiet, profound realization that the ultimate goal is not to win, but to have played the game well. The ultimate goal is a life well lived. This concept is not a modern invention. It is a thread woven through the entire history of human thought. The ancient Greeks had a word for it, eudaimonia. Often translated simply as happiness, its meaning is far richer, more resonant. It does not refer to a fleeting state of pleasure or a moment of joy. Rather, eudaimonia describes a state of human flourishing, of living in a way that is consistent with your highest self. For Aristotle, this was achieved through the cultivation of virtue, courage, wisdom, temperance, justice. It was an active state, a process of becoming, not a prize to be won. A life well lived was a life of virtuous activity. The Stoic philosophers, like Seneca and Marcus Aurelius, offered a different mechanism for this same pursuit. For them, the key was to understand the distinction between what is within our control and what is not.
External events, wealth, health, the opinions of others, are ultimately beyond our command. To tether our well-being to them is to build our house on shifting sands. The mechanism for a well-lived life in the Stoic view is to focus exclusively on our inner world, our judgments, our responses, our character. Virtue, for the Stoic, is the sole good. The goal is not a life free from hardship, but a life where our inner tranquility, our ataraxia, remains unshaken by it. So, how does one apply these ancient blueprints to the structure of a modern life? The mechanism begins with a fundamental shift in perspective, a recalibration of your internal compass. It is the conscious decision to move away from an external scorecard to an internal one. Instead of asking, "What have I acquired?" you begin to ask, "Who am I becoming?" Instead of, "How am I seen?" you ask, "How have I loved? How have I grown? How have I contributed?" This is not an abstract philosophical exercise. It has deeply practical applications. The first step is clarification. What, for you, are the core components of a life well lived? Take the time to define your virtues. Is it integrity, compassion, curiosity, courage? Write them down. These are not mere words, they are the load-bearing walls of your character.
The second application is alignment. Once your values are clear, you can begin to audit your life. How much of your time, your energy, and your attention is aligned with these values? This is often a confronting process. We may find that the vast majority of our days are spent in service of goals we don't truly value, driven by momentum or societal expectation. The application, then, is to make small, intentional adjustments, to choose the book over the scroll, to choose the difficult conversation over the comfortable silence, to choose the act of service over the act of consumption. Each choice is a single brick laid in alignment with your design. In the 20th century, psychiatrist Viktor Frankl, a survivor of the Holocaust, added a crucial dimension to this understanding. In his book, Man's Search for Meaning, he argued that the primary drive in human life is not pleasure, but the pursuit of what we find meaningful. A life well lived, therefore, is a life filled with purpose. This purpose can be found anywhere, in a creative work, in a profound relationship, in the attitude we take toward unavoidable suffering. The application is to actively seek and create meaning. It is to find the why that allows you to bear almost any how. Reaching this understanding, this level 95, is not about arriving at a final static destination. There's no grand ceremony, no final boss defeated. It is the gradual, quiet dawn of awareness. It is the realization that the quality of your life is not measured in its duration, but in its depth. Not in its accolades, but in its authenticity. The ultimate goal is to be the author of a story that, when you read its final chapter, you can nod and say, "That was a life well lived." It was a life of purpose, of connection, of growth. It was a life that was truly and fully my own.
Give back. Philanthropy creates a legacy. Welcome. We arrive now at a different altitude of existence. For the preceding levels, our focus has been largely on construction, building the self, building resources, building a life of stability and success. But here, at level 96, the perspective shifts. We are no longer looking inward and upward, but outward and forward, beyond the horizon of our own lifespan. This is the level of legacy. This is where we learn to give back. The term we use for this is philanthropy, a word derived from the Greek meaning, quite simply, love for humanity. But its modern practice is far more than a simple emotion. It is the strategic and intentional application of resources to address the root causes of society's most intractable problems. It is important to distinguish this from charity. Charity is the essential act of alleviating immediate suffering, giving food to the hungry, shelter to the homeless. It is a vital and compassionate response to a crisis. Philanthropy, however, asks a different question. It does not just ask,
how do we feed this person today? It asks, why is this person hungry? And what systemic change can we enact to ensure that no one in their community is hungry tomorrow? It is the difference between giving a person a fish and redesigning the entire ecosystem of the lake. This impulse is not new. It is a thread woven through the fabric of human history. Ancient civilizations practiced it as a civic duty, with wealthy citizens funding public works, festivals, and temples. In the Renaissance, powerful families like the Medici became patrons of the arts and sciences, not merely for prestige, but with the understanding that they were investing in the cultural and intellectual wealth of future generations. The modern concept, however, was truly forged in the crucible of the Industrial Revolution. Figures like Andrew Carnegie and John Rockefeller, having amassed unprecedented fortunes, grappled with the moral responsibility that came with them. Carnegie, in his Gospel of Wealth, argued that the surplus wealth of the affluent should be considered a public trust, to be administered by them for the betterment of society. This idea, that great wealth carries with it a great obligation to serve the public good, shaped the philanthropic landscape of the 20th and 21st centuries. So, how does this translate into action? The mechanisms of giving are as diverse as the causes they support. The most visible form is often the private foundation, an entity created to manage and distribute funds for charitable purposes, allowing for a sustained multi-generational impact. But philanthropy is not the exclusive domain of billionaires.
Donor-advised funds allow individuals to contribute to a central charitable account and recommend grants to their chosen causes over time, democratizing strategic giving. Furthermore, the most valuable resource one can contribute is often not financial. It is intellectual capital, your expertise, your skills, your lifetime of knowledge applied to a problem. It is social capital, your network and your influence, leveraged to convene the right people to create change. A retired engineer mentoring young students, a lawyer providing pro bono services to protect a fragile ecosystem, an artist creating work that raises awareness. These are all profound acts of philanthropy. This brings us to the application in your own life. The creation of a legacy begins not with a grand gesture, but with a quiet question. What do you care about? Look at the world around you. What problem keeps you awake at night? What injustice makes your heart ache? What potential for beauty or knowledge do you wish to see unlocked for those who will come after you? Your philanthropic mission lies at the intersection of your deepest passions and the world's greatest needs. It is a deeply personal discovery. Your legacy will not be measured by the size of the buildings with your name on them, but by the lives that were changed because you chose to act. It is the scholarship that allows a first-generation student to attend university, who then goes on to cure a disease. It is the seed funding for a local arts program that inspires a child who becomes the world's next great storyteller. It is the preserved tract of wilderness that will teach future generations about the planet's delicate beauty. Philanthropy is the final and most meaningful act of creation. You have spent a lifetime building your world. Now you have the profound privilege of helping to build a better world for everyone. This is how a life of success transforms into a life of significance. This is the legacy that endures.
Health is the first wealth. Welcome. As we ascend to the 97th level of understanding, we encounter a principle so fundamental, so deeply embedded in the fabric of human experience, that it is often mistaken for a simple cliché. And yet, to truly internalize it is to unlock the potential for all other forms of success and contentment. The principle is this: health is the first wealth. Let us begin by dissecting the metaphor. When we speak of wealth, our minds typically gravitate toward the material, currency, assets, property. But this aphorism invites us to consider a more primordial form of capital. It posits that the state of our physical and mental being is our primary asset, the foundational currency from which all other opportunities are purchased.
Imagine your life's ambitions as a great structure you wish to build. Your financial resources, your social connections, your intellectual pursuits, these are the materials, the bricks and mortar. But your health is the very ground upon which you build. If the ground is unstable, cracked, and trembling, then no matter how exquisite your materials, the entire structure is perpetually at risk of collapse. This is not a modern revelation born of wellness culture. The wisdom is ancient. While the American essayist Ralph Waldo Emerson famously crystallized the phrase in his 1860 work, The Conduct of Life, the sentiment echoes through millennia. Nearly 2,000 years earlier, the Roman poet Virgil wrote, Optima faciens valetudo est. The greatest wealth is health. This idea has persisted across disparate cultures and epochs for a simple reason. It is an observable, empirical truth of the human condition. It reminds us that before we are professionals, artists, parents, or scholars, we are biological organisms. The quality of our experience is inextricably linked to the functioning of that organism. The mechanism behind this truth is both elegant and complex. On a physiological level, our vitality dictates our capacity. The energy required to pursue a goal, the mental clarity needed to solve a complex problem, the emotional resilience to withstand setbacks, all are products of our neurochemical and biological state. When our bodies are in a state of balance and strength, our minds are liberated, cognitive functions are sharper, creativity flows more freely, and our ability to engage with the world is magnified. Conversely, when our health is compromised, a significant portion of our energy, both conscious and subconscious, is diverted to simply managing dysfunction and discomfort. We are operating with a hidden tax on every single action and thought.
Health, therefore, is not merely the absence of illness, it is the presence of a surplus of energy, of vitality that can be invested into the world. So, how do we apply this profound understanding in a modern world that often seems to reward the very neglect of our well being? The application lies in a radical shift of perspective. It requires us to recategorize acts of self care not as indulgences, but as the most critical and strategic investments we can possibly make. This is the conscious stewardship of our physical vessel. It means viewing sleep not as unproductive downtime, but as essential neurological maintenance, a process as vital as repairing the foundations of a skyscraper. It means seeing nutrition not as a restrictive diet, but as the act of deliberately providing your body with the high-quality raw materials it needs to function optimally. It means reframing movement and exercise not as punishment for what you ate, but as a celebration and requirement of our biology, a way to generate energy, regulate mood, and maintain the intricate machinery of our existence. And critically, it extends to our mental and emotional hygiene, recognizing that chronic stress, unresolved trauma, and emotional turmoil are as corrosive to our foundational wealth as any physical ailment. To arrive at level 97 is to understand that pursuing financial wealth at the permanent expense of your health is a fool's bargain. It is akin to burning your house down to collect the insurance money. You are destroying the very thing that allows you to enjoy any other gain. Health is the first wealth because it is the one form of capital that enables the experience of all others. It is the quiet, steady engine of life, and its maintenance is our most sacred and important work.
Level 98. Peace of mind is the highest dividend. Welcome. As we approach the culmination of our journey, we arrive at level 98. Here, we distill a vast and complex pursuit into a single elegant truth. Peace of mind is the highest dividend. Let us first deconstruct this metaphor. In the world of finance, a dividend is a distribution of profits, a tangible reward for a wise investment. We invest capital, we assume risk, and in return, we receive a share of the earnings. We are conditioned to seek these external dividends, monetary gain, social status, professional accolades, material possessions. These are the conventional metrics of a successful life. But Level 98 invites us to reconsider the nature of our investment and the quality of our return. The investment here is not money, but something far more precious: our attention, our energy, our conscious choices. And the return, the highest possible dividend, is not something we can hold in our hand, but a state we hold within ourselves, a profound and unshakable peace of mind. This is not a new concept, but rather an ancient wisdom that has echoed through civilizations. The Stoic philosophers of ancient Greece and Rome, figures like Seneca and Marcus Aurelius, called this state apatheia, not apathy, but a serene equanimity, a freedom from the disturbance of volatile emotions. They argued that the highest good was to live in accordance with nature, which meant understanding the distinction between what we can control and what we cannot. The dividend of peace was paid only when one invested their energy exclusively in the former, our judgments, our responses, our character, and withdrew it from the latter. In the East, Buddhist traditions have for millennia centered on the cessation of dukkha, or suffering. The cause of suffering, it is taught, is attachment and craving, the relentless desire for external outcomes to be a certain way. The path to liberation, to nirvana, is the path of non-attachment. This is also a form of internal investment. By investing in mindfulness and compassion, one receives the dividend of inner tranquility, a peace that is not contingent on the ever-shifting sands of the external world. So, what is the mechanism by which this dividend is generated? It operates on the principle of an internal locus of control. When our well-being is pegged to external events, a market fluctuation, another person's opinion, a specific outcome of a project, we are in essence outsourcing our happiness. We become emotionally volatile, rising and falling with circumstances beyond our ultimate command. The mechanism for achieving peace of mind is the gradual, deliberate process of insourcing our well-being.
This is achieved through cognitive reframing. We learn to see a setback not as a catastrophe, but as a data point for learning. We view a criticism not as a personal attack, but as information, which we can choose to accept or discard. This is the work. It is the active practice of managing the mind. And how do we apply this in our modern lives? Consider your finances. The goal of wealth is not merely accumulation, but the freedom and security it can provide. A person who has invested in financial literacy and lives within their means, free from the anxiety of debt, is reaping a far higher dividend of peace than one who has immense wealth but is consumed by the fear of losing it. In your relationships, the application is to release the need to control or change others. Instead, you invest in acceptance, clear communication, and healthy boundaries. The dividend is a relationship based on mutual respect and genuine connection, rather than one fraught with tension and unmet expectations. In your career, it is the understanding that your worth is not defined by your job title or your latest performance review. You invest your energy in the craft itself, in the process of creation and contribution. The dividend is a professional life characterized by purpose and resilience, rather than one driven by ego and the fear of failure. Peace of mind, therefore, is not a passive state of blissful ignorance. It is not the absence of problems. On the contrary, it is the bedrock of strength from which we can face life's inevitable challenges with clarity, grace, and effectiveness. It is the quiet confidence that no matter the storm on the surface, the depths of our being remain calm and undisturbed. It is the ultimate return on investment, the profit that enriches every other aspect of your existence. It is and always will be the highest dividend.
Wealth is silent, rich is loud. Welcome. In this, our 83rd exploration, we turn our attention to an aphorism that circulates in the quiet corners of finance and philosophy, a statement that seems simple on its surface, yet contains a profound distinction. Level 99, wealth is silent, rich is loud. This is not merely a clever turn of phrase. It is a diagnostic tool for understanding the very nature of money, status, and human psychology. To truly grasp its meaning, we must dissect it, exploring its conceptual foundations, its historical context, its underlying mechanisms, and finally, its practical application in our own lives. Let us first deconstruct the concept itself. The terms rich and wealthy are often used interchangeably, but they describe two fundamentally different states of being. To be rich is to have a high income. It is a measure of cash flow. A person who is rich can afford expensive things: luxury cars, designer clothing, extravagant vacations. This state is often characterized by a high rate of consumption. It is visible, tangible, and often quite audible. It is the roar of an engine, the flash of a diamond, the pop of a champagne cork. The state of being rich is frequently tied to an active source of income, a high-paying job, a successful but demanding business. If that income stops, the richness evaporates. It is, in many ways, a performance of prosperity. Wealth, on the other hand, is not about income, it is about net worth. It is the sum of one's assets minus one's liabilities. Wealth is what you own, not what you spend. It is the portfolio of stocks that generates dividends while you sleep, the real estate that appreciates steadily over decades, the ownership in businesses that operate independently of your daily labor. Wealth is measured not in dollars per year, but in years of freedom. It is the deep, silent ocean. Rich is the loud, crashing wave on the shore. The wave is exciting and draws attention, but the ocean possesses the true, enduring power. To understand this dichotomy, we must look to its historical context. The distinction is, in essence, the story of old money versus new money. Historically, aristocratic families possessed a generational wealth so deeply ingrained in their identity that it was simply a fact of their existence, like the air they breathed. There was no need to display it ostentatiously, for their position was secure and universally understood. Their luxury was in their privacy, their education, their sprawling, secluded estates.
Silence was the ultimate status symbol, because it implied a security that needed no announcement. Contrast this with the rise of the nouveau riche during periods of great industrial or technological change. These newly minted individuals, having acquired their fortunes within a single lifetime, lacked the established social standing of the old guard. To prove their arrival and gain acceptance, they had to signal their success in the most visible way possible. This phenomenon was brilliantly captured by the sociologist Thorstein Veblen in his 1899 work, The Theory of the Leisure Class, where he coined the term conspicuous consumption. The loud, performative spending of the rich was, and still is, a mechanism for social climbing, a way to translate economic capital into social capital. This brings us to the core mechanism, the psychology of silence and noise. Why is rich loud? It is often driven by a deep-seated insecurity. When success is new, there is a fear it might be fleeting. The loudness is a form of self-reassurance. I have made it, and I need everyone, including myself, to see the proof. It is a celebration of overcoming struggle, but also a constant battle for external validation. The loud display is a shield against the fear of returning to a state of want. And why is wealth silent? The motivations are multifaceted. Firstly, security. True wealth has graduated beyond the need for validation. Its existence is a self-evident truth to its owner, and that is all that matters. Secondly, privacy and safety. Overt displays of money attract unwanted attention, scams, lawsuits, theft, and the corrosive effects of envy. The wealthy understand that anonymity is a form of protection, a priceless asset in itself. Finally, and most importantly,
the focus of the truly wealthy shifts. When all material needs and desires can be easily met, the pursuit of things becomes unfulfilling. The ultimate luxury is no longer a product, but a resource: time, freedom, the ability to control one's own day, to pursue knowledge, to cultivate relationships, to have experiences without broadcasting them. This is the post-economic mindset. Power and influence at this level operate subtly, behind the scenes, not in the spotlight. The application of this concept is not to judge those who display their success, but to invite introspection. It asks us to consider the true goal of our financial pursuits. Is the objective to acquire the symbols of success or to achieve the substance of freedom? The loud path focuses on buying liabilities that depreciate: cars, clothes, electronics, to signal a status that is dependent on continuous income.
The silent path focuses on buying assets that appreciate or generate income, investments, businesses, skills, to build a foundation that is independent of a job. It is the difference between playing offense with your spending and playing defense with your assets. Therefore, as you navigate your own journey, consider the nature of your ambition. Are you striving to be loud, or are you building in silence? The world will always be filled with the noise of the rich, the fleeting spectacle of consumption. But beneath it all, the deep, quiet currents of wealth are what truly shape the world, offering a level of freedom and security that never needs to raise its voice.
Know when you have enough. We have traveled a significant distance together. From the initial steps at level 83, through challenges and revelations, we find ourselves now at the final threshold, level 100. It is not, as one might expect, a peak of frantic, climactic action. It is not about acquiring one final, ultimate skill. Instead, it is about the mastery of a concept so simple in its phrasing, yet so profound in its practice. Knowing when you have enough. This is the final lesson because all other pursuits, without it, become a labyrinth with no exit. The pursuit of wealth, of status, of knowledge, of connection. They are all noble and necessary, but if they are not tethered to a point of sufficiency, they become a source of perpetual hunger, a race with a finish line that recedes with every step we take. Let us first examine the concept. Enough is not a synonym for mediocrity or for giving up. It is not a call to asceticism or deprivation. Rather, enough is a point of deliberate, conscious alignment between your resources and your contentment. It is the moment you can look at your life, your finances, your relationships, your accomplishments, and declare, not with resignation, but with a deep, resonant peace, that this is sufficient. This is good. Historically, this has been the central question of nearly every major philosophical and spiritual tradition. The Stoics, like Seneca and Marcus Aurelius, understood that the desire for more was a form of self-imposed slavery. True wealth, they argued, was not in having many things, but in wanting few things. It was about contracting the circle of your desires to fit within the circle of your control. Similarly, in the East, the Buddhist concept of tanha, or craving, is identified as the very root of suffering. The path to enlightenment is not one of endless accumulation, but of mindful cessation of this craving. The state of enough is, in this context, a state of liberation. What, then, is the mechanism that makes this so difficult for the modern mind? We are contending with two powerful forces. The first is a biological one, the hedonic treadmill. Our brains are wired for adaptation. A pay raise, a new home, a significant achievement. They provide a temporary spike in happiness, but we quickly adapt. This new state becomes our baseline, and we begin to crave the next thing to feel that same spike. We are running, often at great speed, simply to stay in the same psychological place. The second force is cultural, the engine of social comparison. In an age of infinite connectivity,
We are constantly presented with curated highlight reels of others' lives. We measure our enough not against an internal standard, but against the perceived surplus of others. This is a game that is mathematically impossible to win because the sample size is infinite and the data is skewed. Someone will always have more. So, how does one apply this final lesson? How do we disembark from the treadmill and step outside the comparison game? It begins not with an external action, but with an internal definition. You must be the one to define your enough. This is an act of profound intellectual and emotional courage. It requires sitting down and deciding concretely what a successful and fulfilling life looks like for you. How much money is enough to live comfortably and securely? How much recognition is enough to feel valued? How much work is enough before it infringes on your health and relationships? Write it down. Make it a declaration, not a vague hope. This definition becomes your anchor. Once this anchor is set, the practice becomes one of mindful gratitude. Gratitude is not a passive sentiment. It is an active cognitive tool. It is the practice of consciously turning your attention away from what is lacking and toward the abundance that is already present. It is the only known antidote to the hedonic treadmill, as it trains your brain to find joy in the baseline rather than constantly seeking the next peak. Finally, reaching level 100 means shifting your focus from accumulation to contribution. When you have truly determined that you have enough, a remarkable thing happens. Your surplus energy, time, and resources are liberated. They are no longer needed for the endless quest for more. Instead, they can be directed outward, toward your community, toward a cause you believe in, toward lifting up the people around you. This is where the deepest and most sustainable forms of meaning are found. Knowing when you have enough is not the end of ambition. It is the beginning of a more intentional, more peaceful, and more powerful way of living. It is the final level because the game is not over, but because you have finally learned how to truly win. You are no longer playing by the world's rules of more, more, more. You are playing by your own. You have arrived. Welcome to level 100.